you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your other side. Take your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Take your destiny,
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Welcome to the end of Twitter, quite possibly. And welcome to like a slightly deeper dive into the world of content creation than you might be ready for. I didn't realize I was ready for this either, right? So yeah, we're obviously talking about Twitter is the main story today, and I will get to that soon. But I've got a bunch of other stories that I want to cover with you. Olayemi interviewed Laverne Cox. That's an interesting stream. I wanted to watch that with you. And we've also got, oh my gosh, here I am, like not for remembering, Sam Poole and Tim Seder. Yes, Sam Poole and Tim Seder, right? These two. Like, look, it turns out that there's more to this feud than I thought there was. And it's actually kind of revelatory. In other words, it shines the light on a dynamic that goes on in political content kind of behind the scenes, right? So when you look at Sam Seder, you think of somebody that is liberal leaning at the very least, progressive even. Maybe some of you might even think that, you know, given who he hangs out with, he's kind of verging on you know, a little bit of leftism. You know, he's pretty anti-capitalist, right? You know, so you know, that's what Sam Seder represents. And Tim Poole, I mean, some people might say centrist. Some really silly people might call him a classical liberal. But most people would identify Tim Poole correctly as a creature of the right. As one Michael Brooks once said, IDW adjacent. He's the kind of conservative that says that he's not a conservative, but just happens to agree with every single conservative idea out there, right? So we can sort of think we know who they are and what they're about. However, there's like another aspect to this, right? In addition to being ideologues, in addition to having political opinions, these people also have businesses, right? Sam Seder runs a business, you know, Tim Poole runs a business. And they have different levels of investment in their ideology versus their business and the way that they make decisions, right? And it's fascinating. It's actually really fascinating, like, because you sort of can't uphold both, right? You've got to prioritize your business, and you can do that. In fact, here's the sad and scary fact of the matter, right? It's better for business not to rock the boat. It's better for business not to slay the dragon. It's better for the business not to destroy another content creator's. Oh my God, thank you, Cax Maroon. Thank you for the resubscription. You watched the Laverne Cox interview yesterday? Yeah, so in other words, what I'm saying is that, like, you'd want to think that a guy like Sam Seder would go as hard as he possibly could on somebody like Tim Poole, on Dave Rubin, etc., right? You'd want to think that, you know, that these people are out to, you know, they're out to help their ideology, but that's not always what happens, right? Sam is actually surprising in that he walks the walk that he talks, right? A lot of content creators out there don't do that. A lot of these content creators go along to get along. And, you know, you don't have to tell me this. The sad thing about, like, finding out about this, like, underlying dynamic of business that really, it really affects the content more than you'd think, right? Is that it's not that unfamiliar to me This is Twitch politics, right? This is absolutely Twitch politics. You've got people with access, you've got people with platforms, you've got people that are trying to occupy that center lane and use that center lane to gatekeep who is and who isn't acceptable, who's allowed to come on people's shows, right? And we're gonna find out a little bit about what shows Sam Seder is not allowed to go on, courtesy of Tim Pool. He kind of said the quiet part out loud here, and he really revealed a level of influence mongering that I'm not sure a lot of people are 100% aware of. So yeah, I wanted to cover that for sure. That is what my upcoming video is about. Some of you, if you're Patreons, here, let me spam the Patreon link. I don't do that nearly enough, do I? There's so many things I have to remember. There's so many things that I need to spam. If somebody has that Twitter thread, that would be awesome, because I'm gonna open up, I'm gonna grab my Patreon link, right? And the reason I'm putting this out there is because I've got a new video. It is a little bit more ambitious, let's just say, than really any of the videos that I've done in the past, right? Usually what I do is I take my stream from, I take my content from my stream, I edit it, I cut out the boring parts, I cut out the ums and the uhs and the other stuff that you don't really need to hear, and I leave you with kind of just like a pristine version of my VOD, right? This one, I actually did some commentary. I say commentary, it might be bordering on a video essay, right? I don't want to put on airs though, right? Because I feel like video essays are a whole nother thing. I'm comfortable with calling what I do commentary. I will have to work on the video essay part of it, because I don't know, I've seen some really good video essays, and I don't want to put myself up there with like FD Signifier and Jesse Gender until like I've really earned it in terms of being able to create that kind of content. But yeah, that's up there on Patreon if you want to check it out. It is a preview. It is the rough draft, as it were, of my first real serious like YouTube video, my first like real prepared content video, and hopefully there'll be much more of those to follow. So you're a conservative, that's cool. You know, like, everything's cool, Tron. I'm so glad that you're here. You probably need to be here more than anyone. And no, before anybody asks, it is a it is a holiday weekend, but this is not what it looks like, okay? This is not what it looks like. What do you think I'm drinking? What does it look like? I'm just realizing this right now, right? Apple cider, that's a good guess. Like, right now, if I was Jordan Peterson, drinking apple cider might affect me negatively. But since I'm Irene Geller, I think I'll be okay. I'm not on any sort of special all-meat diet, so I think I should be okay with this. But no, in fact, it's not apple cider, right? And it's not even, it's in a, it looks so much, doesn't it look like, it looks like I'm drinking, but I'm actually not. This is, you're, Glovitz, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. I think that might be TOS. Zara, you guessed it. Yeah, it's actually just green tea. It looks so much like, it's got a little froth to it though. So it kind of looks like I could see a number of things that it looks like. Yo, I'm not supposed to get this silly this early in the show. So like I said, we got Sam Seder, we got Laverne Cox talking to Olayemi about Dylan Mulvaney, funny enough, right? And we've got Twitter. That's what we should start with, right? Who is Jordan Peterson? Yeah, he's super liberal guy. No. Wait, which marks are you talking about? You're talking about Groucho Marx? What the quartering did in his face? Yeah, look, I thought people were gonna guess this was an alcoholic adult beverage. It's in fact not. It's a caffeinated beverage. I don't know how I would handle. Do people drink on stream? I guess they do. I don't though. Just so that's out there, because yeah, I don't have the now you have to rate your stream. If you do any drinking, you have to like divulge that and be like, that's gonna go on. I'm not doing anything like that. I There's multiple Marks people. Yeah, there's also a guy that sings named Marks. Does anybody know? Spark That Bled! Yo, what is up with the resubscribes today? Thank you so much. That warms my heart, right? It doesn't warm the sub goal, unfortunately, but it definitely warms my heart, and it means a lot to me, especially when people sub with a Prime. I want to thank Kex Maroon for subbing with a Prime. I know that you only have one of those a whole year. Yeah, you only have one. Bruno Marks. Yeah, Bruno Marks is pretty cool. Yeah, I think he's the guy from the 80s. Did he sing that song Coming in the Air Tonight? It was some song about coming in the air. They used to get up to some strange stuff in the 80s, like Coming in the Air, and Dancing on the Ceiling. Yeah, what is up with the I think they might have been on some controlled substances in the 80s, but we're not talking about controlled substances today. That would be TOS. We're trying to be good. We're trying to be stay monetizable. We're starting to stay brand friendly, right? If anybody wants to sponsor me, I could really use that during the summer. That really helps a lot. A lot of people want to watch the videos, but it seems like you know, the sub goal stays dry. Hey, listen, if we can open up the sub goal, I do have more content for you, right? We can't talk about, I don't know, you can talk about anything you want on Twitch, but YouTube will let you talk about it, but you get kind of punished, right? You have to use euphemisms on YouTube. You have to talk about Minecraft and Roblox and all that kind of stuff where you don't really mean what you're actually saying. Bruno Mars is such a good singer. Wait. Is he the one that sings that song? Oh my god, I can't say it. I can't say it. But the guy, like, does something in his pants. Rhymes with Riz. You know what I'm talking about? Is that Bruno Mars? Yeah, thank you so much, Spark. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, I should probably tell you about this thing, the sub goal, right? So there's the sub goal that opens up more content, that opens up a longer stream, right? I can do a longer stream if I actually get paid for it. So that's always helpful for me, but it might also be helpful for you in some ways that I'd like you to consider right now. For instance, right? For instance, if you don't like getting sucked out of the stream in the middle of listening to me say something, in the middle of listening to Sam Seder talk about something, in a million different like settings where you might be interested in what's going on, you're going to need a Prime, right? And that means a little Persona 2 head by your name. There are several ways you can obtain this. The first one is the one that Kex Maroon just showed us, which is a Twitch Prime. Like I said, I really appreciate the Twitch Prime people, right? You don't pay anything for that. Well, I mean, beyond what you pay for Prime. For the Prime sub, but I know that you only have one of those, so when you give it to me, it's something special, right? That's one way. That's a free way to handle that. There's also a paid way. It is $5, as someone once said at some point on Twitch and was mercilessly ridiculed for it. It is only $5 to subscribe on Twitch, and that will get you out of the ad break. The other way that you could possibly get lucky enough to get out of the ad break is if somebody sees you in chat, notices your Pepe emotes, and wow, there's a Pepe Pride even. I didn't know that Pepe was like, oh wait, because that's not just Pepe, that's Peepo. Peepo's cool, right? Peepo's on our side. I don't know. I don't keep track of like which of the frogs. I know Groiper is dangerous. Yeah, you don't want to mess with Groiper. You don't want to mess with Pepe, but Peepo is cool. I think Pepega is okay too, right? Sometime we need to have a stream and just go over all of the Pepes, all of the characters from web comments. Yeah, Peepo is good people. Peepo is good people. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! What is wrong with me? Do I need like music in the background? Yeah, I think that's what I usually do. That makes my jokes more tolerable, besties. That makes my jokes entirely more tolerable. Right? Because if the music is more cheesy than my jokes, then it makes my jokes sound less cheesy. Aww. So good. So good. So good. All right, there we go. So yeah, we got a lot to cover today. I am going to jump right into it pretty soon here. What's up, Computer Bailey? Yeah, the frog from the webcomic. Why do I always is it like literally like why do I want to Boys Club? Is it called Boys Club? Yeah, the problematic frog tier list. Like which frogs do you have to worry about? Which frogs are okay? Which frogs are, you know, just could go either way? We gotta know. We gotta keep track of our amphibians, right? And we also gotta keep a track of the chemicals in the rainwater that may or may not be affecting the sexual orientation of those frogs, right? Because we're a PG-13 stream, unlike Miranda Sings, right? So I guess I should probably talk about that too, okay? Listen, the entire internet's talking about that. You've seen the apology. You've probably heard the stories. I feel a little bit weird about the stories because we're literally, you know, we're literally talking about some really inappropriate stuff that happened on stage. You know, just like a guidebook for how not to be a content creator, how not to be responsible with a, you know, very young audience. And also like how not to apologize, right? But that being said, I feel like you've heard enough of it. I've heard enough of it, right? I'm done. I'm done with the toxic gossip train, okay? I'm not having it. Is that okay with you? I like know like everybody else has covered Miranda Sings, right? You went down the rabbit hole last night. There is content that I could go over with you. I feel like the Ethan Klein video was interesting. Now it's a little frustrating too, right? Because Ethan Klein has in studio with him a producer who was a fan of Miranda Sings back in her heyday, back in her prime, and you know, really disappointed with how things turned out. But it is both the most complete telling of all of Miranda Sings / Colleen Ballinger's scandals, as well as the it's a little bit, you know what I mean? Like if it's from a fan, you know, it's just gonna be a little bit too much, right? Because I wasn't aware. Can I say that? I was never aware of the existence of Colleen Ballinger or Miranda Sings. I feel like the act itself could have been funny, but it just was not geared towards the audience that she had, right? It just was not in a lot of ways, and especially involving you know, people of people of you know, under 18 year olds in the comedy act. Like that just makes it even worse. And I don't know how it happened, because you're sitting there watching these videos. You know, Colleen's okay with it. The people running the tour are okay with it. The venue is okay with it. The parents are okay with it, right? But it's just like, it's just some kind of weird stuff to you know, sort of expose kids that age to, and it's even weirder when you're making them part of the act, right? It feels like somebody tried to market like, you know, the like a Big Mouth episode, except for like not for adults but for kids. I don't know. You've never heard of Miranda Sings until all this came out? Yeah, me neither. Okay, so I'm not the only one. Chromatic Mage is in the same boat as me. The whole thing passed me by. Yeah, I mean, not Big Mouth, not Big Mouth. I actually used to follow somebody who's like related to some of the writers from Big Mouth, and I'm just like trying to imagine like what kind of, it kind of like it's. Anyway, let's get to this Twitter stuff, right? So many people are doing videos on this. And like, I don't know, some ordinary gamer, I mean, like any of these videos would be fine. How to fix it? Wait, is this like how to fix it? Oh no. I don't know if you can fix it. All right, so let me just tell you the basics, right? Twitter relies on a backbone, provided you're getting ads 15 minutes before the hour. Is that how it works now? Is that how it works if I start late? Okay, well we got the ads already. We got the ads already, and I'm sorry that you're suffering with those ads. I wish there was something that I can do to help. But unfortunately, it's up to chat to solve the problems of chat. So, you know, maybe that will happen, maybe that won't happen. But regardless, yeah, what's going on with Twitter, right? You see this rate limit exceeded thing on this particular thumbnail? That is the result of the fact that Twitter didn't pay their billion-dollar bill to Google services. So every year, Google services provides Twitter with kind of, I guess, like, I don't know coding, but I would describe this as like the backbone of Twitter's operation, right? The capacity, right? Because at any time on Twitter, there's tens, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people like loading up tweets. And that takes a lot of system resources, right? Those system resources in the past had been provided by Google. Google charged Twitter $1 billion for these services. And Elon, always the value shopper, looked at that $1 billion bill and he said, that's too much. That's too much. We don't need Google. We don't need anything. We can fix it. We can do it ourselves, right? And he planned to do just that, right? His plan was, when that bill comes due, I'm not paying it. I'm not paying it. We're gonna take care of it some other way, right? Unfortunately, whatever plan he had for taking care of it was just not in place, and the bill came due. And he no longer has access to those services. So what he's done is a kind of rationing of views, right? A rationing of clicks. Oh my gosh, Shakespeare, I hope you're okay. I hope that test comes out negative too. He said the exact same thing that about the Tesla. Wow, yeah. So Elon Musk, no stranger to failure, right? A lot of problems with Teslas, a lot of projects that don't end up working. A giant tunnel under Southern California that was supposed to ameliorate traffic and instead has just created another place to get stuck in a traffic jam. Anonymous gifter! Shakespeare, somebody took care of you. Thank you, Anonymous gifter, that's really sweet of you. As always, make sure that anybody, who's gifting subs, make sure you're taking care of yourself and your own needs first. Those are your priority. And I never, it seems like the people that are more inclined to be generous are sometimes the people that have less resources than those who are less inclined to be generous. So yeah, just make sure you're taking care of yourself first. But yeah, thank you. And I'm sure Shakespeare thanks you as well. Yeah, that's one of the ways, one of the 3 ways to get out of the top of the hour ad break. And it also has the nice side benefit of coming with, you saw all those emotes, right, in that explosion, right? I think those emotes and more. So you got the Vriska, you got the Weasel, you've got the Void Coffee. Today we've got Void Tea, I guess. I mean, it looks like beer. It looks so much like beer, but it's not. I probably shouldn't even say that word. It's like Beerus from Dragon Ball Z. That's what I'm talking about. It looks like Lord Beerus. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Ha 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 ha. I don't know any names of beverages, adult beverages. Anyway, so yeah, you've got Twitter missing a backbone. And how did Elon fix this? By limiting the rates. And I mean, I'm talking about your scroll, chat. I'm talking about your scroll, right? So if I open Twitter right now, I hit home and I start to scroll, okay? I've got 1,000 1,000 Twitter messages to look at. That includes if I decide to hit post, right? That's one message, right? Or anything else, like anything that I look at, I think maybe even an ad on Twitter, right? It's gonna cost you, right? You've got 1,000 of those per day, and that's all you got. Now that is an upgrade, okay? Because previously it was 800, and prior to that it was 600. And if you're new to Twitter, it's 300. Now, I guess the plus side, if there is a plus side, if you pay $8 a month to, let's scroll down here to this guy, that guy right there. If you pay $8 a month, then it's 6,000, and then he increased it to 8,000, and now it's at 10,000. So you're probably okay with 10,000 message. Oh my god, Transmission Vamps, thank you so much for the gift sub to Geek Prime. Geek Prime, you just got saved from the ad break. Now, somebody told me that the ad breaks are not happening when they usually happen. Normally, we'd expect to see the ad breaks at the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour. It is probably because I took so long to get to stream, so it's literally my fault. It's literally, if you want to blame something, blame Irene. Something, wait, what did I call myself? A thing? Oh my god, I'm dehumanizing myself on stream. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you're talking about a guy like Elon Musk, who loves to dehumanize trans people any chance he gets, and make sure that cis people are safe. Cis people are safe from being called cis, right? That's horrible. That's horrible. They're not a cis person. They're just a person. We're the ones that are weird, right? There's no such thing as a cis woman. There's just a woman, and then whatever you are, right? It's wild. It's wild. I'm glad you're enjoying this Empire at 28. Yeah, this is some of my favorite elevator music to get down down and dirty to, and drink my green tea, which looks way too much like some other beverage, which it definitely isn't. Even though this is a holiday weekend, you know that I'm gonna be keeping my mind sharp, and nothing keeps my mind. Yo, I should be sponsored by green tea, shouldn't I? Why can't I get sponsored by green tea? We gotta work on that, chat. We are very close to a hype train, right? Oh, this is Kevin MacLeod. This is classic YouTube music, right? This is just it's so good. It's so good. So anyway, yeah, you're limited. Your rates are limited on Twitter right now, and everyone is blaming Elon. Everyone is mad at Elon. Cat Turd, if you're familiar with who I'm talking about, one of the biggest Elon duck riders, Cat Turd is now off Team Elon. Like they're all mad at you, dude. They're all mad at you. And I gotta say, it couldn't have happened to another a nicer guy. Hype train is close. Wait, what had just happened? Oh my god. Unionize the workplace. That's a great idea. That's a really great. Wait, not only are you resubscribing with a tier 1 sub, you're also giving us a great idea. That's such an awesome name. Yeah, unionize the workplace. That's, wow. These are words to live by, chat. These are words to live by. Especially, God, can you imagine working at Twitter, though? Like, so this is what's happened. He went in, he took it over, and he fired everyone. And he got rid of a lot of the things that he didn't think were necessary. He is the Mad Hatter. Elon Musk is the Mad Hatter, okay? You give him your watch. Don't expect to get it back in working condition, right? You give this guy your watch, and he's like, oh, here, let me fix it. And he takes out all the gears, and he slaps butter on it, and he pours tea in it, and you know, sugar, and just like whatever's on the table, and then the, you know, the mouse, what is the dormouse? Yeah, the dormouse, like, you know, infects it with some kind of virus, and then that's what does data scraping mean? Yo, I would love to know that, right? But it's something to do with bots, right? Bots do the data scraping. And it is a real problem. However, the way that he has chosen to fix that problem by reducing people's rate, it has got to be like the worst way to possibly do it. But yeah, essentially bots come by and they harvest information, or I don't know. I mean, I guess they could do a lot of different things. They're just software, really. I'd like a counter that tells me how many posts. Yeah, that would be nice. Well, I don't know. This whole thing is ridiculous, isn't it? You have a video you could link me about this. Is it Moist Critical by chance? I think he means bots finding trends and using the data to spam websites or train AI and stuff. It's alternative to the API. Oh, okay. So yeah, he got rid of the API. So if you check it right now, like on my Discord, which, oh my god, I keep on forgetting to do this. It is definitely his fault. I'm a NB. Look, let me give you my Discord link. Okay, there's all these links I'm supposed to give you every stream, and wouldn't you know it, Miss ADHD always forgets to do that. Here we go. Copy that. Here is a link to the Discord, right? And if you look on the Discord right now, in my announcements, I usually link the tweet that I'm making to promote the stream. This time, that's what I'm wondering, Laj Jordan. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure if the ads count towards the limit. That's what I was wondering about. Oh yeah, that's the other thing, the self-DDoS. There's so much to this story. Wait, I was just guessing that was the video that you were gonna link. Is that what you meant? Having ADHD is required to use Twitch. Well, as long as it makes the stream more interesting, right? As long as it kind of breaks things up for you and makes it more manageable, rather than making it harder to deal with or harder to concentrate. I never want like to cross beams with you, right? Because like we got my ADHD beams and possibly your ADHD beams, chat. And as long as they're running like in parallel, I think we're okay. You know, you got the parallel streams and you walk in to like catch the ghosts, you know, with the trap, right? But if you cross the streams, bad things happen, I think, right? And that means I confuse you and you confuse me. Here is the one link, the link that you meant about scraping. Thank you. That's actually a really good one. Let's ground ourselves in science, not just any science, right? But computer science. Computer Science 3, which is a class that I never actually got to. But some people did, and thank goodness they did, because that's what allows the internet to even work. Oh my god, I'm struggling here, Shakespeare. What elevator music is this? The very best elevator music. This is Kevin MacLeod. Oh wait, I just scrolled way the heck up. See, look at me not saying the F word. Oh my god, it's so hard to grab. You wouldn't believe how hard it is to grab like a Yeah, this is Local Forecast by Kevin MacLeod, aka Incompetech.com. One of the OG YouTube music dudes. So if you've ever watched like old school Minecraft videos, like he was all over those. He's kind of like the Elvis of copyright-free music, if you will. All right. So Shakespeare has suggested that we watch this video, and I think it's a pretty good idea because I don't entirely understand the rate limiting. I mean, this is yeah, a big part of this, right? Has got to be Elon trying to get people to pay that $8. And it's just like, here's the deal though. There are a number of people that really like Elon Musk. There are a lot of people that believe in his vision of a Twitter where you can call a trans person a T-slur, where you can be as toxic as you want to, and you'll never get called cis. There's people that are true believers out there, and they're paying him $8 a month right now, right? And he's really not making that much money from them. And even if you double, triple, quadruple, quintuple that amount of money that he's getting from subs, it just doesn't compare to what you should be getting as a website with as much traffic as Twitter has, right? You should be getting a lot more out of ads, but partially because of Elon's inability and resistance to any kind of moderation, like he fired the moderation team, right? They literally tried to put on the Matt Walsh video. Moderation team says that violates our terms of service, right? You could put it on, but it's not going to have any reach. And Elon's like, oh, but I like transphobia. But okay, right? So he fires the head of safety and trust, right? The $8 chuckle bucks. Yes, that's right. I'm so good at this. I'm so good. Spoopy indeed. Spoopy indeed. Is the word cis banned in every language? Oh, wait. Cisjordani is what Palestine is called? Oh my god, I didn't know that. I don't know. Look, I haven't tested it. Here's one really funny thing though, okay? Xander Hall got banned. And he got banned, look, you know how I feel about Xander Hall. All right? If Xander Hall's your thought leader, you're not thinking very well, right? If that's the best that you can do on the left, we're in trouble, right? Xander Hall has Xander Hall should be learning leftism rather than trying to teach leftism, right? Xander Hall's a joke, but he got banned for telling a transphobe where they could stick it, right? And he said it a little bit more explicitly than I did. He might have told them to go Roblox themselves in Minecraft, right? And because of that, people are using his name as a synonym for that act. And I don't know if it's true. Somebody can test this, right? Or don't test this because you might get banned. I don't know. Maybe some people don't care about getting banned now. Maybe some people don't care about getting banned. But anyway, supposedly you get banned for typing in Xander Hall. I don't know. You could test that, at your risk, at your own risk, right? Because you very well may get banned by Twitter for doing that. But supposedly Xander Hall is now a banned term. Oh my god, Dread Buzzkill. That's a Twitch Prime. I love those. Has somebody told people that I love those? I don't know, it just feels good. It just feels good to get those Twitch Primes. Thank you so much, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, Slender Hall. Yeah, you will now be free of the... Now, I was saying top of the hour ad break. I was saying bottom of the hour ad break. The fact is we have 2 ad breaks every hour. I thought they were at the top and the bottom of the hour, but somebody's telling me that the ad breaks now are at 15 minutes, right? So I don't know what you want to call that. They're at the first quarter and the third quarter of the hour, whatever you want to say. There are 2 potential points where you could get sucked out of your immersion. You could get forced to watch an ad. It could be, I can't help what the ad is for. It could be Hogwarts Legacy or PragerU. It could be anything, right? I have no control over that, right? You'll get sucked out. You'll be forced to watch a possibly questionable ad, right? The way that you get out of that, Dreaded Buzzkill just showed us one of the ways that is with a subscribing with a Twitch Prime. That is a free way to do it. If you already have Twitch Prime, then what you're doing there is you're just kind of giving some Bezos money, you're sending it my way, and I appreciate that so much. Also, you only have one of those, so whenever anybody gives me a Twitch Prime, I appreciate it even more. The second way is to spend $5 of yourself if you have $5, if you're not in a financially tough kind of situation, because believe me, I understand if you are, and I don't want anybody to do anything that would put themselves in a bad financial situation. I appreciate those of you who watch out for your streamer and make sure that I'm okay as well, but only do that if you're in a good financial place to be able to do that, right? And the third way is if you get lucky, and some people have been getting lucky here. Some people have been getting lucky and getting gift subs, right? It doesn't always happen, especially for some reason in summer. It seems to be super rare. Iron Orchid, what is up? What is up? Okay, but that is one way you could do it. And the best way to get one of those is to just be active in chat. So if you're active in chat, you'll get seen, and hopefully you'll get, hey, what's up, Ubafly? Speaking of YouTube, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button, right? It helps me a lot. We're up all night to get lucky. That's right. That's right. You could always get lucky, right? Even I could get lucky. Anybody could get lucky. Who knows, chat? Maybe my next video is gonna be a banger. I don't know. I think it's pretty good, right? So yeah, I'm basically moving into creating video essays on YouTube. It seems like that's the next thing for me. And I've created, I guess I call it like a commentary video, but it's becoming more and more like a video essay the more I work on it. If you're on my Patreon, right? If you're a member of my Patreon, then wait, what is this? Yeah, copy link. If you're a member of my Patreon, you can see the rough cut of it right now, right? It's basically a story about Sam Seder. Oh my God, what a messy link. I hate that. Video essay check, yeah. Wow, okay, I guess that's how Patreon does it, right? But yeah, you know, that's the Patreon. If you want to join there, you can get a sneak preview. Otherwise, you can wait. You can wait until it comes out, hopefully this next week. Although, like I said, it's a deep dive. We're talking about Sam Seder. We're talking about Tim Pool, and we're talking about the business of online political content creation, which is maybe not what you'd think. There are some people who play nice with Tim Pool, right? Who don't call him what he is, right? Who misidentify him politically, even though they claim to be leftists, right? They'll say, oh yeah, Tim Pool's not that bad. And it's specifically to have access to his platform. And it's specifically to not get in the situation that Sam Seder got into when Sam Seder actually fights for the left. When Sam Seder calls out Dave Rubin, Sam Seder gets blacklisted. That's right, Sam Seder is part of a, is a blacklisted person. All these people that talk about deplatforming, all these people that talk about free speech, they don't walk their walk, right? And this is the nature of online political content creation. It is a business. For most of the people out there, especially people like Tim Pool, who can afford a skate mansion, we're talking about a business. Anyway, let's get to, this is the video that Shakespeare suggested. Mental Outlaw. I feel like I've seen some of their stuff before. I'd love, look at this. I want to show you this really quick though. Do you see that little avatar there? That's like a cat, an alien cat. I love that, right? Here, let me copy this. Like this is, I always try to do this. Oh my God, I'm spamming too many links at you, aren't I? I'm spamming too many links once again. Here's a link for you. Here's a link for you. This is the video creator that we're talking about here. This is Mental Outlaw, and you could follow them too because they are providing us with content today. And I want to make sure that they know that they are appreciated, and we're not just leeching off of their content, right? Let's start this video, and I'm gonna go look for the Twitter thread because I gotta spam links at you. That's what I do as a no comment chick. Wait, we're talking about golf? Wait, okay, so what is the golf discourse here? Oh, a golf tournament. Yeah, I don't think I'd be very good at golf. I'm the kind of person that when I play tennis, I score home runs, and I'm told that in tennis, a home run is not good, right? You don't, like, that's my problem, as I swing for the fences. And in baseball or softball, that's great. But in tennis, you don't get any points for getting it over the fence, unfortunately. You just have to chase it around, that's all. Anyway, let's watch this video. I've been edging you for way too long. Wait. Okay, well, that needed to happen too.
Well, guys, the bird had a good run, but now it looks like Twitter has officially become a walled garden. The only way that you can even view tweets on Twitter right now is by creating an account on the site, which means you've got
Oh, I thought you said they were going to say you have to be Rudy Giuliani.
to give them your email and your phone number. Anytime you go to Twitter, even if you're following a direct link to a tweet, you're going to end up on this page telling you to sign in or create that account, assuming that you aren't signed into Twitter in your browser
Do I need to make
or
this
within an app
louder?
on your phone already. So this is a complete 180 from the openness that Elon was promising when he first took over the platform. As some of you may remember, Elon was basically
Comedy is now legal on Twitter. Yeah, but it'll cost you $8 a month.
presenting himself as the new benevolent owner of
It's
Twitter.
good.
We thought that the censorship was
the
going to
boost
be
good?
over because he was saying that he wanted the platform to adhere to free speech principles. And he even said that that was necessary since Twitter.
Look, my only complaint is that I was just getting good on Twitter. I just had my first banger thread. I kind of understand how it works now, and well, I'm gonna have to take all those skills and try to use them on Blue Sky. Anybody in chat on Blue Sky? Do we have any Blue Sky? Do we have any skeeters? Any skeeters in chat?
Serves as the de facto
Sam Seder, yeah, has yeah. I mean, like, look, I'm not trying to be a Sam, like a writer for Sam, okay? But I gotta say that he's doing it right, right? I'm sure that me and Sam don't agree on everything politically. I'm sure that I'm a little bit to the left of him economically. I'm sure there's ideas that I have that Sam would say are kind of, you know, shambolic and you know, utopian, right? But you got to give him credit. He definitely walks the walk. And the team that he's assembled there, it has always been good, right? I don't always agree with everyone there. I think, like, look, I debated Matt Bender. Everybody knows that, right? Matt and Bender, we didn't see eye to eye. Back in the day, Matt Bender used to be a little bit more on the liberal side of things. I think he's moved leftward since then. But we had a little argument about FDR. I'm sure that if I had ever talked to Michael Brooks, I would have had even more arguments. I would have debated Michael Brooks on exiting the vampire castle. That would have been epic. God damn, I almost, God, okay. Well, yeah, Michael Brooks, as you may or may not know, was taken from us too soon. You're a skeeter. Simp Daddy Ultimate is a skeeter. Okay, wow. Okay, definitely a skeeter. Wait, but we don't even know. Okay, Empire's on Blue Sky. So some people are on Blue Sky. Okay, look, if you're on Blue Sky, if we do have people, actual Blue Sky people here, I might as well. I might as well copy this link too. This is my Blue Sky thread. This is the first blast off tweet for Blue Sky that I've ever done. So I'm sorry, it's not a tweet, it's a skeet. It's a skeet. It's not even agreeing on everything. I have plenty of disagreements. Yeah, there is some integrity there. There really is. Yeah, no, this is going to be wild, right? Because the video that we're going to watch today is all about Tim Pool's accusation that Sam Seder is a grifter. And the weird thing is that Sam's getting called a grifter by Tim for not playing the grifter game. Anyway, let's like
public town square. And it makes a lot of sense to see Twitter that way in our always connected digital world. Sending out a tweet does a whole lot more in 2023 than standing on a soapbox near the corner of a busy intersection and screaming at the top of your lungs. But requiring someone to...
I don't know. I think that standing at the corner and chanting about MAGA and JFK Jr. and how he's going to come back and how the Biden in the White House isn't the real Biden and the real Biden is under house arrest with Hillary Clinton. I think that's pretty entertaining, but go on.
Sign into the town square just so that they can hear someone speak in the town square.
So, I mean, yeah, this is true, but like, let's be real, okay? They're not the only ones to do this. Instagram, you got to sign in to look at anything, right? But what about Facebook? What about Facebook? Can you, I have not even like thought about Facebook in a long time, although I probably should. I think Facebook you have to log in to interact with. I feel like there's a few sites that are wait, what? There's one more site. One more really big site that you have to log into. But yeah, Twitter used to not be like that, right? You could just like use it as a resource. You could search it, right? Right now, if I post a Twitter link in Discord, you don't see the Twitter post, right? They've literally shut down, I don't know if it's the API or whatever, but whatever used to interact with Discord to, when you post a tweet, then it shows you the tweet. So you can know what you're looking at to even decide if you want to click on it or not. That is no longer a feature, apparently. Instagram, yes. Wait, what did I say earlier? I thought I said Instagram. Maybe I said something else. Random RuneScape. Facebook wants your phone numbers. Oh my god, Facebook's so mean.
Not at all the function.
I feel like Facebook is always trying to dox me too. Like, not really. Okay, that sounds conspiratorial. What I mean is that, like, having a Facebook is a luxury that I can no longer afford.
Functionality of a town square. That's more like a concert, or going to see Ben Shapiro dunk on the libs at your...
What? Ben Shapiro's Frieza.
College campus. You've got to present yourself.
That's what libs look like. They unironically look like Goku covered in some sticky white substance. Facebook wants your driver's license? Oh my god.
Student ID in order to get into that event.
See, and that's the thing, chat. I could have a presence on Facebook, right? I could even stream on Facebook if I wanted to, but I'm not sure. I'm just so worried about the idea of linking my online presence to my real world presence that it just doesn't seem like worth it.
I can understand making
scary
people sign in if they want to post something. I mean, that isn't technically required either. Twitter could easily have anonymous posting like 4chan does.
Careful what you wish for.
But that's the model that most social media platforms have decided to go with.
Honestly though, Twitter feels more like something awful than like any sort of image board, any sort of chan. Just because of the whole the whole idea that they try to raise money with the subscription. It feels very something awful.
So whatever. Make people create an account if they want to post stuff to the site, but forcing logins just to see content really doesn't make any sense unless you plan to paywall your content, which we're going to talk about in a moment.
I mean, I agree. I don't like the forced logins. It's not the first thing that comes to mind, though, as far as what's going on with Twitter here. So Twitter is the anti-4chan. It's still evil, but in a different way. Yeah, like, so, oh, wait, I forgot to mention. So I put my Blue Sky link in here. Now, this is both for you to, if you want to, you feel like it, right? I can't make you do anything. I am not your parent. I am not your teacher. I am not your local sheriff, although it'd be kind of cool if I was. I think I would really rock that uniform, but no, I'm not involved in law enforcement, and I never would be, because ACAB. But regardless, right? Regardless, you can, if you want to, boost that tweet and juice that tweet and make that tweet blast off, right? Because yeah, I'm your president. There we go. That's my real role, right? That's you listen. If AOC won't run for president, maybe I will. But I have to do a couple of years of bartending, because I feel like that's how you really become like that's how AOC developed her skills for defeating centrist Dems. She dealt with enough liberals at her bar, so she got really good at that. I'd like Polly to just take over the Senate. Yeah, we could have Polly take over the Senate. Polly can have the Senate. I'll have the White House. Wait, who's gonna be Speaker of the House though? I gotta know, chat. Kamrad no Kamachikskaya.
Moment, but if the content is free and it's only accessible...
Wait, does Something Awful still exist? Are you serious? I thought there was some scandal or something. Didn't low tax do something like really, really bad? I can't even remember. I remember seeing like a something. Now any journalist isn't going to be able to link to tweets, which means politicians and businesses aren't going to make official statements on Twitter. He is forcing people to find an alternative. Yeah, and so as far as the alternatives, let me speak to that, right? So we've got Blue Sky, as I have just linked you to. And yeah, like I said, that's both so you can boost the tweet, and so if you want to, you can follow me on Blue Sky, because I will be, I think I'm going to be doing a lot more on Blue Sky in the near future. So definitely follow me on there. There is also Mastodon. Mastodon has been around for a long time. The issues with Mastodon, though, are kind of like the issues with Linux. I would almost say if somebody suggests you install Ubuntu and you're like, then maybe don't do Mastodon, right? Because even though Ubuntu is apparently very easy to install, it's not easy to me. It's not. I've never been able to run Linux, except when I was dating somebody who was a Linux nerd, and she could literally tell me what to do, tell me all the commands to use. Right? It's too hard to maintain by myself. But yeah, Mastodon is not super intuitive. However, it has been going for a while, so it's worth checking out. It's worth checking out. The other one is Spoutable. Right, Spoutable is another platform. I think that it doesn't so the drawback with Blue Sky is you need an invite code, right? And speaking of which, we're gonna open a Blue Sky channel in the Discord, and I'm gonna try to coordinate people that have invite codes with people that need invite codes, because we definitely need more NCC. I'm trying to think. So if it was on Twitter, it'd be NCC Twit. On Blue Sky, is it NCC Blesky? I don't know. Whatever you want to call it. We need more NCC people on Blue Sky, right? So I'm definitely motivated to get more and more of you onto Blue Sky if you're not already, right? So the problem with that is it's limited by the invites, and even if I give you an invite right now, I am told that it's so busy, it's got so much traffic from people escaping Twitter that you can't sign up. You gotta wait to sign up, right? So it's a little bit, it's like rate limited in its own way, right? So there's a problem with Blue Sky. The problem with Mastodon, obviously, it's not super intuitive. It's not exactly like Twitter. It's a little bit complicated. Wait, are we talking about clouds on Mastodon or clouds on Reddit, Twitter? Oh yeah, Reddit is screwed up too. Yeah, Reddit got kind of the same thing sort of happened to it, right? They limited the API, and that caused most people on Reddit, they don't use Reddit. They use like an app. There's Apollo, I guess, is a good app. There's also people that have visual impairment. And so as you can imagine, if you have visual impairment, reading an app isn't super easy, and you're reading a site isn't super easy. You should sort of need an app for that too, right? That's disabled. The mods on Reddit are having trouble. The software that they used to use to be able to moderate their Reddits is bad. They tried to do a digital strike, but from my understanding, the strike has been broken, and they're going ahead with all these bad changes that people don't like. Reddit has really become the place where if you're searching for a solution to a problem, a lot of times you'll find the answer on Reddit. So it's really a shame. We're paying for the treatment and preservations of water systems, drainage, and leaks. Oh my god, I'm trying to keep up with chat here. To make water safe and drinkable. Water bills, I mean, it's a service. Wait, this better not be a justification for like Elon charging $8 for Twitter, right? They are monetizing you in so many ways, Jamie. They are getting, believe me, they're extracting value for you. All you do on Twitter, especially if you're a content creator like me, is provide value to Twitter, provide interesting reasons for people to go on Twitter, and provide drama. Of course, that's what I'm most known for. I'm supposedly a drama lord. So I don't know when I'll get back to the drama lording, but look forward to that, I guess. Absolutely has to be an open alternative. Otherwise, the incident. I hope I didn't misread what you were getting at, Jamie. I am struggling to keep up with the tweets today. Otherwise, the incentive to monetize further will inevitably destroy the communities we build. The Nestle. Oh, sorry, you were talking about the tweet that's on the screen. Wow, look at my ADD, just messing everything up. We steal your water and sell it back to you. Yeah, they do. They've even done stuff like go into countries and force them to pass laws against rainwater collection.
when you log in, then I think that the reach of your content is going to be severely diminished.
Sorry, I like totally didn't read your tweet right.
I can't tell you how many websites
I'm sorry.
I have personally clicked off of because they required me to create an account in order to use them. The only little bit of credit that I can give Twitter here is at least they aren't teasing you with content. Like, at least they didn't design it like so many of the e-commerce sites that I've seen where they'll let you add a product to your cart, and then when you go to checkout, they're telling you to make an account in
Oh, I know, right? Globits, yeah, it's really tough for OF people.
order to complete that purchase. Or like those sites that host PNG images and then they want you to log in, like create an account and then log in just to download an image. I feel like there's a special place in hell for the people that make those sites. So at least Twitter isn't being a tease here. But still, this goes against everything that Elon said Twitter would.
They're not edging you like I am every single day when I stream. I always edge chat.
Represent. Even just now, he made this tweet saying that comedy is legal on the platform. You know, pretending that it's going to be a free speech platform. But right now, it seems like Twitter is even more locked down than TikTok. How ironic is that? Now,
TikTok's not that locked down, right? Like, wait, is that even right? Like, I mean, you can browse TikTok. I don't know though. I never do. Honestly, when I look at TikToks, it's always re-uploads to YouTube or people re-uploading it on Twitter. Very happy for Twitter to there's a lot of bad stuff on Twitter, but it really does suck for people it really does suck for SWs. Yeah. I think you need an account to view TikTok. Wait, I need to do that thing. Oh my god. Wait, here, let me find this in the background.
if you actually take a look at his tweet,
some of you might not know
here,
what sound
we can get an idea
I'm
of
looking for.
why these forced logins are being required, or at least this is one of the excuses that Elon seems to be going with, since it's something he retweeted from a parody account. The reason I set a view limit is because we are all Twitter addicts and we need to go outside. I'm doing a good deed for the world here, and that's another view that you just used. Now, the real reason for forcing these logins is so that he can make it easier to enforce rate limits on Twitter. Now, rate limits are a pretty straight.
I'm sorry, I'm way too entertained by this. This is like me being confused. Yeah.
Forward concept, they limit the rate at which a user is able to have some sort of interaction with your site. Usually, this is to prevent DDoS attacks and things of that nature, but the reason that Elon stated for the rate limits a little bit higher up is to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation. Now, to put the data scraping thing in context, when you just want to get a specific piece of information from a website, like the current price of Monero...
Wait, Elon retweeting his own parody accounts? Is that his way of claiming that he's not owned? I don't like live feeds anyway. Of course, the effer tried to turn this into into a cringy meme joke. Wait, let me rewind it. I'm like so... Computer Bailey, thank you for the follow. Jumping on over to follow me on Twitch. I appreciate you. That is some quote from Elon. Wait, let's see this again.
Nature, but the reason that Elon stated for able to have some sort of interaction with your site. Usually, this is to prevent DDoS attacks and things of that nature, but the reason that Elon stated for the rate limits a little bit higher up is to address...
So he prevents the logging in without an account in order to enforce his rate limits, right? That makes sense, because if you could log out and just look at all the tweets you wanted to, there'd be no point in a rate limit. Okay, that checks out so far.
Extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation. Now, to put the data scraping thing in context...
Yo, Twitch is having problems too, though. Look at this. Look at this. All these websites, all this, like, I feel like there is, like, some kind of a generational, like, turn right now that Twitter's, like, Twitter may not be around. Reddit is definitely dialing back its utility, and its friendliness and its accessibility and so many other things, right? And now Twitch also seems to be there's companies that are making these decisions that seem like fiduciary self-harm. I don't. Oh my God, I could have phrased that in so many much better ways. It's harm of the finances is what we're talking about here, right? It didn't need to get that kind of metaphor applied to it. But at this point, taking a few minutes to post content on Mastodon or K-Bill or Lemmy. Wait, Lemmy is a legitimate form of dissent against. Yo, you gotta tell me more about these other sites, chat. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. It feels like Y2K. Yeah, but like, wasn't Y2K like not real? Didn't Y2K end up being like just a bunch of like concern over nothing, and then it was like late stage capitalism at its finest. The age of social media is ending. Yeah, and people are saying that the sites that are kind of picking up the slack, the sites that are growing, are sites that are more like Discord, right? Where it is a very it's like is it a would you call Discord a closed garden, or is closed garden specifically when you've got a paywall? It's times to spank the bank for these corps. Y2K never happened. Yeah, Y2K didn't happen, but maybe this was the real thing that people should have been worried about. And there's also Lemmy and others are part of the Fediverse. Okay, so are we talking about then servers for Mastodon? Because I know that Fediverse has to do with Mastodon. See, I may not run Linux on my system, but I know that. Community-based sites and apps. Yeah. Isn't like there's like old sites. There's like old social media that started off like that, like where it had to be hosted separately. Social media is not ending. It will just transform. Well, that's what I feel like, Jules. I feel like it's transforming more into something like Discord, which is actually doing pretty well, and continues to do well. Speaking of which, yeah, as I say it, I'm like, you know what, girl, you've got a Discord, and you never like. Look, I just need to put these in my my automatic. I try not to spam you with too much automatic stuff, but it's better than having to do it manually, I guess. Here we go. Here is the Discord for anybody who's not in the Discord yet. This is where the magic happens and will continue to happen, and it's a great hub for all things NCC. Either you commit to open source or kind of accept that we are going to platforms backed by capital vultures. Yeah. And I mean, they're always extracting more from us than we're getting back, right? That's the nature of capitalism. You always getting ripped off under capitalism, right? Just think about it. You get ripped off in your job. You produce X amount of value, you receive X minus Y amount of compensation for that value that you produced. There's always a Y. There's always something extracted from you, right? And then when you go to pay for services and products, you're also they're making a profit off of you there too. So yeah, it's a bad deal. I don't know who needs to hear this, but capitalism's kind of a bad deal. Something awful is boss. Wait, is it still exist? Why? I'm so surprised by this. You have the idea correct. Fediverse is interconnected but separate servers which include Mastodon. Oh, okay. Which is made of collections of servers itself. It does exist. Something awful does exist. Did they sell it to somebody else? Because right, isn't the dude that ran it in jail or something? All I remember, I've never been on something awful, but I remember hearing about this from my sister, and apparently if you subscribed, you could ban people. Like, right? Like, if you subscribe and then, oh, no longer alive. Okay, so worse than just being in jail.
When you just want to get a specific piece of information from a website, like the current price of Monero from CoinGecko, it's best for you to do this using an application programming
A bad architecture thread?
interface.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Something awful is like deep dives on stuff that you never realized you wanted deep dives on.
Because a well-written API is going to let you just request this really small piece of data that, only makes up a few bytes worth of information and nothing else. Which is good for the end user, of course, because this is going to be faster and it's going to have less overhead than scraping the whole page. And it saves CoinGecko bandwidth and service stream because now they don't have to serve me up this entire web page. They can just send me the few bytes that string represents. Well,
wait
Twitter,
a minute, chat. Wait a minute. Just a second. You know what my reaction to that is? Exactly. Let's roll that back. Let me. What are we talking about?
Website, like the current price of Monero from Coin, of data scraping and system manipulation. Now, to put the data scraping thing in context, when you just want to get a specific piece of information from a website, like the current price of Monero from CoinGecko, it's best for you to do this using an application programming interface. Because
okay, that's API. Yeah, application programming interface. That I know.
A well-written API is going to let you just request this really...
Okay, so there's the API, and he got rid of that, right? He got rid of so much, right? You can't even, what is it, like you can't even do two-factor authentication? It was all people making fun of brutalism and fighting about whether Frank Lloyd Wright was good or an absolute monster. Was he a brutalist? All I know about Frank Lloyd Wright is that he was a acquaintance. There's the right word. With Ayn Rand. Like, Ayn Rand actually based one of her characters off of Frank Lloyd Wright. He got rid of the API. Okay, so no more API, right? It costs Twitter too much? I don't know. API is paywalled like Reddit. Okay. Yeah, and you can't afford it, right? So all the third-party apps from Reddit, Reddit made it sound like they were going to be reasonable about the price for the API, but it turns out that you just can't run a third-party app with what they're charging for API. So it's attainable. It's just out of your price range, right? Frank Lloyd Wright was a loony. Well, I mean, so was Ayn Rand. So I mean, like that kind of fits, right? And so were Ayn Rand's characters. In fact, the character that I'm thinking of, yeah, definitely not a good guy. None of Ayn Rand characters. Wait, no. Maybe the villains. Maybe Ayn Rand's villains were okay. I don't know. Oh my God, can we? Yeah, there we go. I want you to be able to see his face. There we go. Perfect. He's a modern architect, but didn't make brutalist things.
A small piece of data that...
So let me try to use my very small mind to understand this.
Only makes up a few bytes worth of information.
Some would call it a bird brain.
And nothing else. Which is good for the end user, of course, because this is going to be faster and it's going to have less overhead than scraping the whole page. And...
Okay, so we're talking about APIs that... So APIs scrape, but the good APIs only scrape a little bit. Is that what I'm hearing? That if you only need one piece of information, it's best to not scrape the whole web page. You just want to scrape a little, right? But this... I'm so confused.
It saves...
Falling Waters is his most famous home.
CoinGecko bandwidth and service stream because now they don't have to serve me up this entire web page. They can just...
CoinGecko and service drain? Are we in... Are we like through the looking glass? Are we like down the rabbit hole? Okay.
Send me...
Should I know about this stuff? Am I a boomer for not knowing this stuff?
The few bytes that string represents. Well, Twitter, of course, put their API.
You would use a tool to scrape a specific piece of data from the API set
Behind a paywall at the beginning
so that's February 9th. That's the paywall for the API.
of February, which means services like Knitter and accounts on Instagram and Reddit that just repost stuff from Twitter or any program that
Oh my god, does that mean my feed for Twitch? Wait, can somebody check? Somebody scroll down and tell me if my feed on Twitch is still live. Maybe that doesn't work anymore.
anyone made
I'm doing okay for a non-techie.
to try to gather data from Twitter via its API, then had to pay up in order to keep running, or they had to resort to web scraping, which is when
It sounds like, you want me to be real? Okay. Web scraping sounds like what you do in college when everybody wants to party, but nobody has any money, right? And so you do some scraping, if you know what I'm saying, to put together some second-rate party favors. God, I'm trying to say this without triggering any of the things that make me not earn money on my video. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying, chat? You get down on your hands and knees and you go over the carpet with a fine-tooth comb, right? That's what scraping is to me, right? You go to the couch and you open the cushions and you see if you can find any little nuggets of joy that might have fallen in there or whatever. You try to scrape together something, right? Because you don't have any money. That's what scraping that sounds like to me. So it's like we can't do the API anymore, but maybe we could do a little scraping. With API, you can ask a precise question about something and get the smallest possible answer back. Scraping takes an entire web page full of redundant data so scraping is less efficient. Scraping is less efficient. Yeah. Nuggets of joy. Yeah, chat knows what I'm talking about.
we make a request
Little
for
nuggets
this
of joy.
entire page, and then we start digging down into the HTML of the site so that we find just like
Is this the Matrix? I feel like this is the Matrix. What's up, Natalie? Scraping. Yes, you know what I'm talking about, Natalie. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
whatever row Monero is on.
And if you know what I'm talking about, make sure to like the stream on YouTube. That's right, you can help me. That's the one little piece of feedback you can send to the masters at YouTube to let them know that they need to send more people my way. And let me hack their brains with my content.
Going to go into the divs so that we can find just the price of Monero.
The price of
And
a
you
Monero,
wouldn't really
okay.
do this manually if you were web scraping. You would write a program to use.
Okay, so now with Monero, are we talking about like a coin of some kind? Okay, Gecko, so we're talking about crypto, right? Third-party scraper. Even JavaScript can't stop him. Follows no rules. Doesn't agree to any of the terms of service. Scrapes so fast the backend crashes. Has no limitations. Can access any data he wants. Entire industry dedicated to stopping him. Website thinks his user agent is a phone. Doesn't care about changes in policies. Doesn't even have a phone number. Pays laborers to solve CAPTCHAs. Wait, like literally like Fiverr kind of pays laborers to solve CAPTCHAs. Can work anonymously. Parses HTML with regex. His business is profitable. It can do whatever he wants. Millions of engineer hours. Still can't stop him from scraping. The promising a career as a high frequency
Use this, you would utilize
trading
libraries
firm?
like Beautiful
Out of
Soup
high
to parse
frequency
the
trading
HTML. And you would just be extracting that specific piece of data out of this cell. But in order to do
CAPTCHA farms. Damn, that's like worse than Mechanical Turk.
that, you have to request this entire web page, which if we go to the networking tab and we reload the page, you can see all the information that is transferring 1.2 megabytes transferred. So that's a whole lot more than...
Wait, is that the Gecko coin? CoinGecko. Wait, what is CoinGecko? Is CoinGecko a crypto? I'm so confused. Chat, I literally am like, oh, like this whole thing is Wonderland. I'm through the looking glass. I'm down the rabbit hole. I'm shaking hands with Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I'm asking if anybody has seen the White Rabbit. The Cheshire Cat is helpful, but then he disappears. I'm gonna get some kind of summons from the Queen where I have to appear at the court. I don't know, chat. This is feeling like Kingdom Hearts here. Anybody else feeling like you're stuck in a Nomura script?
Obviously loading all of, and it didn't even really load the page. It loaded this error page. But you get the idea. Like if we look,
because that is some of the extra content I have prepared for you today. If you want to hear about why Nomura is getting blamed for things that he doesn't even do, make sure to fill up this. Wait, look at that. We've got 5 out of 10 new sub points. That's pretty cool. That's unexpected, right? If we can hit 10 of those, then wait, does that actually say 5? I don't know. It doesn't look like 5, but apparently it's 5. The cat PFP is a Cheshire Cat. I feel like everything's a Cheshire Cat, right? The moon is definitely a Cheshire Cat. Personally, I prefer Hawaii. It's it's an architectural hodgepodge, but no winter. Oh yeah, you know what? God, I mean that sounds nice. Iron Orchid, that sounds nice. We are halfway there. Living on a prayer. He is going way too deep to explain why rate limits exist. Everywhere it will. I mean, we're gonna be so much smarter after this, though, right? Everywhere we're gonna be able to slay the Jabberwocky, Snicks, like right, like what is it? Like the Vorpal sword, and you gotta. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Cabbages and Kings. That's all I remember.
At the network tab again.
Wait, we should make this bigger, shouldn't we? Maybe this will be less confusing.
You can see the majority of what's being loaded on a website, and I'm just using CoinGecko as an example. I mean, this is true for basically any website.
Okay, so it's not just the CoinGecko.
Most of what's being loaded is JavaScript.
Look, I'm more used to things like Key Turtle and JoJo. Like, right, the CoinGecko is a little confusing to me.
And like style sheets and like little logos and stuff, like WebP images. All of this is garbage. If
the time has come,
the only thing that you actually care about is the current price.
Actually, I remember watching Alice in Wonderland and like really not liking that the baby oysters got eaten. Like that's dark. Like you don't see like there was never like a Pokemon where like Team Rocket ate everybody's Pokemon, right? Like they were never like you never like came in on Team Rocket and Jesse and James are like picking their teeth and they were like, that was a very delicious Farfetch'd. Yes, we cooked it up with this leek. It was you never get that, right? Like my first job out of college was to reverse engineer websites like this. Takes me back. I mean, like, look, you're showing me a whole new world. I feel like Jasmine, and I'm on a carpet. I'm not sure how it's flying, but it is flying, and I'm getting to see Agrabah in a whole new way, right? That's what I feel like. There's some interesting Vor fanfics about that in particular. Oh my god. Look, I was on way too many image boards, right? I was on image boards like way too young, and I can remember running into Vor and not realizing it's Vor until like I'm like, oh wow, they really drew that fish in a very detailed manner, much more detailed than any of the characters in the story. I wonder why they spent so much time and detail into drawing this fish. Oh, it ate someone. That's why. Anyway. I know the effed up thing is that the Pokédex entry mentions, it mentions that you could eat your Farfetch'd, but nobody ever does it because that would be horrible, right? Pokemon never Roblox, they never Minecraft. They just get healed unless you're playing Nuzlocke. Nuzlocke is sad though. The real war is capital. Yes, that's right. The real war is capitalism. True.
Monero. So the only way to effectively prevent that kind of scraping going on Twitter is to do what Twitter did. Make it so that you can't even...
Yeah, I mean, like, there's two types of vor, right? There's the vor gore, right? And then there's the schlorp. I call it schlorp, right? Like, when you just get schlorped, right? It's different, right? It just like schlorp, right? And there's no mess, right? But then the other kind of war is a lot messier. Anyway, I know way too much about these subjects, don't I? That was why we must eat the rich. Should we schlorp them though? That's the question. Should we schlorp the rich? See, this is the thing. Wait, but didn't Team Rocket sell Slowpoke tails? Yo, you're right. You're right. Yeah, in the Johto region based games. I mean, they're definitely sus, right?
Browse the site anonymously and then apply rate
But
limiting
I love their uniforms.
to people's accounts. That way it doesn't matter if you sign into your account on another device or if you change your IP, the rate limit is always going to apply. And of course, the rate limits are much higher. You know, you'll be able to view a lot more content if you purchase Twitter Blue or whatever it's called to get your account verified.
So this is my question to you, chat. I really want to know what you think about this because I've been thinking about this all day, okay? Now, Elon, not the wisest person in the world, not known for his good business decisions, not known for listening to people who are experts in certain fields that he's going to make decisions like, you know, in regards to, right? But is this just a cell phone? Is this just a complete self-DDoS by Elon? Or is there an angle, right? So I thought that maybe the angle is to try to increase Twitter Blue subscriptions. Is there like an angle to this? Could he be benefiting from this? Is there anything in this for Elon? It's not just a self-owned, but also a but it's self-owned in addition to many other things. But like, is there any like logic? Is there any like positive side to what's going on? He might gut it. Oh yeah, people have said that. Yeah, tax write-off. So literally, maybe just trying to break it and get save some tax money on it. Interesting. Wait, but doesn't he also, he wants to have his X app, right? So if you know, Elon's obsessed with the, much like Xehanort, yeah, we're gonna get to that later. If we fill up that sub goal, right, then we can talk about Xehanort, right? Because I got some things to say about Xehanort. Like, look, I haven't just been doing research about Sam Seder and Tim Pool. I have been doing research about Xehanort, but also about Brain. Yeah, oh my god, some of you deep lore people might know Brain. Also about the foretellers. Oh my god, we're getting deeper. Right? He never really wanted to buy it in the first place. Wait, how did I get to Xehanort from here? Oh my god, chat.
Which is really what I think this is all about. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, the X thing, right? So just like, oh my god, Dragon Princess! Thank you for the resub. Meow, meow. Happy 8 months. Yeah, good to have you here. Stream baby is almost here. What? Oh, geez, our stream baby is almost here. I never thought about that. That's beautiful, though. We gotta start thinking of a name. Yeah, as long as it has an X in it, I think we should be okay, right? You know, a name's gotta have an X. Thanks for being funny, insightful, beautiful, smart, unique, moral, and fabulous stream. Always morally correct. That's me, yeah. So yeah, like he's obsessed with X, right? He wants Elon Musk. Here's what he's trying to do. Oh my god, it just came to me. Oh my god, chat. Here's what it is. He's trying to start a Keyblade war. Elon Musk wants to start a Keyblade war. He wants the 7 lights to face the 13 darknesses and in battle and forge the Keyblade, right? But I don't mean the Keyblade like with a key that you unlock something. I mean Keyblade as in key, right? Like the Greek letter key, right? That blade, right? And he wants to forge the Keyblade so he can summon Kingdom Hearts. Elon Musk is trying to summon Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god. This is a huge lore drop. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. And all you have to do is be willing to go down the rabbit hole and get bored by the Cheshire Cat, right? It all makes sense. when you find a nice warm tummy to exist inside. What is wrong with me? Oh my god, what is right with me is the real question, right? That's what you should be asking. We're through the looking glass now. Listen, don't don't tell the NCC haters. They would have a field day with me, my just like complete like, you know, like I am embracing unreason here. I feel like, right? They would make something about that. They would diagnose me with some sort of TikTok based pathology. I think the angle is like this. Elon decides the real value of Twitter is analyzing trends from wait. I'm way too entertained with that. Anyway, Elon decides the real value of Twitter is analyzing trends from bulk data, therefore starts charging people for the API, but the tweets are still collecting tweets via the website, people are still collecting tweets via the website, so shut off anonymous reading. So like only he can have access to he's trying to take all the light for himself, all the lux. Oh my god, he's gathering lux. No, seriously, there is like a weird connection here, right? Because he's got this thing called the X app that he wants to have, right? You know how he's got SpaceX? So he wants to have the X app. He wants Twitter to be the everything app. So wouldn't just be like Twitter. It'd be Twitter, but also you'd like buy things with it. It's like Twitter Temu, like team up, maybe? Is that what he's looking for? That's why I'm shopping like a billionaire. Here's my affiliate link. Just kidding. I'm not a Temu affiliate.
Agree with the parody accounts notion.
No, I feel like isn't Amazon as a competitor? I shouldn't even mention them.
And that a lot of people are.
Yeah, the Key app. He wants to start the Key. He wants to summon Kingdom Hearts with the Key app.
Addicted to Twitter, and so putting the content.
I think he must, just like Xehanort, he has to put an X on everything. He has to put that sigil on everything. God damn it! It really is a Kingdom Hearts day, isn't it?
Behind a soft paywall might make them go outside in theory, but I think what this really is Elon's way of trying to squeeze.
Wait, Elon wants us to be healthy and he wants us to go outside? I think shutting off anonymous access to the tweets had a lot of weird, unpredictable consequences that the engineers never planned for. I thought the X app was quietly taken out. Maybe so, along with the metaverse, right? Along with the metaverse. Like, I mean, these people had big dreams, didn't they? It's Twitter, PayPal, SpaceX, Hyperloop, all in one app. That's right. Yeah, you can get on the Hyperloop with that.
More profit out of the people that are addicted. And it's not a coincidence that most of the big...
Well, look, I gotta break it to you, chat, okay? As much as you might see my banger tweets on Twitter, as much as you might hear me talk about Twitter all the freaking time, I'm actually not addicted to it. I never got addicted. I have this weird thing where I have smoked but never gotten addicted to. I don't know if I can say these things. It's so weird being a YouTuber. You gotta like be like, this doesn't exist. But the little packets of things that, you know, people, you know, do that with, and they take them out and they go like that. Yeah, like I never got addicted to those, right? I never got addicted to those. I never got addicted to Twitter. I get addicted to ridiculous stuff that no one should be addicted to, but never to stuff that everybody's addicted to.
Social media platforms are making these similar moves.
Wait, which one? The Kingdom Hearts one, or which? I was surfing so many metaphors
all at once. Like Reddit straight up copied Twitter with the API paywall, and YouTube is testing out this.
Also, it's literally impossible to say anything wrong about Kingdom Hearts. All you have to say is light, darkness, friendship.
3 strikes policy against people that are blocking ads. Although I don't think that the engineers over at YouTube...
Hearts are important. I quit Twitter yesterday. Honestly, happier now. No more stumbling across horrible. Yeah. Well, turf pylon. Well, like, look at NCC, we do the pylons on the turfs, right? It's much better when the turfs are underneath the pylon rather than when you're underneath the pylon with a turf on top of you, right? That's how we do. We find their silly, like, when they get over their skis and they say trans women have a biological advantage in fishing. Then we say, haha, turf, haha, you're very funny. Now let's make fun of you. Elon trying to do a Twitter version of Nickelodeon's Play campaign. It's the equivalent of the unfit, lazy PE coach telling students to exercise and fit, like the coach from Big Mouth. Oh my God, it all comes back, doesn't it? It all comes back to Coach Steve. I got addicted, like clinically addicted to Minecraft. Oh my God. Yo, I love Minecraft. I love Minecraft. Okay, y'all probably know this already.
Thought this through as much as the
Nobody wants a turf on them, right?
Twitter engineers, because you don't need to be signed in to YouTube to watch YouTube videos. So there's not really anything to ban if you browse YouTube anonymously besides, I guess, your IP, but that...
What? Has anybody seen this screen? Yeah, it's the Kingdom Hearts Big Mouth horseshoe theory, I believe, right? Look, hormone monsters for everybody. That's all I have to say. Wait, so has anybody ever seen this screen? Like, this has never happened to me. But maybe it's because of the browser I use. I don't know.
Can just be changed with a VPN, something that everyone and their mother has these days. And I've also heard a...
Hey, don't be talking about my mom. Don't be talking about my mom's VPN. Boy, oh, wait. I was playing for 10 hours a day on average. Are you talking about like multiplayer? Because I could see getting really addicted to multiplayer.
Rumor, like I haven't tested this for myself, but I've heard rumors that if you have an IP address that says you're in Russia and you watch YouTube right now, you just won't see any ads at all, because I guess every company that buys ads on YouTube has already sanctioned Russia.
So you know where to set your VPN for now. Facebook and Tumblr. I bet that would cause some bad... there's probably some other sites that might be harder to access as well if you have a Russian VPN. Facebook and Tumblr must be laughing their booties off right now, along with all of the Yahoo executive ladies who said years ago that Yahoo should have bought Twitter instead of Tumblr. Oh, interesting. Also, interesting that, oh my God, Love Fire Blue, thank you for the membership. Thank you. Yeah, you can join on YouTube. You can become a member. That gives you access to all of the old VODs, right? Some of the old videos that were too spicy, and some of the videos that are honestly like too good for the algorithm, right? For instance, my Scott Adams video I thought was really, really good. I knew that the algorithm was not going to treat it the right way, so I made it a YouTube members only. So yeah, membership has its privilege, and we really need to do that members only stream that I've been talking about. I teased the idea of watching Pethan/Ethan is Online versus Sensitive Society, because I just think that's such a good... It's a long debate, but it's so satisfying. It's so satisfying to see like an edgelord just get destroyed by an SJW. I know that Ethan probably doesn't relish the fact of me classifying them like that, but yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now we're gonna base NCC Industries in Russia. Now we're HKK. Oh yeah, that's how that works. Wait, what about the backwards N? Where does the backwards N come in? I want that. I want that for me. Minecraft is probably the most addictive thing I've ever encountered. I must avoid that stuff. Multiplayer, yeah. Oh my God, I used to play on a multiplayer server of a YouTube creator that I really liked. Can anybody guess who? Could anybody guess what server I'm talking about? I saw a conspiracy theory that it all comes back to eugenics in Silicon Valley. They want to decentralize communication for Darwinism purposes to increase the birth rate amongst smart people. But what? Oh my God. The backwards N is a letter? It's I? Yo, Russian is wild. That really is through the looking glass. The quartering, yes, the quartering's Minecraft server. Wow, that would have been amazing.
I wonder if that also works for Iranian IPs and other countries that the US sanctions
Like North Korea, maybe?
the crap out of. But anyway, Elon
Cuba?
is claiming that despite the rate limits, despite blocking the lurkers from Twitter and from viewing his tweets and other people's tweets, that this specific tweet right here has achieved a record view count. And assuming that this is
A record view count, but look at this, okay? No, I want him to click on this, right? Because I want to know how many of these retweets are quote tweets. I'm going to guess 500,000 of this 550,000 retweets, these are actually quote retweets. And they're dunking on him, because even Cat Turd was dunking on Elon. Hey, what's up, V?
true and not just copium, it will probably give Elon the confidence that he needs to actually stick with this decision of law.
What? Wait, no. Wait, does he not realize, like, look, okay, here, if you really want to look at it, okay, if you want to see a tweet's engagement, if you want to see how banger of a banger tweet is, right, then what you do is you take the likes, maybe even likes plus retweets, or like likes plus retweets times 2 or something, I don't know. You add that up, and then you divide that by the views, right? Because the more views that something has on it, like, right, versus likes, the more people, like, did not engage with that. Wait. So, yeah, Ilya? Oh my gosh. Cyrillic alphabet. Did you know that, chat, that they use the Cyrillic alphabet in Mongolia as well? Accurate, he doesn't understand how tweeting works. But, like, seriously, though? Super chat 3 USD, enjoy a cup of coffee. Thank you. Why did that not come up? I'm glad you retyped that out, right? Because I don't want to, okay, no, it just shows up like that. Yeah, thank you, Sisyphia and Task. Thank you for the cup of coffee. It is much appreciated, right? If you don't know, summer is the scary time of year financially for streamers and content creators in general. So everybody who is thinking of me and is sending something my way, every little bit helps. Every little bit makes it more feasible for me to do this long term. Accurate. Yeah, he doesn't understand how Kazakhstan just changed its alphabet to Cyrillic. Oh, from Cyrillic to Roman. I see.
Locking Twitter down more than it has ever been. Personally, I can't see too many people actually buying into this. Twitter Blue costs about the same as much as a standard Netflix subscription.
Yeah, and also the other thing, okay, so it's not a good deal. It's not priced right. It's not a good deal for the people buying it. It also doesn't make Elon that much money, right? He needs to concentrate on ads somehow. If you're going to make Twitter profitable, the only point where it was close to profitable was when it had ads, and it got ads by banning TOS content. Now that he's gone back on it, it's really hard to sell ads when you know it's going to be right next to like a, like a Proud Boys tweet, or like a anti-trans tweet, or a racist, anti-Semitic, or what have you tweet, right? You know that all that crap is on Twitter now, right? You're less likely to want to advertise. It becomes a brand risk. And I would say that even Elon is a brand risk, right? If they really want to make money off of Twitter, it is going to have to be sold. If it's ever going to come back, it's going to have to transfer ownership, right? Transition to Roman, and in 2025, it will be fully Roman script. Twitter and MySpace are what happens when people older than millennials have no little. Oh right, yeah, because Elon's like what is he, like a Gen Xer or something? Have little to no online experience or literacy, take over social media sites. Wow. Wait, who took over MySpace?
And
I feel like I remember this. Somebody bought MySpace and then it tanked.
I can still see a lot of people going over their verified rate limits if literally every single tweet and every single
Yeah, power users will go over their verified rate limits.
comment is considered one post that you viewed.
He was born in the 70s, so what does that means? That's an Xer, right?
And
X, like Xehanort. Oh my god, it all comes together. It all makes sense. Chat, I was so confused about the plot of Kingdom Hearts. I was so confused about the conflict between Tim Pool and Sam Seder. And I was so confused about the data scraping of Elon Musk, but it all makes sense, chat. It's X. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, look, we gotta play some, wait, what did I just miss? Something just happened on YouTube. Does it say it on the... It all connects. I think that somebody just, like, became a member. And I'm so sorry that it does not retain that information. But you know who you are, and you have my appreciation. It was the... Wait, that was the super chat? The super chat took that long to process. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm less confused now. My power level is increasing. Look, I mean, I need every... Like seriously, I feel like I'm gonna have to muster a spirit bomb. Right, we got some big changes on the way, right? You're gonna see some major changes in my stream very, very soon, and I think you're gonna be kind of surprised, probably in a good way, right? I've got a big surprise that some of my Patreons know about already, right? None of them have guessed exactly. Toggle cat ears. Oh my god, cat ears. Wait, they were right here. Yeah, they're right there. There's a major change going down, and if you're on my if you're reading my secret diary, you're reading. Wait, what do they call it in Kingdom Hearts? What's a secret, like, research document or whatever? Changes. No, these are like good changes, Kaiputer. These are good changes, right? But yeah, like it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna be a heavy lift and some notes. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Kaiputer, you don't understand. Everything is like connecting back to Kingdom Hearts now. It's so wild, right? Final Fantasy 16 has come out. People think that Nomura had something to do with it because it's Final Fantasy and it has weird plot elements. And they think that only Nomura can come up with weird plot elements. And that's not true. That's not true. Actually, Final Fantasy can't exist without weird plot elements, right? And Nomura had nothing to do with Final Fantasy 16, but because people are hating on Nomura so much, now you've got other people that are like, hey, what about Kingdom Hearts? When does Kingdom Hearts 4 come out? Like, that's what I want to know. I want to know what's up with Yozuru. Why is the Master of Masters standing on top of the Square Enix building? Right? Are they going to summon Kingdom Hearts in the real world? Why do they keep on referring to the real world as the world of fiction? Also, is Lightning, I gotta say, my girl from Final Fantasy 13, is she going to make an appearance? Because it feels like, didn't she end up in the real world too? Yeah, Keyblades Part 2. Yo, Lego Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god, they need to do that. They need to do that. Yeah. I think I looked at Kingdom Hearts 4 and I was disappointed. I think it said something like 2016. I think it's gonna take way too long to get that out. We'll have like 5 more Big Mouth spin-offs before we have Kingdom Hearts 4, unfortunately. A Lego franchise is awesome. Lego movies are great. Lego movies are always fun. Lego video games too.
Most people can probably hit their verified daily limit during a 6-hour flight, or 6 hours of downtime, whether you're on a subway or you're, I don't know, waiting in line to serve someone coffee or waiting in line to get your coffee, whatever.
I know, right, Shakespeare?
I think a lot of Twitter addicts might buy into this at first,
but yeah, Elon,
after they use up
here's the deal. Here's my theory, okay? Elon is destroying Twitter to cause a Keyblade war, right? To cause the seven lights to fight the 13 darknesses, right? Thus provoking a Keyblade war, which will forge the Keyblade, and I don't mean like the Keyblade, like as in the Keyblade. I mean the Keyblade, like this one, right? The Greek letter Chi blade, right? And with that Chi blade, I fully expect that Elon Musk intends to summon Kingdom Hearts. And we got to stop him. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. We got to jump into that data world. We got to find out what's going on, and then we got to come out and we got to stop Elon Musk, and Nomura will help us. Yes.
Free limit in like 10 minutes, but if they still aren't
is our
getting
only
that
hope.
fix with
Nomura is the only one who could possibly design a character as weird as me, right? I wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Tetsuya Nomura.
verified account, I think they're just going to switch to another site to consume content. And once that starts happening, once a site starts losing a bunch of users, which has been happening, at least amongst US users on Twitter since the beginning of this year, then the people who actually post the content here that makes the site interesting are going to end up going somewhere else so that their content gets looked at. And at that point, the site is dead.
Go somewhere else, like the Keyblade Graveyard, maybe?
But what are your guys' thoughts? Do you think that this move by Elon is going to actually make Twitter more profitable, which is the real reason behind this move? Or do you think it's going to fail and maybe he'll just pull the plug on the rate limits, pretend like it never happened in the old Elon Musk fashion?
I don't think he can get it back. I think the damage is already done, right? It's like this, okay? If you're on a ship and the ship hits an iceberg and the ship almost goes down, but they patch it up at the last minute, it's full of water, it's damaged, and they're like, everything's okay now, right? And then another ship comes by, you're probably going to think about getting on that other ship, right? It's too late. It's too late. People know that the foundations of Twitter are rotten. Twitter is infested with termites. Twitter is infested with darkness. That's what we're dealing with. Look, we got to watch this, okay? I think this might explain the problems with Twitter. Oh, this one, yeah. Wait, there's multiple of these, aren't there?
Kingdom Hearts is a video game series that uses Disney characters to trick you into playing a fan fiction written by a monkey. You play as Sora or one of his clones, the Sordas. Are they Sora? Sorta. Spend hundreds of hours searching for their missing friends by hopping through Disney movies told with half the pacing and none of the charm. You can tell they're good friends because they sit next to each other and talk about how good of friends they are. They are good friends.
Look, you wouldn't eat sea salt ice cream if you weren't good friends, right?
They eat ice cream. No one is being coerced. Do not question. Unfortunately for Sora, the worlds are being overtaken by darkness.
Darkness. That's the problem, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a Kingdom Hearts cutscene. You can say any words in any order. Darkness, darkness, light, dark, heart, dark memories, light, dark friendship.
Oh yeah, memories.
Darkness. In fact, for the rest of this video, let's replace the word darkness with bees, and it'll make exactly as much sense. When someone is overtaken by bees, their heart becomes a heartless, and their empty body becomes a nobody, and then those become problems. Only the Keyblade can free the hearts from the heartless, and there's only one Keyblade wielder, and that's Sora. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one.
Wait, is it the same darkness from Fable 3?
Only one.
Yeah.
Only one. Okay, all right. So I guess just anyone can use these things now.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't care. Just handing these things out like lollipops. Join Sora, Goofy, and Donald's unconscious body as they fight against the forces of bees. Instead of
If you played the game, you get that joke. Donald always finds a way to lose his health, and I have respect for beekeepers. We'd have swarms in towns and residential areas without them. Right, the bees would be everywhere. The bees would literally, oh yeah, got it memorized. I mean, Lee.
Finding Kyrie or her various Kyrie colors, spend 60% of each game doing the Disney character's chores while fighting Maleficent, who is absolutely convinced that she is the main antagonist. Girl, please. Who are all these people that turned into the Heartless that you're fighting? Who knows? Probably all the characters from the Disney properties nobody cares about. Sorry, Black Cauldron. Maybe they're all the people from the completely empty, lifeless overworlds. Luckily for him, Sora's well equipped to deal with these enemies thanks to the intricate combat system. Start the game mashing one button and finish the game mashing 2 buttons. Because every single ability is mapped to the exact same place. Because nothing says fun like playing a video game in one hand.
Once in a while you'll get to press the triangle button for like a real-time event, but yeah, pretty much. Oh yeah, the cards.
Shuffling through a deck of cards in the other. And if you spend 4,000 hours grinding every single ability and figuring out their weird EXP requirements, you can unlock abilities the game thinks should be optional.
Wait, what is
like
this?
Dodging. Is there a lingering question that you have after playing one of the games? Well, don't worry, because the rabid fanbase always has the answer. It's just never satisfying. Despite not releasing a main game in 13 years, the fans have stayed true thanks to some genuinely great boss fights, memorable music, and a few other things.
Okay, no, do not need.
Join the hype and get excited for the new worlds Disney's acquired through their cutthroat business practices. Then watch the nostalgia crumble around you as you ask yourself, wow, was the writing always this bad? It was. It was always this bad.
Or this good. I don't know. What do you think? Look, to be fair, like the gross stuff only comes from fan fiction and like, right, it's not.
Ignore the light, Sora. The bees are nothing to fear.
Why are there so many?
Control them! Channel them!
Songs about darkness.
Become a
And what's on the other side?
beekeeper. You can have all this power and more!
Yay! It's Goofy! They put bugs in him!
Oh, wait, I get this. Okay, so like, right, they go to different worlds that are like different cinematic universes, and when they go to like the Lion King world, they all turn into lions. When they go into like the Little Mermaid, they all get fishtails. They all become mer people, and this must be they're going into the Muppet land, and they all become Muppets.
We're supposed to be friends!
Kermit is about to start organization 14. Why is 14 even scarier than 13?
Look, the Goofy you know is gone. I'm a boy Gooks. I don't need friends. I've been manipulating you since the start. Also, I can something Keyblade.
Oh, see, he said Keyblade, but it was with the X. He's talking about the Keyblade, right? That's like, you gotta remember in Kingdom Hearts, there's the Keyblade, and then there's the Keyblade, right? These are 2 different things.
No way! I don't believe it! The Goofy we know is still in there!
Oh yeah? Watch me remove the subtitles so nobody can understand Donald anymore.
Oh no. Gooby, please.
Riku! Wait, I mean Donald!
You see, in the 10 seconds I was dead in Kingdom Hearts 2, Xemnas came by and replaced my body with a digital double.
Please, oh baby, don't go. Simple
It's replica Goofy.
and clean is the way that you're. Hey, thank you for watching. Kingdom Hearts brings a lot of unexpected series together. And you know who else does? This video's sponsor, Verve. Verve is an online
Oh my god, okay. Well, that's awesome, right? This is Jello Apocalypse, if you want to find this out. They've got like lots of, this is basically Ruby, this is basically JoJo, this is basically Kingdom Hearts, this is basically Genshin Impact. Wow, okay, so yeah, like that's so like we're trying to figure out about Twitter though, like, right? Twitter rate limit. You have returned? When you walk away. Oh my god. What? Tesla is... Wait, this isn't real, is it? Is this the real Tesla? What, is Elon, like, literally streaming about this too? Um, no, no, not Jamie Kilstein. Yo, if this was Kingdom Hearts, like Jamie Kilstein would definitely be a boss. All right, he'd be like Demix. Yeah, he'd be like Demix. He's like a boss that ends up being really easy. Anyway, wait, what this? There was like a Moist Critical video of this, wasn't there? Yo, I used to like really like legitimately like Moist Critical, and like I found out a little bit more about like Moist Critical in the past. There's a few things that Moist Critical, a few takes that Moist Critical has had that I definitely do not agree with, right? But he does tend to cover all this stuff, or else you can basically can't shop or buy anything. Yeah, he wants to make you use the X app. I don't know if that's the real Tesla account. Moist Critical fell off. Well, wait, was he good before? I thought that he was bad before, and I just didn't know about it. Moisty unsubbed from. He's an ass? Yeah, I can't remember. Well, look, some ordinary gamers is worse. This was what I'm afraid of. There's been so many videos of finish this off angry. Oh no, it's about this, right? He got mad and lectured content cop. Wait, lectured iDubbbz? Oh yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, he was like, why would you give an apology just for yeah, for saying the N-word? Yeah, maybe you should do an apology for the N-word. Maybe the N-word does. I just want like a video. Like I'm gonna have to go to Hassan, aren't I? Oh my god. Hey, it could be worse. It could be sensitive society. God. What is Jamie Kilstein? For some reason, YouTube has been showing opera ads featuring Penguin Zero Moist Critical, and it's annoying. Similar to YouTube playing right-wing ads and left-wing political videos. Jamie Kilstein used to be a left-winger, okay? A long time ago, Jamie Kilstein was a co-host of a show called Citizen Radio, and he he was married to the other co-host. They got divorced. Apparently, while they were married, he was hiring interns and then kind of leaning on them for relationships and like using his like kind of stardom to forge relationships with fans. I don't know, just like all this like kind of weird abuse of power kind of stuff. And he got caught doing it, and obviously like the people that supported him didn't support him anymore after that, and he absolutely like 180'd and started going on Rogan and talking about how bad the SJWs are, right? That's Jamie Kilstein. This is one from 20 hours ago. But yeah, that's now I just want to sing Rainbow Connection. That's not Rainbow Connection. Oh, this is the Moist Critical one. Yeah, like I was gonna play this, but like I don't know. Like Moist Critical has left some bad taste in my mouth recently.
No need for dilly-dally, you already know what we're here to talk about. Twitter is the gift that just keeps on giving, like a birthday party clown that never runs out of ribbon to pull out of his thumb, and it makes me
I feel like Twitter's pulling ribbon out of another part of its body.
continue to burp and clap while smiling. It's a beautiful disaster, a blunder that never ends. It reminds me of like that cheese rolling competition
Yeah, there's like a short Hassan one too.
that happens every year in the UK.
Wait, what is this? Can anybody tell me about this? What is the chills cheese running? Like a Dave Rubin. I don't know, right? Dave Rubin was never really on the left. Jamie Kilstein, for all practical purposes was, but people kind of question like his commitment, given the fact that he used his role as like a leftist podcast. I don't want to call him like a celebrity, right? But he was, somewhat known for his podcast. In order to enter into relationships with like a huge power differential, right? Yeah, it's Moisty also is also like 5 or 4. Wait, he's 5'4". Okay, I'm sorry. I was like, wait, trying to figure out. 5'4", 5 inches. No, 5 inches. This is not Wonderland. This is not Wonderland. He's not 5 inches 4 micro inches. He is 5 feet 4 inches. Yes, yes. Right. Unless he drinks the potion that says "drink me" and then he shrinks. But right. Feel better, like a better comedian that would be able to make it into a joke about how much us white folks just love cheese. What is the cheese roll? Is this real cheese rolling thing? Is wild? People do get injured. But wait, so they throw down a cheese first, and then people try to be the first to get they try to capture the cheese? Is that the idea?
A cheese wheel down like a really steep hill, and
God, that sounds dangerous. That's like worse than Red Rover.
people just throw themselves down the hill, hurting themselves the whole way, tumbling, chasing after that cheese
That's the real Keyblade War, right?
wheel. That's Twitter, constantly hurting itself in pursuit of that cheese. And in this case, it's the big cheese, the biggest cheese, money. Twitter is a platform that just burns money forever. And with Elon Musk at the helm now, it is desperate to start turning some kind of profit, or at least mitigate the losses as best as possible. Because obviously you don't want to own a business that just keeps taking spaghetti out of your bank account here forever and burning it. So,
I mean, yeah, burnt spaghetti's pretty bad.
they've been coming up with all kinds of...
What do you think, chat? If you burn spaghetti, will you eat it? I have a problem even eating, like, say that I only burn like 1 or 2 noodles. I feel like the whole spaghetti clump still tastes like burnt.
different plans in order
Yeah,
to
Wisconsin should have something like that, right?
try and make Twitter generate some level
It depends on how burnt. Yeah, true. Like popcorn.
of money.
Although, oh no, I can't take it. I can't take burnt popcorn. I mean, I'll eat it because, like, if I make popcorn, then I get intent on eating popcorn, right? And it's really hard to like make popcorn and then throw popcorn away and not eat it. So I'll like try to eat it, but it tastes so bad.
And I followed it pretty closely. I've made quite a few videos going over a lot of the silly stuff that's happened recently, but I haven't talked about it very much, even though they have made some decisions that I still think are comically bad. For example, you can now no longer even access any Twitter content unless you log in. So if you try and read a tweet...
The whole noodle is fine, but the problem is, right, you're boiling the noodle, so the taste of the burned noodle permeates the other noodles, and it messes with me. I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be this much of a princess about burnt food, right? I love popcorn, but I'm okay with burnt rice, kind of. Oh, the bits that get stuck in your teeth. Yeah, those are rough. I mean, not rough, they're sharp, actually. Have you seen some Red Bull Sports? The Fluke, what's it called? Fluke's tag? A Turkish one where you try to run up a long greased pole above the water and catch a flag. Oh, that sounds difficult, but well worth it, right? Here's a funny tweet for gamers. I hate, I've only got 600 of those to burn. I hate the smell. Yes! Electric brain! You're onto something there, okay? You are onto something, and we're almost on to the 3/4 of an hour ad break. That's right. Today we're doing something different. For some reason, we got the first quarter of the hour ad break, and we got the third quarter of the hour ad break. We don't have any ad breaks on the top or the bottom of the hour like we normally do, but we have a displaced ad break, right? And it's coming up in 15 minutes, and I'm glad that you mentioned the burnt popcorn, because for some reason that helped me remember the fact that you're going to feel like burnt popcorn if you get stuck in that ad break. What are some ways that you can get out of that ad break? If you have Twitch Prime, all you got to do is link it up to your Twitch. If you have Amazon Prime, all you got to do is link it up to Twitch, and then you got a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If you give it to me, that will get you out of the ad break, right? Another way you can take care of this is with $5. $5 is what it costs for a Twitch sub. If you spend $5 on a Twitch sub, you will also get out of the ad break for a month, and you will also get access to all of our wonderful emotes and so much more. Like, I've been planning a members only stream. I just don't know when to do it because I want to make sure that like everybody's there. I don't want to do a members only stream and have people be like, oh, I wasn't there. Oh, FOMO. I don't want to give you FOMO. That's the last thing. FOMO's tough. FOMO's actually underrated. FOMO is I don't want to cause FOMO. There's enough FOMO in the world as it is, right? I don't want to increase the level of FOMO. I don't want to increase the level of darkness. That's why I want to make sure that I have everybody on board when we do, the premium streamium. And that means that everybody that's a Twitch sub, everybody that's a YouTube member, and everybody that is on Patreon will get access to the stream. And it should be pretty fun because I've got a really cool video queued up of Ethan is Online versus Sensitive Society. You're going to see an edgelord get roasted and toasted. And it's beautiful. It really, don't let this be that Taco Bell ad. I haven't seen her Taco Bell ad.
Watch a Twitter video or anything like that and you're not logged in on desktop, you just get taken right to the
Red Bull Adult Soapbox. Oh, Soapbox Derby. You know what? I never did that as a kid. I never did a Soapbox Derby. I don't know. Is this like more old school? Like, did this only happen like back in the day?
Sign-in page, which I think is a luxury afforded only to Twitter. That is the only platform that can get away with that. Imagine if you went on YouTube and it wouldn't allow you to watch any videos until you signed in. It'd kill the platform. But Twitter is more addicting than heroin, and the people that are hooked on the product,
God, I wish you wouldn't say demonetization words, Moist Critical,
perpetually need their fix. It reminds me of Bane from Batman, how he constantly has those tubes that are filtering that juice, that venom into his body in order for him to live.
Is that what he does? It's juice? He's got juice?
That's a lot of people's relationship with Twitter. They fucking need that poison in their life. So if they're forced to log in to even view anything on the platform, they'll do it without a second thought, really.
No. I only see Temu ads for some reason.
With a smile on their face. But it's really the only platform that can get away with it. They're the only platform afforded that luxury. Other platforms like YouTube, again, for example, would absolutely see a drastic decrease in the amount of traffic that they get. Platforms like Reddit, too, I imagine if you have to log in to read anything on the platform, would also see a significant drop-off. But we're not here to talk about that change. Instead, I want to focus on the big change from today. And that is Elon Musk finally targeting data scrapers, which is a legitimate problem. I want to make this very clear up front. Data scraping is actually a problem. I didn't realize how big of a problem it was for so many companies until I watched Mudahar's video on it today. And data scraping is...
That's some ordinary gamers. Yeah, I kind of don't watch some ordinary gamers because they're politics, but apparently Penguin Zero's like problematic in his own way.
Is extremely expensive, and there is so many people
Yo, I just want to get that $7 Nintendo Switch. That's what I want.
Exploiting a lot of like API.
I'm guessing though, I think the deal is that they only have they have 10 of them to give away, and you gotta be one of the first like 10 people to buy it like when it goes on sale, or it's something like that.
Just in general, a lot of shady shit going on with data scraping, that it is something that does require a solution. But this is Elon Musk's solution, and it's basically just kill the host as well as the parasite. So
this is my solution, and it is boost my tweet on Twitter, even though Twitter is a dying site, it still helps me out if you're still on there, if you go over and boost it up. So I appreciate that. Dang, now you're making me want Taco Bell. Oh my god, I love Taco Bell. Oh my god, I should get Taco Bell, why aren't you sponsoring me? I actually like your food. I'm not hard to please, chat. Let's like people think that I'm this princess. I'm a high maintenance bee, and it's not entirely true, okay? I do like some simple things like oatmeal and like Taco Bell, but I also like sparkling water, okay? So what I'm saying is I'm a really expensive girlfriend, is all. Volcano Taco is back to what? Oh my god, we're so advertising. We should get paid. We should all get paid. You should get paid. I should get paid. Everyone should get paid, right? Damn. But instead, we're having to pay to get out of ads, which are going to happen in about 7 minutes. So be thinking about that. If you want to get out of this ad break, you got 7 minutes to what is it called? Like be right by Jesus or something. But instead of Jesus, it's Bezos, right? You got to be right by Bezos. You have 7 minutes to do that, or else you too will be subject to the lovely third quarter of the hour ad break.
He's imposing a limitation on all accounts.
Yeah, that's my tweet for the day. If anybody wants to help me out with that in any way you can, I would very much appreciate you.
So he says to address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits.
Computer Bailey. So that's the third method, right? I always talk about 3 methods, right? The first one is Twitch Prime. The second one is you pay $5 yourself. The third one is that you are an active chatter, just like Computer Bailey was. And Computer Bailey received a free 1 month tier 1 gift sub courtesy of Iron Orchid. Iron Orchid, thank you so much. And we're getting closer to that 10, we're getting closer to Kingdom Hearts zone, right? Because I got some cool content. I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy 16. I'm going to be talking about Kingdom Hearts. I'm going to be talking about Tetsuya Nomura, and we're going to get deep into the lore, right? Because apparently some lore dropped behind my back. I didn't even know about it, right? You don't know about all the Kingdom Hearts lore unless you're like on every single platform, and apparently that includes mobile games.
Accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day.
Volcano Club, yes.
Unverified accounts up to 600
Volcano Club.
Posts per day, and new unverified accounts to 300 posts per day. Now, to be clear, this just means if you see this many posts. It's not about how many times you post. If you post something, it counts as 1 on your daily Twitter allowance. But if you scroll
so like even making a post, right, that costs you 1.
Past a post, that still counts. So anything you scroll by, anything at all,
I think even an ad, right,
on Twitter counts as post.
1 in chat to be part of the Volcano Club, right? Is that some kind of Jimmy Buffett thing? Even this is a good. I remember like my dad's friend was like a Jimmy Buffett fan, and he had all this stuff with volcanoes. It's Jimmy Buffett a cult, chat? Can somebody explain Jimmy Buffett to me? Tim Pool versus Sam Seder. We do have that coming up next, don't we? Yeah. Even this is a good case study in how YouTube community platform someone utters the word, oh yeah, right. Yeah, and I get demonetized. That's right. It's all Moist Critical's fault. And he doesn't have to worry about that. I gotta stay valuable to YouTube, right? Look, here's the deal. So as far as ad money, I don't make very much, right? Unless you get the big views, you don't make a lot of money off of ads. But I do know that YouTube will cancel your monetization if they view you as not being valuable to the platform. So it's almost like impingent on you to have a certain percentage of your content monetized, or else, YouTube will just withdraw all the money, and that sucks, right?
So if you scroll through like 10 comments, that's 10 of your 300 posts for the day if you're a new unverified account.
Three of us in the Volcano Club. Some people didn't realize that a reply is also a tweet. Oh, so if you reply, oh wait, you're scrolling through replies. Yeah, that counts as a tweet. Yeah. Verified accounts can post, 10,000. So, okay, so it started out, 300 for new unverified, 600 for verified, 600 for regular unverified accounts, right? And then 6,000 for verified accounts, right? Then he moved it to 400 for unverified new, 800 for other unverified accounts, and 8,000 for verified. And now he's got it up to, I think it's like 500 for unverified new, 1,000 for unverified. And God, it feels like Kingdom Hearts. I feel like I'm talking about Unversed and Heartless. And what are those other ones? The dudes that do the Matrix thing. They're like, you know what I'm talking about? And they're like all zipped up. Oh my God, nobodies. Yeah, you got the nobodies, you got the dream eaters, you got the unversed. Like it's wild. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
So people have been speedrunning to see how long it takes to reach this limit. And right now I believe this is the world record, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. But keep in mind, this any percent route here is about 2 minutes worth of time loss to setting up the account itself. So the speedrun goes from actual nothing, you don't have an account, to then going through the
Yeah, that's right. They killed Knitter.
captchas, going through the codes, the emails, and all of that. And it's about 2 minutes to set up your account, and then the other 33 seconds is spent scrolling. And then this is what you get at the very end of your journey here. Rate limit exceeded. And most people...
Yeah, that's your achievement unlocked.
People get this within the first couple of minutes if it's a new unverified account. Now, for older unverified accounts, it goes up to 600 per day.
So yeah, these are old numbers. It's now what, 500, 1,000, and 10,000.
So double that. You basically get like...
You did not miss Seder and Tim. You came in at the right time. We're just about to get to that.
About 10 minutes. At being very generous, you'd get about 10 minutes worth of scrolling for your unverified account before you get the...
Or your unversed account.
The rate limit exceeded. Now, if you have like the Twitter Blue Boy Scout badge, 6,000 posts per day is probably what a normal person will be fine with. I don't think many people, aside from like actual hard addicts and power users of Twitter, are going to scroll past 6,000 posts per day. So that one probably isn't going to get...
Speaking of vanilla, has anybody tried the Grimace Shake?
Give any Twitter Blue enthusiasts a big problem. But
Has it, a better question, has anybody survived the Grimace Shake?
the other two basically restrict everyone's access to the site to only a handful of minutes. He does say that this is just like a temporary thing, so a ban...
You just got a Taco Bell ad. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So we're getting quarter of the hour, third quarter of the hour ad break. You get the first quarter of the hour ad break. You get the third quarter of the hour ad break. Those are how our ad breaks are working right now. That's how the ad breaks are breaking down. It's no longer the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour. It's the first quarter and the third quarter. It's like some kind of moon cycle thing. Wait, that's more like Persona though. That's more like Persona than Kingdom Hearts.
Wait,
no, Kingdom Hearts has a moon thing too, except the moon is like literally heart shaped. I think the moon is Kingdom Hearts. Yeah. Fred Bro.
Data scraping problem. Not sure exactly how long they're going to engage in this social experiment of self-destruction, but he is saying up front that it is temporary. So I guess this is just going to be a matter of waiting to see how long it continues for.
So has he really said it's going to be temporary? And I don't know, what's the end game then, right? Is the idea that he is trying to replace Google services, and that once those are replaced, they'll lift the cap? They should really lift the cap on Social Security, though. Yeah, we're getting to Sam Seder, right? I thought Sam released DMs. Yes. And I've actually got I got a video coming up for you on. There's more to the Sam Seder thing. I'm going to give you a little taste of that today. We're going to watch one video about that, but I've actually got a video essay coming up because I dived into this rabbit hole and I didn't realize how deep it went, right? It's seriously like a Kingdom Hearts level lore drop. That is what we're talking about. That is what we're dealing with, right? I played through the mobile games. I played through the games on the DS. I played through all the games to bring to you all the lore, to actually be able to explain the story of Tim Pool and Sam Seder, because it's actually a lot deeper, and it tells us something about the business of online political content creation, right? It gives us a little insight to why some of your leftist content creators don't always act like leftist content creators. Some people want to give a quarter when they shouldn't. Some people want to go along with people like Tim Pool in order to get access to their platforms, right? The Sam Seder issue explains that, and you'll see that Sam is kind of the exception to the rule as far as people who are not playing the same game as Tim Pool and all those shitlords, right? And so I like Moist Critical. Listen, like, I feel like there's some thing I'm not allowed to like Moist Critical, right? After the take on iDubbbz, that I don't know where that came out of, but if you ship us, wait, is that okay? I don't know if that's okay. I can't. I can't. I can't either.
Now, this is good and bad because I've been very vocal about how awful I
Sam does not play. Yeah, there's so much to this, right? So that's why I have to do my very first. I'm saying a video essay. I kind of think it's a commentary. Like, I don't know. I have a high bar for video essays, right? Like, I'm a fan of Jesse Genders. I'm a fan of FD signifiers. I'm a fan of people who do like real deal, video essays, like ContraPoints, right? I mean, that's a whole nother level of content creation. I'm not sure if I'm on that yet, but it's at least a commentary video that breaks it down for you and explains how it all connects, right? Like I said, just like Kingdom Hearts, it all connects with that Keyblade.
think Twitter is a platform for the mental health of everyone that uses it. So anything that gets people off the platform for an extended period of time, I think is a good thing. It gets them doing other things that aren't just brain rot on Twitter.
Yeah.
But
Emma's part of it. Emma's debate with Tim Pool is part of it. I pulled from a lot of sources to put it all together to tell you a story that I don't think is super apparent unless you're like I said, I'm like the ultimate Kingdom Hearts fan that actually has all the systems. That's able to tell you put together the dream drop distance with the birth by sleep, with the 358 over 2 days. You know what I'm saying? With the numbered games and with the kingdom, with the Union Cross and the what is it? The Dark Path. We're gonna be getting into that, right?
of course, as a platform,
if we can get 4 more subscriptions, if we can add 4 more sub points to that total, then we will be getting into that today. Okay, so and you'll also be escaping the next quarter of the hour ad break. It's coming on the 15s. It's coming on the 45s. I'm not sure why it's doing that today, but it is, right? That's how it's working. So if you don't want to be part of that, if you don't want to be sucked into that, if you want to stay in the stream, you can use your Twitch. You can use your Amazon Prime to link to Twitch and thus obtaining a Twitch Prime. Kind of like I don't know. That sounds like some Kingdom Hearts shit right there. You can pay $5 to just no questions, like get out of the ad break. Or if you're lucky, you might get a gift sub, but don't count on it, right? It's only if you're lucky. It's like winning the lottery, okay? Sam was Tim's first major interview. Yes. Tim Pool was involved in Occupy back in the day, and Sam actually gave Tim the shout out, right? Because he, okay, Occupy, cool, right? Look at what turns Tim Pool's life has taken after that.
provide real value to a lot of people as well. So for a lot of like businesses or artists or anything like that that rely on Twitter in order for marketing or in order to get
what's super cute?
their content out, it's very rough because so many people are going to hit their rate and not see what you're posting, or you won't see what they're posting if it's something that you actively check in on. And of course, Twitter is invaluable when it comes to like real world important events. Like a lot of times that news breaks on Twitter and people follow it there. But with the new Twitter allowance here for what you're allowed to see a day, you'd have a very hard time keeping up with a developing story, especially like, let's say it's in your area, so it'd be like really important to you.
Oh my god, thank you for the resubscribe with Prime. Yeah, we're at 7 now. We're at 7. Oh my god, you're great. You're great too, old sickback. Yeah, we're at 7. We only need 3 more to make this happen.
If you hit your Twitter allowance, you exceed your rate, you now get cut off from that information. So there is like an actual problem here with this system. It's a bit deeper than just go touch grass now, loser. This is a good thing. You're free. You can go touch grass. There is like an actual underlying issue with this whole format. So it is a big issue overall, and you can see why this would kill the platform if you can only use it.
You can't get to my throne? The links on your bio are broken. Thank you for letting me know that, Iron Orchid. Huh. Let me go look at this. I'll keep playing Charlie
for 10 minutes per day. It's not exactly going to be something that stands the test of time. It becomes less of a social media platform and more of like a mobile game daily quest that you do in a couple of minutes and then you're done for the day, which is exactly what Mudahar said in his video, and he's right on the nose with it. That's 100% correct. The number one thing that online companies are salivating over is how to keep you on their platform. It's the reason YouTube has such a robust recommended algorithm. It's constantly feeding you videos it thinks you want to watch, because if it's things you want to watch, you stay on the platform for a longer period of time. All of these companies are fighting for your time. They want to keep you there as long as possible. With this new Twitter policy, they're now driving you away from the platform as quickly as possible. So they're trying to target data scraping to solve that problem.
Let me know if this one works, okay? So this is, I think this should be my my throne. Now, if not, there might be, I thought I verified myself, but maybe there's some verification I need to do. If anybody wants to check it out on YouTube, there it is for you as well. That's my throne wish list. I don't actually have a camera on there right now because I don't know what a good camera is. I have a pretty decent webcam, right? But as far as, oh my god, you know, as I say, I'm like shaking it, right? I need to find a way to set up my webcam where it doesn't bounce me around like that, because I know that's jarring to watch. And I do want to do more video essays in the future, right? So a better camera would be great. I just don't even know like what, like a good one at a low price. Like I don't even know what that is. I only know about audio, and I do know that like I need to upgrade, just like Polly has, to the SM7B, the industry standard microphone. I think that might even be the one that Moist Critical's using right now.
But they're giving themselves a new problem, which is...
Actually, you know what? He sounds like a USB mic right there.
Nobody's going to be able
Hassan has one.
To use the service
Polly has one.
Anymore. You are driving
Aiko has one.
Users off of the platform in a matter of minutes for the vast majority of your user base. They can't...
Yeah, let me know if that link works, because if not, I need to fix it.
...spend time on your platform, even if they wanted to, because you are limiting the amount of time they can spend there. Drastically. Again, unverified accounts can't...
That's really cool. I can't wait to see what Polly looks like with her new camera.
...can't spend very long on the platform at all. A handful of minutes...
The mic sounds good, doesn't it?
...minutes per day.
It works.
So they're going to go to competing services.
So I just gotta fix my, fix it on Twitch then.
So it should be pretty obvious why Twitter would likely be buried if this becomes their permanent solution to the data scraping problem. It won't be...
Oh yeah, this is like harming the site.
...a site that's able to exist anymore because it won't have a user base left. Because they literally would not be able to use the platform because they'll hit their rates so quickly. It's what's been happening all day to so many accounts. And Elon Musk recognized that as well. He must have seen that so many people were instantly exceeding their rate and being cut off from the service. So he increased it to 8K, 800, and 400. That 400 makes pretty much no difference. That is...
Rebel Communicate, thank you for subbing with an Amazon Prime. Thank you for taking money out of Jeff Bezos's pocket and putting it into mine. Hype Train is close. If anybody wants a Weasel song, we are... You know, you got 25 seconds to make that happen.
It's negligible. That'll give you an extra 5 seconds worth of scrolling. So that's... Who gives a shit? The 800 gives you maybe another couple of minutes of scrolling, and then the 8,000 doesn't really matter because that wasn't the biggest issue with the change. Or maybe I'm dreadfully underestimating just how addicted people are to Twitter. Like maybe people are scrolling past more than 6,000 or 8,000 posts per day. But regardless, he increased the limit because so many people were hitting it so quickly. As I was recording this video, he increased it again to 10,000, 1,000, and then 500. The 500 is still, once again, not a big difference. You're still going to have to be rationing your time on the platform to make sure you don't see unnecessary tweets that take away from your allowance. So that is, again, still not going to be a big deal. It adds maybe an extra 3 seconds to the speedrun route. The 1,000 for unverified accounts that have existed for a while, that might be, you know, like let's just be super generous and say that it gives you like a full hour worth of scrolling on Twitter if you do it at like a very leisurely pace and you painstakingly read everything you scroll by. Like maybe that'll give you like an hour. But then once again, increasing the Twitter Blue to 10,000, this is just starting to highlight that I might just be really out of touch with how addicted people really are. Because again, I thought 6 or 8K was probably not really the big issue with this because I didn't think most Twitter Blue subscribers would be that deep into fucking doom scrolling forever. But I mean, he's increasing the Twitter Blue one again to 10K. So I mean, there must be an issue on that front as well. But regardless, you can see that the rate limiting of everyone on the platform is starting to cause some kind of internal panic. Clearly the goal is to combat the bad actors with data scraping, but it's coming at the cost of killing the entire platform for everybody else. It's like hunting a mosquito with a bazooka. you'll kill the mosquito, but everything else around it too. And in this case, it's your users that aren't paying for Twitter Blue, which is the vast, vast majority of your user base. It's obviously trying to push all of the unverified accounts to paying Twitter Blue subscribers. It's trying to convert them into handing over some money out of their wallet so that way they continue to spend all day on Twitter like they're used to. So all the goals are pretty obvious here. Obviously trying to stop losing as much money as they are to data scraping, and also trying to convert the people that aren't willing to drop some doubloons on Twitter into people that will pay money for a Twitter Blue subscription, so that way they can unlock the, bigger allowance for the site. They can spend.
Okay, so I think I've got it fixed on the panel now. Thank you for letting me know, Iron Orchid. Yeah, if anybody ever finds anything that's busted, any links or anything like that you can't get to, let me know and I'll fix them. I'm sorry that you're having to deal with that. Ads count. Yeah, ads count. Yeah, I think you're right, Electric Brain. I think you're right. Ads do count. Like killing a mosquito with a tactical nuke. It's going to be the left, or I think mostly subbed. So this will make more impact. Oh, yeah. Well, Elon's been trying to get rid of accounts like Unicorn Riot for a long time, right? Didn't he take down It's Going Down? And Reddit's official app is the only thing available on mobile now. That's right, no more Apollo. And if you are visually impaired, you're kind of SOL. They took that away too. You need to pay $6.99 a month to get the ad-free experience. Whereas on Twitch, it's only $5 for an ad-free experience a month. It never makes sense to penalize people. I always love how I say penalize. The people who are both your consumers and making the content for free. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I see most right-wing people are verified on Twitter. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the idea, that you got to be an Elon super fan at this point. But honestly, he's lost a lot of his super fans. You even had Cat Turd dragging Elon. Hey, what's up, Sarah?
More time on there. They get to unlock more time with Twitter. I don't know how successful that's going to be. Hopefully it won't be at all. I really don't see a world where people hit their rate and then just immediately grab their fucking credit card because they are scratching at their neck for more Twitter immediately. I hope that isn't the case. But regardless, should this system,
if I'm ever scratching at my neck, it's because of a pimple,
carry over for a long period of time, I really do see it being the legitimate end of the site. Again, most people aren't going to be paying for a service that has been free for as long as it's existed. So I just don't see a world where all of a sudden they're going to be okay with it now. But like Mudahar, I recognize that data scraping is
also it's just kind of I don't know if Twitter's cool enough to warrant. It's $5 on Twitch. If you sub directly on the Twitch site, Google Play, charges you an extra $1, right? So that's definitely motivation, if you can, to sub on your desktop to save yourself some money that way. Also saw a lot of SWs and people who need to use Twitter for their jobs or writing. Yeah, there's journalism, news, politics. Yeah, all these professions are very Twitter centric. These folks also need to purchase to stay afloat until there was a yeah. That's why I don't actually when the block the blue thing went down. I didn't actually block all of the blue, right? I didn't just block anybody that I saw with a Twitter verification, because A, some of those verifications are legacy ones, and B, some of those verifications are people who, for whatever reason, need that verification. I generally look at right-wing threads. When there's a thread calling people G-rumors, that's a great thread to find some blue check marks to block, right? In fact, you can probably block, everybody that's saying horrible transphobic stuff in those threads. What happened between Cat Turd? Cat Turd doesn't like this. Cat Turd is mad. Cat Turd is off Team Elon, at least temporarily. Elon learned the hard way that he's not right-wing enough for Cat. Well, it's not about the politics. It's about site administration, right? People are mad about this. Even right-wingers, even verified people are mad about this. You can sub for a few months at a time to save even more. Oh, I didn't know that. That's a great idea, Cat. Yeah, that is. It's a better deal for you, and it's a better deal for me. So. make it pay. With Reddit, it is a brand thing. I've used Reddit to various extents since 2006. Making it paywalled is just such an antithesis of its branding. It's like when Tumblr got rid of the corn. Yeah, it didn't kill the site, but it changed it so much that it became entirely different. Long-term subs on Twitch are a great value and help keep you on a streak with your favorite streamer, and help keep your favorite streamer able to produce content. Either Twitter-centric businesses or jobs need to start moving away from Twitter and use another site. Yeah, so as far as the alternatives, right? I'm on Blue Sky now. I would recommend it, right? Obviously, there's some, accounts that came over from Twitter that I'm not super thrilled with, but all in all, it seems like it's a better, it's like a better group. Blue Sky is cool for beta. Yeah, they're still on beta, right? There's no video, there's no DMs. There's a few things that they haven't implemented yet, right? But it definitely is. It does seem to be, all in all, it seems to be a good group of people. Catturd spends all their time on Twitter when Elon. Yeah, that's exactly it. Catturd, yeah, the hardcore Twitter addicts, as Moist Critical was calling them, are not very pleased with Elon right now.
A problem that requires a solution, and somehow Elon Musk found the worst solution to the problem. I don't have the answers though, so don't look at me to cough up something genius here to stop data scraping without ruining the entire platform for all of the users that aren't paying for it. Because I don't know how to even begin combating it. But surely there's got to be something else that doesn't immediately nuke the whole platform. So I guess we'll just have to wait to see how everything continues developing here, but I did think this was actually pretty fascinating. Twitter is one of the few platforms that repeatedly makes decisions that I think are counterintuitive to long-term health of it.
Twitter,
but
Reddit.
It's still around. Yeah, it hasn't died yet.
There's a few.
And maybe it'll endure this change as well. There's no telling, but just wanted to talk about it a little bit.
I don't know.
That's
there's a critical mass of people leaving Twitter now, so it's worth it to check into some of the alternatives, right? So I promised you some Tim Pool and Sam Seder, right? Like I said, I've got a video coming out about this that is going to go into depth and it's going to explain all the dynamics going on between Sam Seder and Tim Pool and some of the amazing, sort of discoveries. Like this controversy, as much as it may be drama, it actually, oh my God. We got to skip over that blue-haired person. I didn't realize that blue-haired person went on Tim Pool. That's right. He did, didn't he? He who shall not be named.
I think, I was on Twitter last night, and then people started saying to me that Destiny was on Tim.
Okay.
Other two people, but everyone knows how much I love.
I just need a filter for blue hair. Oh wait, no, that would take me. That would take old NCC out too, right? That would take the if I ever played an old video of mine, I'd be filtered out too.
When Tim Pool name checks me, and apparently Tim Pool is very mad at everybody here.
Yeah. Because this is
Tim Pool, not exactly a happy camper.
In reference to something that we did on Thursday.
Yeah, so it's...
is this... you did this on Thursday?
Yeah, you weren't here.
Yeah, so...
Oh, that's why.
Catturd 2 owns Musk at this point. Yeah, basically. It all has to do with scraping. It's all cope. Which blue-haired person? I can't imagine. It's not one topic, and it's not no comment chick from back in the day, right? It's the other, the person who has more recently dyed his hair blue.
That's why he's so mad. I was wondering why he's talking about it. What did you do on Thursday?
We made fun of his terrible music.
But this was a Thursday from August of last year. This was not.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, I remember when you guys did that, but I thought you did it yesterday.
No. Oh no.
No. It was.
So this was a
7 months ago, 8 months, almost 8 months ago.
Yeah, he's holding on.
I remember.
To this.
Okay. I remember when he put out an album or a music video or whatever it was, and I was like, why is this coming up today? And I thought you guys had talked about him yesterday.
So
Okay,
either
let's
he's
see it.
perusing our channel for videos about
Hey, at least it's not convinced any.
him because this is old, or he's just been carrying this with him for a long.
No, like, I don't know. Should we talk about this? Should we do some anti-drama? I feel like Kevin Logan's been weird to me for a long time. Yes, we had a conflict back in the day. Yes, he was on the wrong side of No Comment Chick versus Dylan Burns, but that was a long time ago. And from what I see, most of the time, Kevin Logan has a take that I can agree with. Kevin Logan is somebody that I used to watch when I was much younger, and somebody whose old school content I've appreciated before. I don't see why there should be a bridge burned between Kevin Logan and NCC, but every time I interact with Kevin Logan, it's weird. I feel like we got to do something about that. Chat, can we get some anti-drama? Can we get some leftist solidarity? Can we stop this infighting? There's no reason that there should be any sort of conflict between our communities. You can be a Kev head and you can be an NCC fan as well, right? That's totally cool with me. I think it should be cool with Kevin as well. I don't think this beef needs to be a beef any longer, right?
God, and this is from a super chat he gets he gets one I think every few episodes where someone says, "Why won't you debate Sam?" And so
this is the problem that Tim has, because he sells off. He basically chooses money to be the way in which he addresses any type of criticism. Some people could stand up and pay for it. Right. Like, what we do is like we just take phone calls and short of like
Rory Katz demands it.
Area code, we don't screen.
Right.
Sometimes I'm like, I want this region of the country. No, I don't think.
Yeah,
but we took that guy because
he was one of the only people calling out Philly DeFranco back in the day.
He sent me tweeted me his area code. But Tim,
yeah, I don't know why he's so weird. The last time I talked to him, he fell for a No Comment Chick impersonator that was being weird to Keffels, right? And he acted like it was me. I DM'd him and I'm like, Kevin, this is me, right? And he's like, oh, sorry. And he never straightened it out on stream. So yeah, still waiting for that apology. But it really shouldn't be a big deal, right? It really should not be a big deal.
Because he pays. This happened to Dave Rubin.
He's a harmless liberal that means well and sometimes has poop takes. I haven't seen those poop takes, but maybe they're there if you.
A lot too, where you get paid.
Kevin was going after Polly. No, I want look. What about Rory Katz? Can we get Rory Katz to straighten out Kevinstany? Right? Can we get Rory Katz in chat?
Paid to answer questions, and
OG YouTube culture warrior.
And he got upset about it. Let's
don't look into his old content too much. Okay, that's all I'll say.
Hear this. I haven't heard all of it because someone just. All right, good.
Tim, Sam Seder seems to think you are afraid to debate him, claiming that you asked him to come on the show during COVID as his excuse for not coming on. Would you publicly ask him to come on the show? So the issue with
anyway, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I don't think it's a big apology. I think it's a small apology, and I think that Kevin is a big enough guy to be able to do that, right?
Sam is, I've known him for a really long time, and I made a tweet where I was like, we typically invite people on the left to come on the show, and then
you just got to ask him, does he like drama more, or does he like leftist unity?
They just never do. They never respond, or they respond once and they don't get back to us. And then Hassan and Sam both said, I'll totally do it. And so I privately messaged both of them and said,
wait,
awesome.
What did he say about Polly? I didn't know about this.
Would be excited to have you, especially Sam, because Sam was the first guy to ever give me a shout out.
That's new to me. I didn't know about Kevin going after Polly.
At media ever. He said, like, oh, look at these guys, Occupy Wall Street, fantastic work. And I was like, we'll cover the cost of everything. We'll fly you out. And then Sam basically was just like, I'm not going on your show. And then tweeted accusing me of like, making it up or something.
Oh, it might have been a COVID thing because he just went on Patrick Bet-David's show.
He tweeted at me that he was going to come on the show, and then privately was like, "Oh, I'm not coming out there." And then I'm like, "Okay, whatever." Like you said you would. You actually set a date and everything. I told you the date. I told you the time. You said yes. You agreed. And now when I'm setting this up, you're like flaking out behind the scenes and then putting.
So I dug and I found out what really happened in this whole situation. Right?
Putting me on the spot.
If Sam wanted to.
Doesn't exist.
Like I'm not, if people want to come on the show, it's like doing me a favor. But the issue with Sam is that I believe he is like, he's a grifter. Like,
you don't think he believes what he says?
I did bail. I mean, part of what he's saying is
Sam is a grifter, right? He keeps on saying that, but the funny thing about it is, the thing that he's mad about Sam about is not being a grifter. Look, a grifter would make peace with Tim Pool in order to have access to his platform, right? A grifter would go along with Dave Rubin's self-definition as a lefty that the left behind, would support and validate Tim Pool's claims to not be an extreme right winger, right? That's what a grifter would do. It would be so much easier for Sam to do it that way, but he doesn't. He actually got himself on a blacklist for being real. He's the opposite of a grifter. Yeah, projecting so hard. That's right. I agree with you, Ryu.
True. But part of what he's saying is complete lie. And the weird thing is the timing thing is also really different. Okay. All right, here it is. So he goes on, he says that on Twitter, and I say, I'll do it. And he goes, here it is. Okay, so and people can go back and find the public version of this. It's back in October of 2020. Now, I don't know if people remember, there was a pandemic going on, and
somebody should start compiling a list of all family members of alt-right and anti-SJW grifters that called out their grifts. I don't know. Like, I feel like... Look, if Tim Pool's dad, if we can get a hold of Tim Pool's dad, I will talk to Tim Pool's dad. I'm not going to press Tim Pool's dad super hard to disavow his son, just because I tend to try to not get into the personal lives of other content creators, and yes, I guess that includes Tim Pool too, but Tim Pool's dad is also a public figure, and I feel fine talking to Tim Pool's dad from one public figure to another, right? Hard when you start making lists. Yeah, exactly. That'll get you in trouble on Twitch for sure. Definitely don't make files. Don't make any files, even if all the files include is links to videos and and timestamps, right? Even if that's all is in the files, it's probably should go fileless if you can. Just put it all in the memory bank. Got it memorized? Oh yes, we will get to that. We are 2 away from unlocking the secret Kingdom Hearts lore drop today. So if you want to make that happen, the power is in your hands, right?
Okay, here it is. So, we went on for a long time to talk about this. Okay, all right. So October 10th,
2020.
Yes, 2020. And
no one's vaccinated yet.
Understand, there's no vaccination.
I feel like right-wingers like living in a grift that it's, there's so much money though, right? Like, I mean, people have talked about this before. There is so much money. I don't want to do the classic thing where you're like, if I were just to say I was right-wing, no comment chick. There have been like memes about this in the past, right? There was a joke, there was a meme to call me everybody's favorite alt-right Canadian streamer. Because some very confused person on Twitter, who I will not name, who got absolutely dogpiled for this take, like made a tweet thread calling me out for my right-wing tendencies, right? But that was a joke, and I don't want to confuse anybody. So maybe not the most funny joke in the world, but it's true. It's true that there is money in the right wing, especially if you're a marginalized person. If you're trans, if you're marginalized in any way, there is money calling your name, and all you got to do is say, actually, it's the left that's transphobic. I don't know how you'd get to that in this day and age, right? It's actually the left that's transphobic. I like it when right-wingers misgender me. Like that, I don't know what I would say. But so they find a way anyway. Blair White still exists. Kelly Cadigan grifted like this for a while. Apparently, she's back on the. So Kelly Cadigan turned back into like her real self from being a heartless or a nobody or something. Yeah, everything's Kingdom Hearts today, isn't it? Right? I don't mean like, yeah, no, I totally know what you mean, metal. I was just joking around that, like, you know, as a leftist, as a marginalized person, right? Anything that I do has the chance of being entirely decontextualized and mischaracterized, right? And we've seen it before, you know, haven't had to deal with it for a while. But yeah, like it's weird. I'm held to another standard. I'm held. You'll see this, right? The content creators that really get dragged are generally you're marginalized in some way, and you're more likely to be on the left, right? There's so much that people like let the Voshes and the Chud Logics of the world get away with, right? They didn't even have to do a ukulele song to apologize, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah? It's a whole other world.
I had done an interview with Tim Pool via Zoom or whatever it was from his show.
Sam doesn't move like Vaush, way more integrity. Like, you have to really try hard not to get a full person. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how. Yeah, you would definitely. I mean, ask CTV. Oh,
said I would do it. He had asked me a long time.
God. Oh, the toxic no comment chick is back. Am I making fun of CTV for anyway? No good reason. There's so many good reasons to like hate on CTV, and that's not one of them.
And so I write October 10th, 2020 at 1:41 p.m. I don't know when the public tweet was, but that's on DM.
I don't want to be toxic.
So what's the details? He writes, I can have Lydia arrange everything for you. Show is 8 p.m. live in studio, DC area. We can fly you out and get you a motel nearby. We hang out for 2 hours and talk about current events. I can do a group chat to connect you. If you want, you can just send me.
Sam works for NBC and has several connections with real media figures. It is weird how Tim Pool tries to like lord that over him. And it's almost like Tim Pool's trying to create the impression, the perception that Sam is somehow deplatformed. And it's a strange thing for Tim Pool to do, given how free speech this guy is, given how like libertarian this guy is, for him to turn around and say, yeah, but Sam Seder, that's just a bad faith actor. That's just a bad, he literally is calling Sam a drama baiter here, right? And he's still mad. Okay, he's still mad about Thanos, okay? B, he's still mad about a interview that they never actually had, and getting, I don't know, and C, no, there's even a D. C, he's still mad about the Steven Crowder thing with Ethan, and D, he's mad about Dave Rubin. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's one more. There's an E, isn't there? Yeah. See, I've investigated this. Okay. He's also mad about one time when Sam joked around about eating the rich or something. And he's like, well, that sounds violent. Do you support eating the rich, Sam? You pro cannibalism? No, Tim, I'm not actually pro cannibalism. Thank you, RGR. Thank you for checking in, though, making sure that I'm not eating literally eating the rich here over here.
Your email, we could set it up. And I write, I can't fly down to DC. I do a 3-hour daily show. You don't do any remotes? And he goes, we set the show back up in January for in-person only. We don't have a way to connect everyone on a Skype call or display it. We've rejected some centrist right-wing.
So these are the EAMs, the DMs. These are the leaks that you're going to get, right? And I read them out in dramatic fashion for you, right? Because I felt like a lot of this stuff was not super accessible. And so one of the things that I did for you is, like, I won't say I voice acted, because I don't have Sam's voice and I don't have Tim's voice. I mean, I guess I can do some impressions, but, you know, I got nothing when it comes to, so, you know, it's like my voice, but like I did a dramatic reading of the conversation, of the argument. It turned into a debate. Tim Pool was trying to debate Sam on DM, and it really was him creating post hoc a justification for signing on to whatever weird blacklist that he had been told that Sam was on. That's the real truth of the matter, right? Is that Sam did some damage to Dave Rubin's brand, and all the other right-wing assholes out there, they think that could be them, and they need to do something to slow Sam's roll, right? and they created this blacklist. They put Sam on a blacklist, right? Like he's the Steven Crowder's over here like chuckling in anti-Semitic, right? You got Michael Knowles like calling for trans people to be Minecrafted in Roblox. You've got Matt Walsh, who I don't even want to get started. I mean, we know the deal with Matt Walsh. I've probably covered him more than any of these jokers, right? And you want to worry about Sam Seder because he said "eat the rich"? Because he made fun of Dave Rubin? Right? Because he exposed Dave Rubin as not being what he... And that's the whole thing, is that part of what their business model is they want to be able to say anything they want about themselves, right? If you're Tim Pool, you can say, I'm centrist. Actually, I'm kind of on the liberal side, right? I consider myself... You can say all that stuff, right? And you could be super right-wing, super reactionary, agree with, the chuddiest chud on every single thing, but somehow you're supposed to be called a centrist. And we're supposed to play along with that, right? Sam's supposed to play along with that. You got Dave Rubin claiming to be some kind of left-winger when, like, he's got a track record. He was the conservative on TYT. Now, that, granted, understand, this was before TYT took its conservative turn, but he's always been conservative. He's always been right-wing, right? So for him, he wants to paint this picture of, like, I used to be on the left, and I was an SJW. I was a liberal. I was one of them. Then I got red-pilled, and I was like, Donald Trump is the biggest LGBT ally out there. Oh, holy shit, I didn't realize it until just now. Wow, mind blown. No, he never changed. He was always like this, right? And that's all that Sam exposed, right? But they went after, like, and I'm not going to tell you this in the video, okay? And I almost feel a little bit indulgent talking about a drama that's fucking a million years old. I don't want anybody to think this is active drama or that I have a beef or a chip on my shoulder or anything, but I have experienced this kind of thing. Like, I have experienced being pretty effectively blacklisted by a good portion of Twitch. I have experienced having, lies be shared behind the closed doors of DMs about me, right? Some of this, like, kind of hits home. And it was for the same reason. People were worried that my honesty might reflect negatively on their brands, right? If you call yourself a trans ally, and you bring transphobes on all the time, and you don't even stop them from gish-galloping tropes, I guess that could negatively affect your brand. But just like Sam Seder, I don't give a fuck about your brand, okay? If you're LARPing as a trans ally to make money, and you don't care about us, you need access to these right-wingers, right? And I'm not going to mention who we're talking. I think we all know who we're talking about here. We don't need to mention his name, all right? I don't give a damn about your brand, all right? Your brand can burn for all I'm concerned. I literally don't care. That's not to say that I harbor, like, antipathy, right? But, like, please, if you're going to call yourself a trans ally, at least try to do right by us. Because when you're not doing that, it's really easy for a trans person to see. And don't expect me, to uphold and validate your self-definition if you don't actually meet that definition, okay? So I stand with Sam on this, right? I think this is an important point for all content creators to take a moment and reflect and ask ourselves if we're actually being true to what we believe. Because I feel like there's a lot of us that just kind of get pulled and we go along to get along and we play those games where we pretend to slay the dragon, but we leave the right-wing dragon a little bit alive because we know we're going to want to battle it next week because it turns into a business, right? You got to get past that, okay? I'm not interested in any business people who have carved out a niche in online politics, content creation, right? I'm interested in comrades. I'm interested in people who are going to take us where we need to go. I'm interested in people who are ready and willing to fight And I'm interested in people who put the people that you pretend to advocate for maybe ahead of the of any sort of like business or brand or like, you know, marketability of, oh my God, if we just like get rid of this intersectional aspect, if we just act like, you know, yo, anti-white racism, that is some real shit that we really do have to worry about. The left has got a problem with too much anti-whiteness. Yeah. If we say the left has got a problem with misandry, right? That's going to be appealing. That's going to be candy to somebody. Oh, finally, I can consider myself on the left and still be, you know, racist and misogynist. Cool. Finally waiting for that version of leftism to drop. Yeah, no. We're not playing that game, okay? And we're not going to be silent and let you lie to people like that and let you take energy that we need to fight against the genocide that we're facing, okay? Anyway, enough of me ranting. I told you I ranted here so I wouldn't rant in the video, right? Because like the, you know, videos, it's not time for me to like insert myself into the story. But when you see this video, you will understand the parallels between Sam's story and my own. I miss right-wing Mandela. Okay.
People.
Do you miss Nation of Islam Obama?
But I get it. It's one of the challenges of getting guests. You and Hassan host your own content, so it's probably harder for you, but I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Yo, oh my God. When I think of some of the stuff that Michael did, oh my God. I don't know. Like, I was a big Majority Head fan back in the day. My first big interview was actually with Matt Bender, right? And it turned into a debate when it turned out we didn't agree on FDR. Exactly. Just as I imagine if I had talked to Michael Brooks, it would have turned into a debate when the subject turned to Mark Fisher and exiting the Vampire Castle. I think we would have had a little difference of opinion there. Like, I mean, you know, I like these people. I respect these people. These people are pioneers. But oh my God, I can't, like, I'd forgotten about like the some of the impressions that who else could have gotten away with it? I don't know.
And I write back, COVID hasn't affected your bringing people into...
I mean, if you got the joke, yeah, it's based because it's, you know, the joke was that this character is so far out of line with who Obama actually is that it's funny. And yet you'll have Fox News like portray Obama in a way that you know, it just isn't who he is. It's that was the joke. That was the joke. They are so far off in their characterization of Obama that this is basically, you know, if that Obama was real, this is what he would sound like, right? But you know, then you run into like, okay, I'm gonna do an Obama impression. I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe not.
The studio. And he goes, no one. We actually stopped guests for a while over it. Rogan never did.
That's exactly how. So I got what Michael was saying, but I don't know. I can't defend that. I can't defend doing Obama's voice. Like, right? It's just, nor should I. Kind of like a dark Brandon. I never thought of it that way, but there's a connection. There's definitely a connection.
And we started up again in the past month or so again, and I wrote, Trump never did either. And I did the shrug because Trump had just gotten COVID. I guess you rolled.
So yeah, this is the thing. Tim Pool's crew, like, so this was a conversation between Sam Pool. God, I did it again. I'm blending them in my head. Okay, there's no Sam Pool. There's no Tim Seder. Okay, there's just Sam Seder and Tim Pool. Anyway, this was the conversation that Sam had with Tim, right? Sam was interested in having another bite at that apple because honestly, Tim Pool is hilarious, okay? And to the point where like Michael Brooks, and we all know, and don't admit this, okay? You know, Michael Brooks fans, wait, we all know how edgy Michael Brooks was, right? even Michael Brooks says that he's got a problem with Sam deconstructing Tim Pool like that, right? He compared it to like a fourth grader trying to play basketball, right? And you know how like little kids will throw a basketball, like they don't know how to, do the, I don't actually know how to do it either, right? But they don't they don't shoot it right. They do like this thing. They throw it like I don't know. They sling it, right? A little fourth grader trying to sling the basketball up at the hoop, and LeBron James comes by and just right back in his face, right? Like, and Michael was like, I am not comfortable with the way that Tim Pool handles Sam Seder. And really what he was saying is that he was not comfortable with the way that Sam Seder handles Tim Pool, right? He thought it was a theater of cruelty, right? And you could see why that is, right? So Sam, but Sam doesn't care, right? Sam is in it to win it, and crushing people like Tim Pool is definitely part of his game plan. And like Tim's age or his, understanding of optics or his just intellectual ability, like, and the difference between that and what you're dealing with Sam, like all that be damned, right? He's Tim Pool's harmful, and Sam is willing to take him down in a way that is, I mean, I guess you could say it's on a human level kind of cruel, right? Seems that way. It seemed like that to Michael Brooks at the time. But so yeah, he wanted a second debate. That's my point, right? He wanted a second debate with Tim Pool. Tim Pool was offering to do debates with people, and Sam thought that just like they had before, they could Skype, right? It turns out that Tim Pool wanted Sam to come by, drop in studio, right? Literally in studio. And Sam didn't quite get that. So when they talked about it, Sam was like, hey, I'm not coming into your studio, okay? First of all, I am hours away from the airport, right? I do a daily show. At the time, Sam's also doing he's doing Bob's Burgers. He's doing, I think, another TV show filling in for Chris Hayes sometimes, right? Sam's a busy guy, right? So he could Skype, but he can't come to Tim's studio. And it's during COVID. It's right after the first wave, right before the second wave. Tim Pool is acting like it's over. It's not a concern anymore. Literally, West Virginia is not preventing me from, running my business. So let's rock, right? And Sam is like, I am 53 years old, my dude. I am not coming in, risking getting COVID, to do your show. And this is what, they left it at that, right? Tim Pool saying, this is what we can do. Sam Seder being like, can't we do a Skype? Tim Pool not relenting on it. And so like the understanding should have been that the debate was not going to happen. However, it turned out into Twitter drama anyway, right? It got blown up into Twitter drama as if like, Tim was left with the impression that Sam actually was coming. And, after that, Tim Pool got cooked again on Twitter. And that's part of, Tim Pool. That's part of what Tim Pool's really mad. That's part of what he shares with Emma in the debate about, his feelings towards Sam. The real deal, though, is, right, because it doesn't really make sense that Sam would say, I can't do your show, basically, and Tim would, flip out on the 13th, right? The thing that we think that happened is that Tim Pool talked to somebody who, after Crowder and after Rubin, I guess there's some producers in the industry, right, that want to deplatform Sam, and Tim apparently talked to these people, and that's what's changed his mind. Sam's willing to do that call-in, right, but Tim Pool is either too afraid to actually meet anybody on like an even playing field, because that's what that was. That was a debate between Sam and Tim. It wasn't Sam and Ian and like, you know, the guy from Freedom Tunes and like you know what I mean? It wasn't like everybody versus Sam. It was just Sam and Tim doing the debate. They did it on Skype, so it's kind of a neutral playing field, right? Tim seems unwilling to engage with like anybody on that level, and unwilling to engage with Sam at all. Because at this point, like, I think Sam has offered to go into the studio, and Tim wants no part of that because Tim knows how that would go. Like, he saw what Sam did to Dave Rubin, right? And he doesn't want Sam doing that to him. Dave Rubin's a joke, right? And Sam Seder is a big part of why Dave Rubin is a joke. Tim Pool is funny, okay? Tim Pool is a meme. Tim Pool brought up Thanos in a discussion about voting, right? About like, you know, can you place a vote for somebody that you're not super enthusiastic about, right? I don't know, Sam, that sounds pretty utilitarian of you. And you know who's a big utilitarian? That's right, Thanos. Sam, you're like, yeah, literally brings up Thanos in an argument with Sam Seder. And first of all, Sam doesn't know who Thanos is. Sam doesn't know Thanos. Sam doesn't keep up with the Marvel universe, right? He does have a kid, so he ends up seeing, like, he knows about Thanos now. And it's even more funny because it just belies the nature of right-wing rhetoric, that it requires this sort of distraction, that it requires this sort of wild escapism into something so far removed from the discussion that you're actually having. Like, not only is Thanos like a comic book villain, okay, first of all. Thanos is a comic book villain from like 4 different dimensions that has to put like 6 rocks into his power glove in order to, you know, snap half of the people in the world away for the betterment of all, or whatever the hell. Like, right? That's the argument that yeah. So it's just Tim Pool is a meme waiting to happen, and that's why he doesn't want to talk to Sam Seder. Anyway,
the dice and hope you don't pull a 7. And I wrote, maybe if I have a day off, and that was October 10th, 2020. And then on October 13th, he wrote something publicly. That was the end of our conversation.
1 in chat if you appreciate my stun locks. 2 if they are too much.
I should just release all this. I don't know why you suddenly took offense to the above reply. Care to elaborate? I wrote him at 5:34. And he goes, you agreed to an in-studio interview for publicity. You lied. And I wrote, I had absolutely no idea you only did in-studio interviews and had no idea you weren't in New Jersey anymore. The last one we did was on Skype. And he goes, you just wanted to rile up your followers. The tweet said in studio, we covered travel. You dragged me to rile up your followers. That's a complete tone, right? Change.
His characterization of Sam is like a pro wrestler that body slams you to the cheering of his fans. Like, he's literally calling Sam. This is what I mean when I say that I like resonate with this situation, right? Because that is, if you go back to a couple of years ago and you look for people talking about No Comment Chick, that is exactly what they'll say about me. She wants the drama. She seeks the drama, right? She makes X number of videos about, you know, whatever content creator, right? The same things that they're saying about Sam Seder going after Dave Rubin are like very familiar to me, let's just say, because Thanos, instead of cutting the reproductive rates of all sentient species going forward, is the more logical way for Thanos to achieve his end, right? But he doesn't do that. Yeah, but like, are you saying that Thanos could snap like millions, billions of vast differences? Is that what that?
And I think something happened there in those 2 days. And I think it had to do with either like Crowder or
Wait, can we make this into a word like the Thanosectomy or something? This is like a thing, right?
Rubin or one of those things.
Right.
And because that's when he said, like, I was blacklisted. And he goes, you dragged me to rile up and you're full of shit. And I said, I didn't see any travel tweet. Dude, how in the world would I have...
Temple is the worst version of the villain in episode of Moon, Girl and Devil, the dinosaur. Thanos is that anime? Thanos could use his snap to give everyone the resources they need. Okay, that's much better than snapping vast differences when I think about it. Yeah. Episode 2, sorry. Oh, okay. Episode 2 of Moon, Girl, and yeah. He could have doubled the resources. Thanoscission.
Accepted tonight.
Yo, it's embarrassing, but I've never seen Infinity War.
As a date if I thought I had to travel from upstate New York starting at 3 p.m. after my show and get back here by 8:30 to prep for tomorrow's show. That makes no sense.
That is a good point, Zara. If Thanos instead halved the reproductive rates of all...
Bullshit.
Yeah.
You did a segment pulling clips from my studio show. Not to mention I had to do a pre-record. And A, as far as I remember, it wasn't an interview. And B, just because you do one interview in studio, how could I possibly assume that you only do them in studio? The entire channel you pulled from is from a live studio show. And I said, you have like 10 channels. No offense, but I don't...
This is a Disney Channel animation.
I don't follow what shows you have. And he goes on, I mean, he just goes on and on. But we can see that exchange there.
Yo, Disney's paywall is really good. I never get to see any Disney stuff.
All right. Go
ahead.
Yeah, but you should just take the
airtight, much like Temple's studio. Yes, it all connects, doesn't it? Yes. This is like
those
the day where
screenshots
it all
and
comes
just put them
together.
on Twitter. Just do it today.
I will do.
Someone in YouTube chat just because this is the
And I might remind you that you're 1 minute away from an ad break. So if we can pull it together to get 2 more sub points today, we can open up the extra box, that black box carried by Lushu of Kingdom Hearts lore, and see, you know, what's going on under the hood. Like, what is Xehanort like, you know, when he is faded, right? I don't know. We can find out.
File.
Did they ever think about that? Just eat your ice cream with Xehanort. That's what they needed to do. That's what, to get Xehanort an edible sea salt ice cream, okay? And you can get him to chill out, maybe. Like, right? He's just a little high-strung, I'd say. Just a little bit. Thanos in the comics was in love with death, literally, so unaliving half of everything is a grand romantic gesture. Oh, so they totally changed it in the movie then. For all we know, yeah, because the way that Temple describes it, it's like, it's the perfect metaphor for utilitarianism. It's everything that's wrong with your philosophy, Sam. You're like Thanos. Like, and Sam's like, I don't care. I don't care. By removing Thanos' love interest, he's actually becomes sort of... oh my god. Yeah, wow, they really do change stuff up from the comic books. No kidding. For all we know, those plants could have resources. The people on them just needed to degrow and move into communism to equally distribute resources. Disney has allowed some Disney Channel shows to play episodes in full. Oh, wow, so I can watch it on YouTube. Wow, so I've got no excuse. I've got no excuse. And Infinity War was a creepy experience in cinema. Also, like, here's the other thing. Okay, my ex, like, right, really was into super into that stuff, right? And it was at the time when we weren't really getting along that well, right? So anything that my ex was into, I was going to be like, not a guess. I don't think I was ever a hater. I just like didn't see, you know, really popular movies because they were such a fan. And yeah, if Tim wanted to throw references at Sam, he should have used references Xers would actually recognize, right? Like, who's the caboose references?
I'm gonna release the Tim.
No, I mean, like, what would be I think what would be perfect, maybe Futurama. Does that work, or is that more?
Hashtag Tim Files.
You're gonna hit more millennials with Futurama.
But something changed in
Dave Rubin's solution to the Malthusian paradox is to drop the world's pop rather than just use science to solve deficiency in agriculture. Dude is literally no rain, must toss virgin into the volcano. What's up? Being a cinema supporter. Wait, I'm a cinema supporter, Kristen? Actually, hated Infinity War so much because of the time travel nonsense. You must really hate Nomura then. I haven't been much into Marvel since. I did like the new Doctor Strange though. The Multiverse of Madness, or is there a new one after that? Futurama is coming back again. Time travel breaks the story structure. It's always about idea. What about when the show is about time travel? Like, what about Steins Gate? Can Steins Gate have time travel? I think I found the majority report video that Michael Knowles thing you mentioned. Whoa, what is this, Shakespeare? What is this? Let me grab that link before it gets away from me. If Tim used to references that Xers like, Sam would recognize. Yeah, like Final Fantasy VII, right? Or like... Yeah, right? That's like Xers, right? Have I zeroed in on that right demographic yet? I don't know. That would mean Tim is trying to reach Sam on an even playing field. And if Tim is, aware of how badly he came off the last time, yeah, he definitely doesn't want that, right? He's in real danger of being made into a living meme. And honestly, Tim, it's fate. Stop running away from it. Oh my god, am I being toxic again, chat? Am I being too mean? That I want Tim to get turned into a meme? Michael Brooks would be like,
there, and folks can go sleuth around.
I mean, without the Swiftie nose wrinkle, of course, but
yeah. And figure out what was happening during those days. But something happened.
But say now that you're vaccinated, I mean...
Oh, I've told him. I'll go. Oh, I think I said that. I mean, let's see. And then, and really, he was mad because of all these things that we commented on his video that I made, that he said he's talking about. You dragged me for not talking about this. And I am like, I don't know what you're referring to.
And hey, if he thinks you're a grifter or he thinks you don't have a good knowledge base, which like...
Okay, people can make that decision.
There are things that people could say about you, but
I mean, that's kind of wild, right?
I don't think,
still going back and forth.
It's projection, isn't it?
Live studio. I didn't realize. What are you talking about? The tweet said open the 13th, and then I printed our exchange, and that you claim I'm lying is okay. And then he said he did write live 8 p.m. in studio. The show is live 8 p.m. in studio, but live doesn't mean in person.
Yeah.
We do a live show every day, and almost none of our guests are in person.
Exactly.
And he said, I assumed I could do remote, Tim. I'm hours from an airport here. This is when I was living upstate during parts of the... You claim I'm lying. It's hard to believe. Like, what's the lie? And I mentioned concern about COVID, and then we keep going on and on. And then... he goes, you shouldn't publicly try to drag me unless you know what you're talking about. And I go, if I want to drag you about how irresponsible that is, I would have dragged you for it. And then he's claiming that people weren't down.
Yeah, Tim lives in like a compound. Okay, here's what I want to know. Does Moon Lord live there? Like, how many of the people on the Temple show live in the compound with he's like, it's almost like Hassan, Hassan, that's like his family living with him, right? Sam has with Tim, it's like his friends and they all live there. Yo, it is wow. This is so weird because there's so many weird little things about Tim that are just like not. Look, he is he's not just conservative, he's reactionary, right? But there's some things about him that are like not your stereotypical. They're kind of Tim dropped out of high school. Definitely something like projection, because Sam Seder went to Connecticut College and Boston University Law School, and Tim dropped out of high school. Case in point, Harry Potter introducing it in the third book made it such an albatross around the story's neck. Oh, time travel. We're talking about, the Harry Potter time travel thing was horrible, but they blamed J.K. Rowling for that, right? I am fully on board with you, Iron Orchid, in saying that time travel was, like, the use of time travel in the Harry Potter series was just, like, yeah. But I mean, like, that she's any like manga artist, right? Or like anime writer, they get dogged for ass pulls, for inconsistencies, for retconning, for things that just don't make sense, right? None of them are as bad as J.K. Rowling. Like, J.K. Rowling is on a whole another level of bad. Like, she's got that thing where, like, she hates, like, didn't she, like, write a whole character, like, as her an expression of her hatred for, like, trans people? I mean, she's just on a whole nother, sex cult compound. Xana's jealous, right? Sorry for the essay length post. No, I mean, after seeing how he talks to his friends, employees, and family, I know it would be terrible living with toxic Tim Pool. I mean, like, look, I mean, so I do want to talk to Tim Pool's dad, right? And if any of you can get me in contact with Tim Pool's dad, he came in, he talked to us in YouTube chat, and he disappeared. And I don't know how to get a hold of him, because he doesn't have a Twitter, right? And if somebody doesn't have a Twitter, I should check on Blue Sky. Maybe he's on Blue Sky. No, I doubt he is, right? But yeah, we got to get in touch with Tim Pool's dad. I do want to talk with him. I don't want to go overly personal, and I don't want to, like, pry into, like, family dynamics or anything like that. I want to respect, if not Tim Pool himself, Tim Pool's dad, at least, in terms of, what he's comfortable talking about. J.K. Rowling should have stopped 3 books ago. She's a legend because she stopped before her characters got old and totally out of her depth. Oh, I see what so you're saying she was okay at writing, like, younger characters? I mean, like, if she had just, like, written everything that she wrote and then stopped, like, if she had only not gotten into, do you know his username? You can try contacting. Well, see, like, that's the thing, is generally a YouTube is not a way to contact somebody, right? There's not, like, DMs in YouTube. Yeah, I could write a comment on his on one of his videos coming out. That might be the best way to get a hold of him. Sometimes people do link their emails, though, so I'll see if I can find an email for him, because I would love to talk to him. I would love to pick his brain. More on, like, a professional level, right? In terms of, and it seems to me like that's how he's comfortable talking about Tim. I don't get the feeling that he, and I don't think it would be appropriate to veer into, like, kind of personal family stuff. But in terms of Tim's takes and Tim's consistency or lack thereof, all that stuff is on the table. Even the first books are anti-Semitic and racist. You could also write on his community page if he has one. Wait, do those things exist anymore? Oh, community. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Community tab. I'm sorry. I was thinking of something different. There used to be like a literally like a tab to get comments just on your profile or on your channel. A long time ago. This was a YouTube, but no, you're talking about the community tab. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if he uses it, some people don't. What even is the lore with Tim Pool and his dad? Anyway, yeah, I would love to find out. Does Dad hate him for his politics? Dad is mostly, just thinks that he's an absolute shit in terms of, like, his online presence and politics. All of the adult mysteries under her pen name are bad. Her pen name is a reference to transphobia.
That COVID wasn't resurging. This is in 2020.
J.K. Rowling is consistently worse than you think.
20 still. and he's like, I'm really trying to sort of understand. Look, and then the last one was, I guess, October 13th. I am not
Pirates in chat.
and have not knocked your format.
Robert Galbraith is a conversion therapy founder, like trans conversion therapy, or just like general.
If that's your format, I can respect it. I was expressing the reasons that made it too heavy a lift for me. Happy to have you on my show if that's good faith, no travel involved. That last part, a friendly joke, but also true. We could do over Zoom, and that was the last I heard of him. Okay, sorry. So this is good. I just want to make.
So Sam has never been afraid to do content with Tim. He didn't want to come into Tim's studio during COVID. That part's obvious, and you know you gotta. And Tim like tried to do this thing since Sam mentioned that A, he's far away, B, he's busy, and C, he's 53 and he really does not need to be contracting COVID. It turns out that that was a good idea because Tim's whole studio came down with it, right? And Sam says in the DMs, like he's talking about the way that you know, like he's like saying, Tim's saying like we keep our studio open, and or like he mentions that Trump did that too, and this is right after Trump comes down with COVID, right? So it's kind of like he's like you're playing with fire, and it turns out that Tim and his crew were playing with fire, and they did in fact all come down with symptoms. They did all get sick with COVID.
The point that Tim is lying here, and he knows it, and he's upset because apparently you guys a year ago mocked his music.
It's weird for your pen name to be an old transphobe that probably no one but you and some random bigots remember. Gay conversion therapy since the 50s, and he claims to have found, oh my god, found a way to cure gays. Okay, of gayness. Is it orange juice?
I think he believes what he said.
Florida orange juice. Let's not get. Don't need to watch.
Like then when I made a good faith offer and then privately backtracking and then putting it.
So this is Tim's description of what happened.
On me and now claiming I'm scared. Like the whole thing's a bit. Tim's scared to debate me. No, dude, he's just.
I mean, it does seem like that, right? You had your chance that you could have done back in 2020 by using Skype, which you had used before. And maybe you could say, hey, this is the one exception. Sam's getting up there in age. Sam's 53. We're going to let Sam call in on Skype. One time, right? He's acting like that was too heavy of a lift for him. It absolutely wasn't. So he could have debated Sam like that. He could have debated Sam afterwards on Skype as well, right? Sam renews the offer. That all I've seen is Sam being willing to talk to him, just not willing to risk his health in order to do it. And that's what's at the heart of this, whole controversy. That and the fact that at some point Tim Pool gets the word that Sam is blacklisted, and in order to be in compliance with whatever weird network of industry people, as he describes them, Tim is tied in with, in order to be part of that clique, Tim agrees to finds an excuse to say that Sam is beyond the pale. And that he literally needs to be deplatformed, right? This free speech warrior here is telling us that Sam Seder, not Matt Walsh, not Michael Knowles, Sam Seder needs to be deplatformed. Like, this guy had Kanye on in the midst of like his DEFCON 3 arc, right? Tim says the left is afraid to debate, yet Tim puts all these weird stipulations so he doesn't have to debate. Honestly, why are we even debating Tim Pool, Lamfau? Why are we kissing the ring of this fascist when most normies have no idea who this clown is? I don't know if that's true. I mean, He is way too influential. If what you're saying though is that, in some way doing content with him at all is harmful, yeah, it would be nice to deprive him of lefty foils, right? I mean, that's my position on it. Like if you want to deal with Tim Pool the way that you dealt with Dave Rubin. I don't think Sam ever debated Dave Rubin. He did debate Brad Weinstein on Dave Rubin. That's probably the closest that he's, as far as I know, unless somebody can show me the video, like unless there's a video that I don't know about where Sam actually debates Dave Rubin. He didn't do that, and he did a good job of correcting the record about who Dave Rubin is, and not letting Dave Rubin get away with that kind of sleight of hand of trying to retcon himself into being some kind of liberal just because he worked for TYT. He was always the conservative, member of any TYT panel that he was on, right? Elon,
it's a lowbrow grift.
Yeah, no, I totally.
Bro, I'll have you on anytime you want to come on. Like, here you are, and I think you're like substantially more
not gonna get shown on.
But like, still, when you have him on the show was when I tried to explain to him deontological versus utilitarian.
Yeah, this is the thing. He's acting like, Sam just does not understand basic philosophy. I mean, I was just starting to talk about the difference between deontological and utilitarian, and Sam just couldn't handle it, right? It's
moral philosophy.
I watched this.
And he didn't understand it.
Tim is more well known by Zoomer guys, some millennial guys, since Tim's a podcaster. Most older people don't know who Tim is.
And so how do you convey an idea?
Well, I mean, here's what it is, right? In my estimation right now, so I have my take on like platforming, right? And, in general, people that are reactionary are people that I don't want to do anything with. Like, I don't want to do any kind of content with reactionary figures. But Sam is his own person. He has a different take on it. What he is trying to do is destroy Tim Pool in the same way that he destroyed Dave Rubin. So I mean, that's where he's coming from. My take is that debating Tim Pool is falling into the whole bread tube. We must convert. Yeah, I don't know if they think that they can convert Tim Pool or his audience, right? I think that most of them are just trying to embarrass him. Most of them are trying to change because part of the way that these right-wing figures work is that they appear as winners in the eyes of their audience, right? And so, there's two ways you could take that. You could say, okay, guess what? We're not going to give them a game, right? Because if you're a winner, you need a loser, you need an enemy, you need a villain, you need a left-winger. If we could somehow deny them access to left-wingers, like then, they wouldn't have that narrative and their content would get less interesting, right? Because all of the conflicts, all of the disagreements would be like conceptual, right? And so Tim's just mad that Sam threw his grift and refused to fall for it or pander. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, like, Sam is dangerous to Tim's business model. That's I believe him when he says that. Speaking of 1950s, Michael Knowles, he wants to take us back to the 1220s. That's correct. That's what Michael Knowles said. Yeah. And that guy's fine. Call for trans people to be removed from public life. Totally fine. Totally acceptable. Sam Seder makes fun. Sam Seder's fans make fun of Tim for his Thanos glove comment, right? And Sam won't come in to debate him on his. What do you even call this? This is like getting jumped. This is like somebody challenges you to a fight, and they say, by the way, my 4 friends will be there beating your ass as well, right? That's maybe a fight that you want to skip. That's maybe like but no, like nobody skips it. Everybody's like, oh no, I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm sure they'll. RM Brown clowning on Tim Pool. I should have watched that. Yeah, it was more effective than debating him. So RM Brown actually did a reaction to the Tim Pool debate with Emma Vigeland, and I've been told it's quite good. I haven't watched it myself yet though. Yeah, RM Brown is really cool. He was RM Brown was on the leftist mafia last week.
As someone who doesn't understand these concepts, well, I went for pop culture, and instead, it was a bunch of.
I remember because you said the villain is usually the utilitarian.
Nope. We don't care what you say.
regardless of the outcome. And utilitarian thinking is an action against an individual which is unethical is justified if it benefits the greater. And Sam was like, I don't know what that means.
He thinks that he's talking deep. That's so wild. He's like, I'm sorry. Like, I just like to talk about deep philosophical concepts, and sometimes people like Sam Seder just can't quite hang with it. And I mean, that's just too bad, because I'd like to take him into a more meaningful discussion. And yet he insists upon remaining in the field of drama and blood sports. Hey, Colorado Mountain Man. Yes, I read your name correctly. It's sometimes hard to. I'm famously bad at like misreading or mispronouncing people's names, but I think I got yours right. R.M. Brown lives in Texas but grew up in Florida. He knows debating people like Tim Pool is useless, which is why he goes interviews, and he does interviews and reactions, but not debates with alt-writers. I mean, that's something that I agree with too. And I worry about it. Like when, like I feel like Matt Bender maybe did throw him a little bit of meat there, in doing that with him. I was worried about Emma. Yeah, Lance definitely, I mean, made some clips that Tim's been able to use quite effectively. There's also apparently a second half to that Lance interview, and I don't want to characterize it too strongly since we never got around to seeing that, but Lance says that he performed way better in the second half that most people didn't watch. So, but yeah, my philosophy on this is generally to deny them not just a platform, but the engagement that they get from portray, because here's how this works, right? The right wing is more akin to blood sports, and it's pro wrestling. They need a villain, they need a heel in order to exist. They need an example of the evils of wokeism, of transgenderism, and all the rest, right? They need a object lesson. They need a straw man to beat up, and you end up providing that for them, and it's really hard not to, because right wingers grok debates in a very different way than we do. And I know that like what all these people want to do when they go on and debate people is humiliate them and take a few W's out of their column and make them feel more like a loser. And yeah, if you can actually succeed in doing that, then you do dissipate their audience, because the audience wants to follow a winner. Now, I would also say that, the audience could go somewhere else as well. But in general, in terms of dealing with people like this, in terms of deconstructing their rhetoric, I feel like it's more effective to do that at a distance, like they did with Dave Rubin, right? Without even debating Dave Rubin, they did take a lot of the self-aggrandizing narrative that he tried to portray himself with. They don't need to have, as much as I think Emma represented her positions well, her appearance on the show only gives fodder for mischaracterization and gives them the appearance of legitimacy. Matt and Lance underestimated Tim, while Emma used her white womanness to her advantage. You can tell which one has experience dealing with people like Tim versus who doesn't. Yeah, that is the thing about the Majority Report in general, is they tend to have like a really good sense of self-awareness, right? A good eye for optics and media training. Trans Giga Chat athlete was not enough. How many gold medals did you get in school? Wait, what was I wanted to scroll up on the YouTube comments. Let's take a look. Matt, and wait, what did I miss? Highly doubt Tim actually knows anything about philosophy. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, he doesn't have. Yeah, it's an idle, like he learned about deontology and utilitarianism, and he wants to flex that. It's R.M. Brown clowning on Tim Pool is more effective than debating him. Wait, what did I miss? I feel like wait, maybe it was in Twitch chat. Did I miss something in Twitch chat? Okay, I hate it when I miss people's chats. If you said something that you really want me to respond to, feel free to re-say it with a highlight if you want to use channel points for that.
And I'm like, okay, how do I debate a guy who doesn't understand these concepts? Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith.
Pause it for 1 second. Incidentally, I'm quite sure I said, I don't care.
Oh, crap. Okay, so yeah, that's exactly what he said. And if you don't care about the quarter of the hour ad break, which is coming up in 3 minutes, then you can feel free to just forget about using your Amazon Prime account to get a free Twitch Prime sub, thus getting yourself out of the ad break. Forget about paying $5 to buy yourself a sub, and also getting emotes, as well as access to the freemium, and all sorts of other good stuff. Access to a special Discord channel that we probably need to make better use of, right? And more. And you definitely don't want to be active in chat so that you can possibly be gifted with a gift sub, as has happened to a number of people today. So, there is a chance. Like I said, it's not a guarantee, but if you don't have any other way to get out of the quarter of the hour ad break, which is coming up in 2 minutes, then those are some ways. But yeah, if you don't care about that, then that's something that shouldn't concern you. Oh my gosh, she's using negativity.
Yeah, you didn't.
You said I don't care.
Yeah, you didn't.
I'm quite sure I said I don't care about these philosophical differences. And
Matt Bender worked as a producer.
Then he wanted to say, like, and to make you feel bad about it, Zeus from the Marvel show or whatever it is.
I mean, Matt's done a few debates.
No,
Thanos
I've debated him.
Is a utilitarian. And because he's willing to let half the planet die or whatever, all the planets die to save half the other planet.
Yeah.
And I didn't care about that. That's not relevant to me and to the argument I was making.
It's just so weird that he has to explain this. Like, Tim's really characterizing it. I guess Sam just doesn't know the difference between utilitarianism and deontology.
But he's really upset about that. I feel like I must have hurt Tim's personal feelings. And I
still despise the Majority Report for their neoliberal ideology, but Emma Vigeland was a poli-sci law student. Debate was built into the training she had, so losing to a fail son like Tim Pool is unlikely.
Can understand that, but there's still more, right? He's upset. Go ahead. He's really upset.
We still carrying a grudge. The music thing.
I should say,
look, that's what I debated Matt Bender about, right?
Tim, honestly, it's one thing for you not to have me on your show. That's fine. It's your show. But to carry around this type of hurt and this type of anger and resent, it's not healthy for you.
Yeah.
It's not healthy. I mean, yeah, okay, you're showing me.
You know who else carries around a lot of anger and resentment? Xehanort. Yeah, Xehanort. And also Destiny.
You're not going to let me on your show. That's fine. I get it. But this is tearing you up inside.
I know.
And I worry about that. And I know people are going to say, you're just saying that to be shocking. Good.
Well, we also should add that he has no idea what this show is. We do a whole hour every day interviewing historians, interviewing experts in fields,
interviewing Waluigi,
union organizers.
It hurts that he doesn't really watch the show. I mean, listen, here's the thing that
it's okay that he doesn't watch the show, but he shouldn't make claims about the show if he doesn't really know.
And it's Friday, so we're doing a lot of.
Who is Xehanort? That's the real question. Yeah, who is Xehanort? In some ways, we're all a little bit of Xehanort, right? Like Xehanort is a part of all of us, but it's a character from Kingdom Hearts. It's like the am I gonna spoil Kingdom Hearts 2 for you if I tell you?
Have fun segments and this and that, but he should understand that like the Tim himself is like, it's like going out for dinner like at a nice restaurant, and you've eaten the appetizer and the main course, and maybe you have a dessert, and maybe you get a bottle of wine, and then you're leaving, and as you leave, they got a bowl of those like white mints. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And you take one, and well, I'll take like 2 or 3, and I'll eat one, and then I'll put a couple in my pocket. I'm like, oh, for later. But then you don't find that for like 2 weeks later until you're on the subway.
Yes.
And you're like,
Oh,
I'm going to eat
No, but
this.
the problem is you forgot that you washed your pants. You're gonna eat it, but now it's like it's impure. Like it's got like detergent in it somehow.
That's when we get to the Tim section of the show. That's what it is. He's missed the entire dinner. He doesn't watch that part. He just watches us eating the mint. But let's go.
Wait, what?
Understand these concepts.
Sam, are you the Mad Hatter? What was that explanation? I was getting on Tim for his Thanos. Thanos represents utilitarianism, and Captain America represents deontology, right? I was getting on Tim Pool for that, right? That's pretty silly. But what did Sam just say? Wait, what? You're like the guy that didn't get to dinner in time? What? Is he talking about Tim Pool like sort of missing out on like educational opportunities? I don't got it.
Talking about?
Yeah.
And you take one.
Maybe I just didn't listen close enough.
And well, I'll take
Yeah,
like
it's half melted and soapy. Okay, soapy, not Sophie.
course, and maybe you have a dessert.
Wait.
Understand that like
This is what Tim Pool doesn't understand.
the Tim himself is like, it's like going out for dinner like at a nice
Tim is like going out for dinner. Tim Pool is like going.
restaurant.
Does he mean debating? Tim is like going out for dinner.
And you've eaten the appetizer and the main course, and maybe you have a dessert,
Wait, what's for dessert? Like, I want to know.
and maybe you get a bottle of wine, and then you're leaving, and as you leave, they got a bowl of those like white.
I can't relate to this. I can't afford wine. What do you? They don't serve like mints at the restaurant, so that I don't go anyway.
Mints. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And you take one.
The majority report is the dinner. Okay. But wait, is Tim the mint? I feel like Tim never goes out to eat. He just DoorDashes or whatever, stays in. He is saying that Tim doesn't watch most of the show and just judges it. Oh, okay. I get you. So the dinner is like a conversation with Digby, or a conversation about the history of tort law, and then the mint that Tim takes is the little bit of drama that happens in the fun half. Is that what it is? Without the beanie, he does resemble a mint. Okay. Maybe Sam's analogies can only be understood by Xers. Well, like, I haven't seen every Richard Linklater movie.
And well, I'll take like 2
Just
or
Waking
3,
Life.
and I'll eat one, and then I'll put a couple in my pocket. I'm like, oh, for later. But then you don't find that for like 2 weeks later until you're on the subway, and you're like,
Oh,
I'm going to eat this. That's when we get to the Tim section of the show. That's what it is. He's missed the entire dinner. He doesn't watch that part. He just watches us eating the mint. But let's go.
He's
Understand these concepts.
So he's like, basically, they eat mints. They have a very unhealthy diet on the majority report. They only like mints. That's it. That's Sam's response to getting called a drama monger. That makes sense, okay? The drama is the mint. It's not even the dessert. It's like the exclamation point on the dessert. The tippy top of... no, it's after the dessert and after the wine. You got a little mint. And Tim's like, oh, he's a mint eater. This man loves his mints. That's not good. Not good, is it, Tim?
Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith said, think about Thanos versus like Captain America.
Tequila remains a disaster.
Thanos wants to wipe out. And then his response was to make a video and all of his fans mocking me for talking about Marvel. But here's a better one. When we released our first song, he ran it through an audio filter to make it sound bad and then played it on his show calling it garbage and lying about it.
I just saw
like that. The dude is just the lowest of low tier grifters.
Did he? I feel like I saw them. I watched
he
them.
ran my song through an audio filter.
Was he on that episode? Because it was the girl and the other guy.
The girl and the other guy.
I don't remember if he was on the show. But
Did you run his song? If we did that without telling people, I would have a problem with it, unless it was obvious.
Let's just be clear. This was August of last year.
Podcast says we roast Sam in chat over analogies every day. Oh, we got some MR chat here. What's up? Good to have you. I am a sometimes MR chatter when I have the chance to. I'm in there and out of there really quick, but I do always like to come back home because that's my home, right? I watched I watched Majority Report when I was like a little baby cat girl, and
I don't have the audio capabilities or like the wherewithal to. I was running the board.
You were?
I was running the computer here. I put it up. We just played the YouTube video. So if he thinks the song sounded bad, it just sounded bad because.
I mean, Bradley's in it.
Oh, geez, I didn't know we were gonna get this answer though. I didn't look at this.
The song sounded bad. It just sounded bad. I don't have the audio capabilities or like. Let's just be clear. This was August of last year.
So we're talking about the accusations. There was some kind of filter that made Tim Pool's music sound bad. I feel like I thought I heard something, but I assumed that it was, some kind of copyright, some kind of bulwark against getting copyrighted because it's music, right? You could get in trouble for that. And because it was like over everybody's voice, it looked like it happened in post. Now that's the producer, right? So not necessarily the editor.
I don't have the
producer Matt Lesh, right?
Audio capabilities or like the wherewithal to. I was running the board.
You were?
I was running the computer here. I put it up.
No, I don't know who everybody is. It's that like I don't know which one is.
We just played the YouTube video. So if he thinks the song sounded bad, it just sounded bad because it sounded
Bradley's
bad.
inability to run anything.
Yes, Bradley. Okay.
In terms of audio, is brilliant.
I'm now able to filter it.
The first voice I think is Matt.
A year ago, and that was a year ago. That was a year ago.
Like, I'm much more equipped now, and I still don't think I would.
Oh my god, old sickback! Thank you for the bits. I didn't even see that. Lent mints are the best mints. Oh my god, that's brave of you to say. Has anybody in here survived the Grimace Shake? Do we have any Grimace Shake survivors? Because I'm hearing that not everybody that drinks the Grimace Shake actually survives.
Been able to run it through an audio filter to do it.
I wish Tim could see our board and structure here and see how little of a capacity that we have.
Yeah,
when
I went into like the PDB studios, the PBD studios, I was like, oh Jesus, this is a serious operation. This is like if people can imagine, like Bradley, right? Like a guy's house who spends all his time at Radio Shack back in the day. That's what this looks like. There are cables everywhere. Everything is hodgepodge. Nobody knows how to, like, we've got to hum. Just jiggle everything. And that's it. But go ahead.
That's the thing. Yeah, it's like TikTok's been like, all of the big TikTokers are like
Here's show
disappearing.
Played the song we put out and put it through this weird filter to make it sound like garbage.
Okay.
And that song actually did really well.
What if they're being inducted into Organization 13 though? Oh my god.
That song we've had so far charted on Billboard in a bunch of different categories.
What if it doesn't really unalive them? What if it's just like it's darkness? The grimace is darkness. Oh my god, Chad, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense. Wait, does that mean Ronald McDonald is...
And then they're just like, oh, it's so bad. Oh man, it sounds like Nickelback. And I'm like, if anything, it sounds like emo, not Nickelback.
I'll point something out about Sam.
It's all fake grifting.
Sam went on Patrick Bet David's Valuetainment podcast. I thought it was very cool. I didn't.
Okay, no. That's not cool. Off of there.
even use his name. That's dirty, dude.
It's all grifting. It's all fake garbage.
Like, he's a huge.
So they're talking about a podcast that Sam has been on, and I think Tim has been on now, and it's a right-wing podcast. The guy said that when Sam came on, he got a bunch of like what did he say? Like texts. He said he got texts saying you can't have this guy on. This guy is really bad, and then he's never gotten more texts.
Podcaster, you should make a big.
His music sounds like I think that's an insult to Nickelback to compare it to Nickelback, because Sam podium in debate. Destiny's solution was to side with Tim Pool. Yo, I'm not even. We can't even pay attention to what Destiny is doing. I gotta skip right over that. For as far as I'm concerned, he does not exist.
Big deal out of
Twitch ordains it. Okay.
that.
You survived the Grimace Shake, not worthy of leveling up.
All right. Now, I should say, I don't ever do the titling on this program. I don't go back and review the videos. It is the way that we pay for the show, or at least part of it. And to be honest, I had never heard of Patrick Bet David before he contacted us.
That's the PBD show that they're talking about.
I'm just not aware of him.
Wait, is that the Valuetainment guy? Is that the same guy?
Be big in that circle, but I don't know if our audience was terribly aware of him either. And the fact is, the guy is the first line of his bio. Go to his bio page. The first line of his bio is he made over $200 million in some insurance thing. So what do you want me to tell you? The operating fact is that he is a rich guy.
Yeah. Also, the girl and the other guy, I'm just going to return to that.
Well, I mean,
Matt Binder was on his show.
Was on Destiny's show?
No!
One's in chat if you could do without Matt Bender on Destiny.
He did Tim's show.
Oh, I don't know.
But can I just say too, it's rich, and this is obviously, honestly, of both of them, of course, Destiny. As much as Sam has had, tips with Destiny on his show, Destiny, I think, has a lot of respect for you, Sam, and I think that was made clear. But Destiny's entire channel does.
I was about to say, how does anybody miss what's wrong with Destiny, right? And then I realized that you're talking to the guy who didn't know who Thanos was, right? That's how he literally doesn't fall. Literally it sounds like their conception of Destiny is circa 2015 or something.
The similar
the fun, have fun, have fun
thing with SEO algorithm based titling, where you just say leftist host.
Oh yeah, and speaking of fun halves, we are 2 subs away from our fun half. If we can make that subs, we will do an extra segment. I'll be telling you about Final Fantasy 16. I'll be telling you about how one of the Kingdom Hearts directors is catching strays based on perceived problems with Final Fantasy 16, and we're gonna look into some actual Kingdom Hearts lore. For once, we're so close. Yeah.
It's down so and so. You don't make it as specific, because if people don't know who Patrick Bet David is, they're not going to click on it. Yeah. If they see Sam is debating a rich guy, it could have been a phone call and they'd want to watch that.
Yeah.
It's true.
There's it's kind of, I think it's a frivolous argument, and it belies either a willful or a non-willful lack of understanding about how we make clips and what does well and what doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to complain about titling, it seems like quite a shallow argument, and you just need to watch.
How are we doing on YouTube? Have we been hitting the like button? Are there more like buttons that we can hit? Is there more thumbs that we can put together in order to... Oh my god! Agla, thank you for the community sub. Wait, does it say who it went to? Oh my god. Who got that sub? Somebody just got a gift sub. And it does happen. And it happened again thanks to Agla. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're 15 minutes ahead of the bottom of the third quarter. That's what we say. The first quarter of the hour, the third quarter of the hour. That's how I'm keeping track of when the ad breaks happen. But yeah, we're about 15 minutes ahead of our next one. But thanks to Aglith, somebody is going to get to skip that ad break entirely.
The video and judge for yourself.
And of course, it's coming from Ian. Kanye is going to be seen
Admiral
as the savior
loved on
of the Jews. Crossland over here.
Yeah, but Ian said some nice stuff about the show in the past, so I find that to be a weird argument. But anyway.
What? Wait, Ian? Who are we talking about? Oh no, we're talking about Moonlord. Okay, for a second I got scared. I was like, wait, okay, so it's bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Subgoal Met. What? Colorado Mountain Man, you just got saved from another ad break. Was it by, okay, let me, Anonymous Gifter? Anonymous Gifter is kind of like, are they like mysterious, right? I would say so. I would strongly suspect that they're mysterious, but thank you, whoever you are. I don't know. At least I'm not saying like darkness, light, friendship, memories.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, when Patrick they put up clips of the interview, and I don't think they use my name. And why would they?
Right.
It should be like, whatever, weird leftist or tax-loving guy calls for more taxes.
Yeah, right.
It's, I mean, I'm not going to take offense to that. That's the thing, is that, like,
Okay, so this is a thing, right? If I were to, and I won't do this, right? It's not talking about, like, plans or anything like that, right? But if I was to talk to Destiny again, most likely if he put out a video, it would be like Weird Cat Girl thinks that, I don't know, like... Weird Cat Girl advocates for puberty blockers or something. It would be something like that, right? That would be that, because Destiny, especially if he doesn't agree with me, it's not in the business of hyping me up, right? So, like on a lot of those debate shows, the people that they are debating do not even get to say their name. And here's the thing, right? You could sell a video based on two things. You could say, Sam Seder debates Tim Pool, and that's exciting because people know who Sam Seder is and people know who Tim Pool is, right? But if you tell me Sam Seder versus Sansol, I'm sorry, nobody's going to watch that. Nobody knows who Sansol is, and even if they did, they wouldn't care, right? So... God, I have to throw Sansol under the bus. That's so random. Sansol, I'm sorry. It could have been anybody. It literally could have been anybody, okay? You're interchangeable, Sansol. What do you think about that? So, if you're gonna debate Sansol, you gotta talk about not who Sansol is, but what Sansol is, right? And you gotta sell that as like something... like interesting, of like, find some of Sansol's most outrageous tweets, most outrageous takes, right? And characterize Sansol in some way. And I'm not saying this to be mean to Sansol, right? I'm just saying to get your video to pop. You gotta turn Sansol, since nobody cares who Sansol is, right? You gotta turn Sansol into a silhouette of something that people do care about, right? Something people do strongly dislike, and that would be how you would do. Why am I telling you how to make drama or how to make debate thumbnails, right? But why Sansol? That's the best question.
Oh, so much of this for a lot of people in this business, it is really about
nothing personal, Sansol. It could literally be anybody.
Like celebrity, and it is about, like, there's a lot of personal things in here, and I want to make this clear to Tim and Ian and all of them. I don't harbor any personal feelings towards them at all. I am just aware there's a lot of young people who go and watch your show, or maybe middle-aged people who watch your
Sam's like a hero. Sansoy, yes, exactly. Exactly, Deem Stars, exactly.
Show, they get bad ideas based upon bad information, bad senses about politics, and
bad ideas like not pressing that like button on YouTube to make sure to boost those likes as high as we possibly can to encourage YouTube, encourage the algorithm to send this video and this stream to as many people as possible. New people could find out about No Comment Chick thanks to you and your thumb.
And to the extent that I, mock you or mock your music
New YouTube, Colorado Mountain Man's got this. YouTube thumbnails need something like gets destroyed. Yeah, something like I'm trying to think like what Twitch poll reactionary destroyed or something like that. Yeah, it would be
call you a rich guy or whatever. I am doing it because I want to diminish you as a messenger for that bad information.
Or like toxic misogynist destroyed.
I'm trying to be honest here. I am mocking you, not because I have a problem with you as a person. There are some people out there I think are really atrocious.
Ben Shapiro destroyed.
But I'm the reason
Catgirl SJW activist demands puberty blockers for all who need them and destroys Sansoy.
Why I show up and do that here every day is not because of what, I can do that at home. The reason why I show up and do that every day here, and I think we all sort of like feel this way, is because I want to interfere with your ability to spread bad ideas.
Sam the Disruptor.
Based upon my definition of what good ideas. I want society the outcomes of society to be better for the most amount of people. That involves things like...
You think that's like Thanos? That's like Thanos to you? Sam's he's obviously a JoJo.
Redistribution, certain amount of egalitarianism, equality, communalism.
And Tim Pool is some kind of Sigma Dio follower.
There's a host of other things. And because of the medium, this is the medium. So don't take so much offense. It's okay, Tim, if Emma doesn't like your music.
Yeah.
I'm sure I don't like it, but I've never heard it.
This is what I was saying. Look, even if you love your music, even if you believe in your music, whatever, right? You are boosting your music based on your social media presence. That is a vanity project, right? If you put out a vanity project, you gotta expect some criticism. That you set yourself up for a situation where some people that are not your super fans are not gonna like it. So, and it's gonna get that reach, but it's not gonna be like a positive reach, right? You just gotta be okay with that, right? You can't take that personally. And Tim Pool can't help but take everything personally. I've never seen a guy like this.
Bradley doesn't like your music. And if we're going to mock it by changing, auto-tuning it or whatever it is that we do, we will cop to that and do it on purpose. I mean,
there's a forbidden vegan meat. Wait, McPlant Burger?
If it was up to me, I'd play your music and just keep hitting fart noises on my board.
Yeah.
Listen,
but,
Tim,
I missed that day.
If it was up to me, I'd play your music. And I'd keep on going like...
At work.
No. Right. We'll be upfront about it if we do it, Tim. But you don't have to worry about that for now. It just sounded like what it sounded like.
Yeah, there you go. Really cool says, agree, some of the clips are badly titled. Tell whoever's doing that. We're not MR. We're MR, not TMR. Kind of my little pet.
What is TMR? Is it like a joke of, like the joke is like TMZ? I mean, it is literally TMR though.
Pet peeve. Sure, there's different there's different arguments about it, but basically, I am not a business guy. I am not a manager.
He should be glad Tim should be glad for Colleen Ballinger's apology song. Yeah, I mean, he could definitely take that, and because it's not like he can go and be like, well, at least I'm better than Rebecca Black. You're not. Rebecca Black, objectively better musical artist than Tim Pool.
I mean, I try.
Well,
but I'm a little bit loose.
Hey, I mean,
Rebecca Black is based.
I mean,
I'm not complaining.
and so
mock duck. Oh my god, I haven't had that in a long time. Are you talking about like made out of gluten?
I am not going to spend the time to micromanage or mostly manage what anybody does on the show. It's like
it is so cheap. Yeah, if it's the thing that I'm thinking of, yeah.
Show up, make sure things work.
Yeah, I've had that before. It's like it comes from Taiwan.
And then I'm happy.
So good.
And everything else is like will fall into place. I'm sorry. If you want to, if Tim wants to pay for someone to come and title the shows differently, or Ian wants to do this in his spare time.
Look, I always read the toxic gossip train on Friday. Always. Always. It's finally here.
What's it feel like to be an
Actually, this has been out for a while. I was waiting for this. I remember seeing this video as a premiere before it premiered. And here we are. Olayemi on the left, interviewing Laverne Cox on the right. That's not the only train I'm counting on for the weekend. The Colleen thing really drew the heat off of Illuminati as expected.
Come on.
There's no trans question. And I'm not a question. I exist here.
Wait, are we gonna get in trouble for music? Don't get me in trouble for music.
Sort of motivates me with everything I do, and I'm really lucky. I was thinking about how many actors, a dear friend of mine who, Coleman Domingo, I will just say his name because he is so talented. I've known Coleman for like 20 years, and he's working his ass off, and he's been incredibly talented.
Someone was tweeting a picture about Cuffles and used a picture of Rebecca Black and didn't know who Cuffles was. Oh, you thought Rebecca Black was now a streamer named Cuffles. I mean, it's conceivable.
For years, and he is acting. He was like, I saw him a few weeks ago. He was like,
We cannot start that rumor, though. That would be so unfair to start a rumor that Cuffles is secretly Rebecca Black's free brand. No.
Booked till next May or something.
No, it's not. It's not like JFK Jr. Where QAnon can pretend that this guy's like coming back to support Trump, you know. But it's not like, you know. There actually is a Rebecca Black, and she still I think she still does music, right? Rebecca Black is a queer iPop. Yeah, like making hyperpop. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't like pretend like somehow Cuffles is Rebecca Black.
Yeah. Just acting. And I'm a busy girl, but I do a podcast and I host a red carpet and I do speaking engagements. I do my music, and acting is
yes. Rebecca Black still does music.
Is my first love and my biggest love, but it's not what I do most. And part of that is, you know, I'm Black, I'm trans.
Unlike JFK Jr.
And, you know, I'm
Ooh.
51 years old.
Ooh.
There's just not that many parts for me.
No,
but
wait, what?
I enjoy.
She's 51 years old? I did not know that.
And I keep going and I keep working really, really hard at everything I do. And
she came out as queer?
Keep trying to get better. And that's what I'm more concerned with instead of like, I'm an icon. Because I think the icon thing is about laurels and sort of resting on what you've done and being acknowledged for that. And I'm interested in the next thing. I'm interested in like, what's next? How do I get better? How do I get to the next level? And then just as an artist in terms of storytelling, what kind of power can I have in the industry? Because at the end of the day, it's like, I'm a worker. I'm still a worker. I'm not
Yeah.
like a boss. Yeah. And like, that's where the power is. And that's, so these are the things that I think about.
But that's what makes you iconic, Laverne. Like, I still remember the first time I seen you on Orange is the New Black. And it's not even just that you are the first person I think of, or I think most people think of when we think of Black trans women or women in entertainment and media. It's not just that, but I remember seeing you for the first time being like, she is acting down. I am weeping. Like, loved you from time. And it's funny, when the minute I call this is a collaboration.
Laverne Cox is a actress, roles in Orange is the New Black, and other stuff, and is trans.
I have like 20 questions that my friends who all love you.
Her twin brother makes amazing goth music. I did not know that.
Curated to ask you, child.
Oh my God, I love it.
I called it. I was like, you know what? I'm calling all my Black gay friends and y'all about to tell me exactly what y'all want to hear. And the first thing my friend Philip said was, he said, she is such a light. And I was like, I know from the first time I seen her. He's like, no. The first time I saw her was not Orange is the New Black. He said it was on an interview. And he's like, and all of her interviews, something that I always have noticed is that he said better than anybody else, the bad faith questions, all of these narratives that they try to center around trans people that are not trans narratives. She does such an excellent job at pivoting that to legislation and the real issues. And it's so much that makes you iconic. It's not just that you're an actress, not just that you're a singer. We have to talk about Trip Opera because me and my bestie definitely watched it drop and you are amazing. It's not just fashion, it's not just looks, but it's the way that you, in a world where, especially as a Black woman, period, let alone a trans Black woman, there's so much hate and there's so much push to mute yourself. You have so confidently carved out a lane. And I'm so like excited and want to know like who influenced that, how you got to the place to be 51 years old and be this woman that's so iconic to all of us.
The how we frame narratives. So first of all, that I think that is that is one of the things that makes me different from a lot of people that I have. I'm an actor and I do all these things, but then I can go into an interview situation and hopefully break it down and hopefully be nuanced, but also be clear and break the shit down, what really matters down. So I've learned from it. I've learned from experience. Years before Orange is the New Black, I did a reality show in 2008 called I Want to Work for Diddy. And then I used the little platform I got from there to really advocate. And so I've been an activist. I had been going to Equality and Justice Days in Albany, trying to, get gender passed for years and writing trans pieces for the Huffington Post and going to protest and being involved. A new movie came out called The Stroll that my friend Zachary Drucker directed. And there's a photo from me in like 2001 when we were trying to get the human rights law in New York City changed to include trans people. And I was there testifying. And it was one of the things I kind of, forgot about. And there's like documentation of me there. There's a photo. And I'm just like, so I've been doing this for a while. And trying to sort of figuring out how to navigate media. And when Orange happened too, I knew when that show came out, because Netflix was in a completely different place than it is now. So House of Cards had come out. I thought I was doing a web series, and I was 40 years old when I booked that part. So I was like, I don't know how long this is going to last. So
yeah, you're like, especially at Netflix, right? Nice to see you, Iron Orchid. It's also nice to see trans Black women maintaining their pedigree of being among the base members of the LGBT community, despite being the most attacked.
I need to try to build a brand for myself, and also change the conversation with and about trans people. So there was an activist mentality in relationship to how we're talked with and about in the media that I thought was crucial, that was bigger than me. But it was also like, how do there can't be space created for me with this old conversation. We cannot have a space for me and other trans people with the ways that they've been talking about with and about trans people up until that point. It was 2014 when things really started to change. And we're in an interesting point now. You know, I was on the cover of Time magazine in 2014 and called it transgender tipping point. And 9 years later, you know, for trans people, it is, it's dire. It really is dire. And whew, I'm just taking a breath because I just, it's going to be all over the place, but I just got back from Savannah, Georgia, and I was shooting a show that I'm the lead of, that I co-created, executive produced. It's the first scripted show that I've created, and it's been a dream 15 years in the making. It's a miracle that show got produced. Amazon Freebie is doing it because a lot of trans-led projects are dying in development right now. So there's something going on in Hollywood. Yes, we're more visible than we've ever been, but a lot of trans creators are finding that their projects aren't being bought, that they're stalling in development. So all this, you know, sort of backlash against trans people is affecting us in Hollywood too. And so but I was also so grateful that I got to tell this story and got to be an artist. And I realized this week that I use it as a distraction from everything that's going on in the world with all this anti-trans legislation, because it is.
So yeah, I mean, like, that's a huge barometer, right? If it implicates representation of trans people, trans people's visibility in the media, as well as whether the hate fomented by the likes of Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, etc., has been so effective that it is making companies nervous about working with us, right? And, you know, actually, this is the most important, the lives of trans people that are affected by this, that are in those, you know, pursuing those kind of goals, which, like I said, are important for so many reasons. It calls to mind the Dylan Mulvaney situation, which I'm sure they get into here, right? But if you don't know, Dylan Mulvaney just came back to social media and posted a video revealing that the company Bud Light did in no way stand by her during the controversy. There was no reaching out. There was no, you know, anything, right? They completely just stopped talking to her during all that. Anyway, they do. I think they talk about Dylan.
Is devastating, and I didn't, you know, and I just posted something I did in when the Montana law passed back in January. I was like, okay, I gotta go, you know, go out and like talk about this, because they've been saying this is about the kids for years, and then the Montana law banned gender affirming care up to the age of 26. So I'm like, girl, it's never been about the children. And so, it takes so much out of me because I'm not just talking. This is my life, and it's very emotional. And I don't know. And this is partly why you haven't seen a lot of me talking about this. Yeah. Because it is so, I love my community. And when I hear about young people and their parents having to flee states. Can you imagine, like, you're working class and you have to flee an entire state because they're banning your care, or they want to criminalize your parents or your healthcare providers for giving you care, or you just can't access, and you have to flee a state? That's devastating. The suicide attempts that children are engaged in just when they hear about these. This is real life, and there is an attempted genocide against my community right now. And as a public figure who's been at this for a long time, it's just sort of like I feel at a loss because this is just happening. And I've been on TV, and I've been in DC, and I've been at the Supreme Court, and I've been places trying to like elevate our humanity and tell people what's at stake for a very long time, and this is happening anyway. It's devastating. It is, and it's traumatizing, and so I'm trying to sort of be in my resilience with it and not fall apart and not feel hopeless. And what that's the piece, because I don't want to go on a platform and be hopeless and
Yeah.
be just devastated, because there's devastation, but what's the both and of it? It's also the resilience. It's like, how do we fight back? What can we do in this moment? How do we look to our ancestors and transcestors? What are folks doing right now? The campaign for Southern Equality is something I've been talking a lot about. I know Alejandro talked about it on Leftist Mafia a few weeks ago. But the Campaign for Southern Equality is they're providing grants to help people flee states or get access to care. And so this is what we as LGBTQ people, as people of color, have been doing for centuries. This idea of mutual aid, this idea of being there for each other in the most oppressive of circumstances. And so I'm like, this is, how do we be there for each other? And then as much as we can, I think the context of where we are now is that the right wing media, and when I say media, I mean social media, I mean corporate media, some center left-leaning media has done a really good job of manufacturing consent that dehumanizes trans people, right?
Yes.
They and then when you can successfully dehumanize people, you can take away their rights. And we're seeing this in real time, right?
Yeah.
Like, so much of what happened with Black folks in slavery, they had to dehumanize us, right? They had to say that we were less than, that we were animals, so that they could justify enslaving us. When what they were doing with immigrants at the border, the dehumanizing. So we see all of this dehumanization, and they've been so successful with trans people, partly because we're such a small part of the population. A lot of people don't know trans folks. And the strategy was, they tried with bathrooms, that failed. Yeah. But then when they started with the sports ban several years ago, because people really don't think trans women are women. So they were just like, well, that's not fair. And then they
this is exactly what I've been saying, right? The sports issue is more than just the sports issue. And having, talked to some people, even some trans people, that will trivialize it because of the, nature of sports being entertainment, or, in some ways like, it's entertainment, and therefore it's not taken seriously. They use that as a wedge, right? That issue, if you give them even a little ground on that issue, that gives them the leverage and the room to dehumanize you. That's how it happens. That's how it gets in, right? And the people that are tempted, that somehow think there's like an advantage in just like, hey, if we could just like completely drop this sports issue, right? And a lot of it's because they don't see trans athletes. But these people that you don't see, because they are not at the top of their sport, and there are not very many of them, are being lied about. A narrative is being passed that somehow trans people are dominant on sports. And nothing could be further from the truth. And as much as people might be tempted to give ground on that issue and say somehow like we'll get back to that, look, this has got some ugly echoes into history, right? Denying class of people the ability to participate in sports has been used to dehumanize. And I think it's it's actually counterintuitively people's willingness to kind of sell us out on this issue that allows everything else to be done to us, because it's only allowable by dehumanization. That's where it starts, right? They've exposed the fact that a lot of cis people are like humoring us. They're, when they acknowledge our identity, It's like they consider it like a social nicety or something, or an indulgence, right? And that's what this issue exposes. That's what Laverne Cox is talking about, and that is a dehumanizing way to see trans people. There's no two ways about it. Capitalism is inherently unfair and cruel to the working class in the best case. We are not, in the best case, capitalism unalives people every day. They act like it's a luxury instead of a right. Capitalism has a use for kneecapping the ultra-reactionary types, since those ideologies are not profitable to them unless they're specifically promised stuff. But it's, well, yeah, unless they're going to use those people.
Focused on children.
In the maintenance of capitalism.
And then that focus is obviously about banning care. You know, as Michael Knowles said, we want to eradicate transgenderism. So it's a genocide, and they've been so successful also because of the manufactured consent of the algorithms, the profit motive that exists, where people don't get any other information, that you can exist and go through the world and just be fed your own confirmation bias or whatever in terms of social media and nuance, and the truth doesn't play in the algorithm. You know, that Facebook leaker gave us a few years ago so much information that in Facebook's their internal research stated, you know, I'm remembering this from a few years ago, but stated that people stay on the platforms longer when there's conflict and when there's conspiracy theories. For whatever reason, people stay on the platforms longer, and they want you to stay on the platforms longer so they can sell ads and they can say people are on this and we can make money. And so much of the profit motive, the algorithm is not interested in nuance. The algorithm is not interested in love and empathy and the humanity of everybody. The algorithm responds to conflict, to conspiracy theories, to people at each other's throats. So there's so many factors that have led
the algorithm is darkness
to the moment that we're in right now, and we have to have a critical relationship to it. But how do we change the conversation? And changing the conversation is so crucial. And I'm a leftist mafia fan, and I'm a Surf Times fan. I love Lance, and he's been such a wonderful advocate for trans folks and trans issues. But that whole Tim Pool debate, I'm like. For me, it's not a debate, because the second we're in a situation where we're debating whether I should exist,
the mistake is opening it to a debate.
We're having the conversation.
That's why you went off into IT's chat.
On their terms. We have to change the conversation. It's not up for debate. For me, and there's a lot of people on the left who say, well, you know, access to gender affirming care for children, that is something No, it's actually not. It's not a conversation that we should be having. I said this before, and I'll say it again. If you are the parent of a trans child or a healthcare professional, that's a conversation that you can have. Or you're a trans child yourself, that is a conversation you should have. But if you're not the parent of a trans child yourself, or a healthcare provider, it's actually not your conversation to have, because it's none of your business. It is none of your business what someone is doing with their bodies, whether they're a child or an adult. It's not up for it's not up for public debate. It's about bodily autonomy.
This is something. Wow. Like, this is exactly what I've been saying. This is not a matter of debate. This is not something that should be politicized, right? This is not a matter that most people can understand. There's a lot of specialized knowledge in this. There's been a standard of care enacted by medicine as a consensus of, you know, how trans kids should be treated. And that it is a judiciously administered, like, type of medicine. It's not something that they're doing haphazardly. It's not something that they're pushing on anybody, right? And when it gets politicized, when it gets mischaracterized, that's when you get intimidation on healthcare providers. intimidation on sports governing bodies, right? To politicize it. Because when you don't politicize it, you know, trans women are allowed to participate in sports. The world doesn't end. Trans kids are allowed to have access to health care. The world doesn't end, right? When like she's saying, when the parents, the children, and the healthcare provider are those who are involved, you know, this actually isn't a problem. And it's sick the way that, you know, trans kids' lives are being politicized now.
It's about freedom, and it is about the humanity of folks. I believe this about reproductive rights as well. It's nobody. With the second we start talking about 15 weeks versus 6 weeks, no.
Yeah, Zara, this is refreshing to hear.
No.
Yes.
And I try to be a respectable Black woman and not get angry. You know, this is hard. And so this is also why you don't see me a lot, because I'm mad. I'm really mad. And it's like, no, 6 weeks, 15. No, the government should not be involved, period, in what's going on between me and my doctor in terms of reproductive rights, in terms of what happens to my body, period, point blank. And the second we get into conversations about how many we're having the conversation on their terms. We're having a conversation that is debating whether someone...
That's why I'm like, are you a Surfs fan or are you an NCC fan? No, I don't...
should have control over their bodies in every situation and have freedom in the United States of America. And so it's none of your business. It's not it's my existence.
No, I mean, honestly, like, I think she's just based.
This is not up for a debate. The trans question, trans ideology isn't even a thing. All of this language that they're using. I exist. I'm here. We've always been here. Historically, gender non-conforming folks have existed throughout history, and it is a colonialist idea, Western colonialist idea, this whole idea of the gender binary. We know that, like, third genders, fourth genders, non-binary, Hydra, two-spirit folks, etc., all over the world have existed. I'm here. We're here. This is I'm not a question. This is not up for debate that I exist and that we exist and that we have a right to be here. And so that for me is where I need to start, and where we need to, like, how we need to reframe this. And one last thing I'll say about the conversation is that the culture war, that language is so, it's not a culture war. This is a human rights attack. This is because people just, it feels very dismissive. This culture war.
The way that they use it, right, is like an attempt to thrust the conversation away. And although, like, look, I would love it if my identity was not politicized, okay? But it is. That decision has been made by the right wing. Somebody's policy of neutrality is actually deferring to the right wing. Is actually harming me. And that's what you get when you get people throwing their hands up like, oh, culture war, culture war. Okay, are we, I am hoping that this, there we go. We had a little bitrate issue. No, are we still having it? It's a little bit better now. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is made of light.
How is abortion a culture?
No, come on, please, be good, bitrate.
War issue.
Exactly. It's meant to do that, right? It's a straw man that they put up in place, because if you call it the culture wars, then it immediately becomes the two sides of an issue rather than one side.
Yeah, and it becomes that you kids are fighting in the back of the car. But if you're getting, like, smothered in the back of the car, that is not, you do not want neutrality, right?
Side needs their rights and equality, and another group of people oppose them having their rights and equality. And so they call it culture wars to dismiss that. Listening to you, Laverne, and this is something, I realized, because Lifetime fan now, And I watched the interview you did where someone said to you, oh, your first role, they called Orange is the New Black your first role. And you're like, no, that's my breakout role to many people. But I had my first role in the 90s.
Neutrality in the face of oppression. Yeah, it's taking the sides of the oppressor.
And I think that's something important to remember is like, you are this advocate and you are this person, and it's because this is your lived experience. You don't get the opportunity. You're not playing a role. You don't get to just be an actress. You have to be, an advocate. You have to speak around your issues. You have to support your community. And that's the reason why you're so excellent at pivoting and being able to show them like, no, you're actually centering this narrative wrong. This should be about this. This should be this conversation. And that makes me think, as a Black woman in me.
Thank you, Buffy Geek. Yeah, it's a good time to boost that thread. If you're not already, we are 4 minutes away from the top or the first quarter of the hour ad break. It's about to happen. It's about to go down. You will be served an ad if you don't have a little Persona 2 face by your name. If you're in that situation, there are several ways that you can save yourself from another ad, right? First way is through an Amazon Prime. If you have a subscription, you can link it up with Twitch. You can get a free sub out of that, and that will get you out of the ad break and make me really happy too, because I know you only have one of those to give. So when people give me that sub, it means a lot to me. The second way is if you have $5 that you can spend on a sub for yourself, that does also get you out of the ad break. That does also get you the emotes. And the third way is if you are lucky and you are active in chat and somebody that is looking to give a gift of a community sub to get somebody out of the ad break chooses you like a Pikachu, and you get to thundershock your way out of an ad break.
Media spaces, how often you have to be in that room. Like, how often do you get to be in a room where
during the ad read,
you're not
of all the times to F
being forced to field bad faith questions and said
of all the times to F
avoid and circumvent these narratives? How often do you feel like you walk into media spaces, interview rooms, and you feel like you don't have to do that?
I guess we're not missing out on any content, at least.
I've been very blessed that I've been able to create a space and a lane for myself where I'm not always talking about trans issues. Yeah. And I've done that intentionally, and I've done it, just for branding, but also for my sanity. And there's so many other things that are interesting, I'd like to think, about me besides being, a Black trans woman. I'm an artist, and I'm committed to that work. And I love interior design, and I love fashion, and I love music, and I love people, and I love love, and I love healing, being in this space of trying to heal. And that's so much the work too right now, because the underestimating how traumatizing all of this is. For the first season of my podcast, I interviewed Dr. Joy DeGruy, who coined the term post-traumatic slave syndrome. And one of the most powerful things, she said, two of the most powerful things that I recall her saying on that podcast is that when folks who enslaved Black folks and people who were, complicit in that, when they enslaved us, they weren't just dehumanizing us, they were dehumanizing themselves. Yeah. Right. And so where's the project of them rehumanizing? And then also after we were emancipated, where was the, obviously it was, 1865, and then then Juneteenth, we were just coming out of Juneteenth. A few years later where, we understood that we were free. And I say in quotes, where was all the trauma therapy for the generations of being enslaved and brutalized? Where was the healing, around, and the trauma resilience work, and just the PTSD, dealing with the PTSD of it all? And that is something that we're still, particularly in America, struggling with. I wonder for you, as someone from the Caribbean, if you feel that in the same way. I mean, obviously colonialism was global, but like, do you feel, I always think I think there's something interesting. This is a slight digression. There's something interesting about Black women, I think, who, particularly from Africa and the Caribbean specifically, or even in terms of, I remember meeting Iman and interviewing her and looking at Naomi Campbell and Grace Jones. These are women I idolize and am obsessed with. And none of them are from America, and their sense of their worth is so in the core of them. That
Yeah.
Iman, when she came to the States in the 70s, and they wanted to exoticize her and they didn't want to pay her, there was just nothing in her constitution that was like this is acceptable. She was like, no, I'm going to get paid what everybody else gets paid, and this is not an exotic thing. And I, and I speak 7 languages, and there was a sense of they as Americans, I think we internalize. I think I'll speak for myself, but for me as an American, someone born here, I internalize so much white supremacy, right? The colonization that happens that's so sort of instantaneous here. And I know colonialism is global, so we'll talk about your experience in the Caribbean, but I internalized so much racism that I had to.
Sorry about the frames. These are not good numbers. My God, I feel obliged to just like sit here while the frames are like low, because I'm worried that if I play the video, it's gonna be very choppy. It's gonna be choppy maybe regardless, but oh my God, come on. I promised a second segment. I promised an extra segment. And there's also a surprise in that second segment. Okay, there we go. It took like that long to get the frames back.
Unpack and I had to work on my sense of worthiness. That I feel Naomi Campbell and Iman and Grace Jones, when you read Grace's biography, she just always knew who she was and felt a sense of her power. I mean, what do you think about that in terms of your experience and around?
So I have so I grew up in the Bahamas, born and raised in the Bahamas. My daddy is Nigerian, and so the Bahamas is a very, very. I mean, the amount of black majority country, black country, proud black Bahamians, and you let any Bahamian tell we are proud
a special
black people.
surprise.
But we were colonized, and the internalization of that is hyper present in many respects. Obama is very colorist, very xenophobic, all these different things, and so I had to bet. I will say this. My mom is light, like light, but she is always hip to colorism as the most ignorant thing, and she got in front of it. And my big sister, thank God for her early vanity in life, made me the way that I am. But my big sister was always like, she came to us from front, like, y'all look gorgeous. Y'all look like me. So any way y'all think it, but they don't think, she always kind of let me know beauty standards, and this was dictated by other norms. She was like, she would say, y'all aren't in style yet. These people think this because they believe light skin is this and certain hair is this. So I was always under the impression that I look good. They don't know it. I'm top tier. They don't know it yet. And so then when I got to America, and I came alone, so my family stayed in the Bahamas, and they had no ability to tell me. And first I was in Florida, then West Virginia, then Ohio, before New York. And so I truly learned, unraveled racism of realizing, wait a fucking minute. You know what I mean? Like, what is going on here? Like, a lot of people, you hear all these stereotypes and all these things, but they're so foreign to you. You don't have any context for it. So I'm like, what is going on? But you look around and you see how people are treating all of the black people, the few black people that are around you, how they're talking about them. And then you also recognize, and something that, makes you realize, and I'm going to talk to you about it, is respectability politics. I think is one of the greatest signs of colonization and the way we internalize it, both in the Caribbean and here, because so often people would say to me, even black people I know would make these stereotypes or comments to me based on aesthetic things that are so inconsistent with my background or my reality or my schooling, but it's because we're married to these respectability politics and these ideas. And I've always recognized
the colonialism. What I'm hearing is that the colonialism is different because you were in a majority black on majority black island country that and that your mother was hip to it, that your mother, because I think it's so important. If you know you're loved, by your parents, and you're told that you're beautiful, and you feel that sense of unconditional love, that can shift everything. That will shift so much in terms of worthiness, right? Attachment theory, all that stuff. So I think that's what I'm hearing. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I think something I've recognized is very often, and I think we all know it implicitly, it just, the conversation stops short often in the Black community because of where Black people are interested in having the conversation about LGBT rights. But it's so many respects we know, like it or not, we know when white people go and say something about racism is received much better than if we go say it, right? It's discredited from us. And in the same respect, the same is true for LGBTQ rights. Like the reality is, Lance could say something and that it could be, but because just by virtue of Lance being bi, just by, even though has a partner with women, all this, that would be discredited in a way that they will hear it more if they hear it from a cis woman or a straight person or what it is.
Even Lance going on Tim Pool's show, I'm not interested in going on Tim Pool's show, but I don't know if Tim Pool would have me,
Yeah.
There is something about, and there's something wonderful about someone who looks like Lance with Lance's experience, advocating for us. And it's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely.
And we need that. Yeah.
And I think, and that's what I want to have the conversation about, because I think so often you hear people like screaming, they both want to ignore and dismiss the trans community while also barking down at them that they're not explaining it to them right or bothering to educate them. Meanwhile, you're ignoring all of trans people anyway. And so something I wanted to ask was, how do we better show up? Like, what is it that you think are the most popular misconceptions or things that as cis people with a platform that they will listen to that we should be trying to say and what we should be trying to do with our platforms?
Well, I love the video. You did a video, I don't remember when. You did a video when you sort of talked about how all these things are connected, right? And I like to remind people of that they're not just coming, when they're coming for trans rights and they're coming for reproductive rights, they're coming for civil rights, they're coming for all of it at the same time. And what's amazing to me is the dexterity of the Republican Party and like the ambidextrousness of the Republican Party, how many things they're doing at once and how organized and how much money there is. But I think I love what you're doing. And I think a lot of it is about elevating I've always believed it's about elevating the voices and lived experiences of real trans folks. But then, so that's important so that people can hear from us and experience our humanity and not just in the context of us talking about transness, but like just living our lives. A lot of what I'm trying to do right now is live my best life and do that publicly and be human in all the multiple ways that I am, because I'm a human being. And so often that is stripped from us. And so elevating the humanity of trans people beyond our transness is so important. The interconnectedness of it, and then figuring and how do we change the conversation? How do we take it back to the lived, I'm all about data and all that stuff, but the lived experiences of what people are going through, what's happening to folks, the impact of this, what's really going on with people and how they're struggling is really important. And then how we're thriving, because it's not just a struggle, But using your platform to platform other trans folks and other trans voices, I think is crucial. And constantly being in a space of interrogating and holding ourselves accountable and interrogating our own positionalities. God, that feels like such a bell hooksian kind of phrase. Interrogating our own positionalities. I talk like that sometimes. But being self-reflective and constantly, like, I have to, in this moment of my life, I have to be really critical of my privilege. I have like this class privilege I've never had before, and most of my community doesn't have this. And the platform I have, there's a considerable amount of privilege there. So I have to be critical and self-reflective as much as possible and hold myself accountable and allow myself to be held accountable too. And I think that's the piece. I still don't see enough of folks holding each other accountable in loving ways, and then that being received with the love and intention that was intended so that people can transform. That is not what I'm seeing. Can't believe I'm getting into this mess. But the Anna Kasparian moment that happened on Twitter, and I'm a Young Turks fan, and I watch critically. Oh no! I watch everything critically. By the way, I don't consume any media. We cannot consume any media uncritically right now. Left, right, center, independent. We have to be critical of everything. But what was interesting to me about the Anna moment is how much Emma Bigland from Majority Report specifically, and so many of the your panelists on the leftist mafia extended grace to her and extended love and compassion, and we're attempting not to call her out, but to invite her in, right? So
Yeah.
this is how it should be
should be
done,
doing
I
it.
think. I think
Yeah.
this is how it should be done. And what was interesting is Anna's response. As much as I'm a fan, and I'm a fan, but her response was not commiserate with the love and the intent.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of people that just wanted to see Anna's statement as a mistake or an issue where she's not getting it, and unfortunately that didn't turn out to be what it was, right? That's as an intentional turn by not just Anna but the Young Turks organization, and I think it hit a lot of people unexpectedly, and so the reactions that you got was this kind of like, well, I mean, it's reaching out. It's hope against hope that she wasn't really saying what she was saying, or that she wasn't aware of what she was saying. But yeah, no, every olive branch she absolutely snapped in half and threw it back. Strange to hear Laverne Cox talk about digital new media people.
To bring her in and for her to be self-reflective. And it's interesting, ironic, because she talks so much about being self-reflective, and that in that moment she was completely incapable of doing that, and seemingly, at least maybe privately, she's in process, but publicly we haven't seen her be transformed, or even taking in the critique and saying, this I've heard. What my friends have said. I've heard what my trans audience members have said, and I need to hold myself accountable, and I can do better, and I will work on this. And this is the process, right? So that is because we have to envision a world, because we all internalize transphobia, white supremacy, classism, etc. So what does the transformation look like? And there's just not enough work, because there's no profit motive in that, right? The work is calling each other out, fighting, and so it's so it goes back to capitalism. So modeling transformation, modeling what that looks like is so crucial. And then even someone saying, I used to feel this way about trans people, and then I was, a dear friend of mine, or even just getting to know somebody trans or doing my own research, I realized that was erroneous for whatever reason, or about Black people, or about immigrants. I remember when I got to college and at Indiana University, back in the day, and it's a weird thing to say out loud. But I believed that if you're in America, you should speak English. This is 18-year-old me who's, from Alabama. And I was just like, well, you should speak English. And someone was like, tell me more. And they kind of called me out, and it was loving. And I had to interrogate what that was about and what I had internalized. And it makes me cringe when I think about that now. It was 30 years ago, but and it's uncomfortable. I think being willing, and I've talked about this too with some of my own moments publicly when I've been called out, by my community, and I've had to hold myself accountable or allow myself to be held accountable. It is deeply uncomfortable, especially publicly. It was a moment on Twitter when I gave a commencement address about many years ago when Alabama passed. I'm from Alabama. When Alabama passed that, one of their abortion restrictions, and I retweeted a friend who said, "A woman's body, a woman's choice, end of story." And I retweeted that, and a trans man was like, "Laverne, you're really going to erase trans men and non-binary people in this discussion?" I was just like, ugh. I had the moment and this was years ago. This was this is probably 4 or 5 years ago. And I had to it was so uncomfortable. It was so, I remember just this, I've learned to sit with, in my trauma work, I've learned to sit with uncomfortable feelings too. It's a process. I remember just being so uncomfortable, and I felt so called out. And in the moment I said, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'll think about it. And I just felt ashamed, and I felt all this stuff. It just felt really yucky
Yeah.
inside. And I had to reflect on why that felt yucky, what that moment was about. And it's okay to feel uncomfortable for a minute. It
Yeah.
really is, because that is what's going to get us to the other side. That's what's going
Yeah.
to get me to the other side. And days later, I had the privilege of giving a commencement address where I talked about that, where I talked about those uncomfortable moments of being held accountable. And I could have lashed out. We go into when we're shamed. The shame response that we have. So I was publicly shamed, and I felt. And there's a difference between shaming someone and feeling shamed,
Feeling
right?
shamed, yeah.
So I felt shamed in that moment, and we respond to shame. We move away, we move towards, or we move against, which is the same response that we have when we're to trauma. It's fight, flight, or freeze, right? So it's the fight, flight, or freeze, moving away, towards, or against. So a lot of people, when they're called out, and I would suggest that what seemed to happen with Anna Kasparian, we're using her as an example now, is that she lashed out, that she went into the fight part of the fight, flight, or freeze, right? And I froze, and I tend to internalize things, and I don't want to be fighting people on Twitter. But so it's just like, how do we sit with that uncomfortability, that impulse to fight, that's biological, that we all have.
Yeah.
And how do we and then when we do fight, when we maybe need to just listen, how do we hold ourselves accountable and be transformed and allow ourselves to be transformed? Because that's how we get to the next place in terms of acknowledging each other's humanity.
And listen, it is very much so a conscious effort, because even with the Anna Kasparian stuff, I put myself in her shoes in understanding, like, it's very frustrating being the character of the day on Twitter, and when people are on your head regardless, and because we have a natural response to defend ourselves.
It is important to remember that, like, the initial, the initial segment of Leftist Mafia that made Anna so mad was not Olayemi wishing ill upon Anna or anything like that. It was a frustration at let's be real. Anna put herself in this situation. She got cooked because she insisted on getting cooked. And all Olayemi was trying to do was say, hey, don't do this to yourself. But you can't tell a person in that state of mind, don't do this to yourself, right? She's throwing herself into it. She's fighting it, as Laverne said, for a reason. And I guess I don't know. It's just but yeah, it wasn't the initial commentary by anyone on the Leftist Mafia. If anything, was aired on the side of being mild.
They're not right, wrong,
rather than spicy.
Somebody says something bad about me, I don't like that, so I understand those things. I also think it's something I try to be mindful of, because I recognize that you're not always going to be. I've been dragged on Twitter several times myself. It will happen again, I am sure. I try.
Oh, right, with the Illuminati situation. Brazil, unfortunately, is the most brutal example of internalized inferiority, which hasn't been dealt with due to repression and segregation during military dictatorships.
Yes. And what I try to
You're not that enthusiastic about Lance on PimTool.
do now is make a conscious effort to go on creators that I like and I respect, watch their streams, even when they're criticizing me, and take it. You know what I mean? Watch it. And what I normally realize is, if I get past the criticism, the constructive criticism, I usually hear something positive. I realize they're coming from a good place, and I can, receive it. And
when it's constructive, though.
When it's
constructive, yes.
When it's constructive. Trust me, no, Laverne, I will drag.
It's torture. It's torture to just sit and watch somebody misconstrue
I ain't doing
arguments.
That. I ain't doing that. That ain't happening, Laverne. Oh, ain't no way. But something I also think is something too is, I think we have to really think about our communities, because something that I noticed repeatedly in that situation is, yes, everybody trying to bring her in, but none of the people trying to bring her in, or who are friends whether the community that you're in are actually members of that community. And I think that makes a difference, right? Because I've had a lot of conversations with white content creators about racist things they would do and that they're sorry for it now. And I'll be like, but Black people told you that was wrong then. And they were like, not no black people I was friends with. I don't know no black. I wasn't in community with black people that I valued or I humanized or I whatever it is. So I think that is something that we have to be mindful of. It's not good enough for us to say, I believe in the right thing. So
I mean, look, I don't know. Wait, let me see where
advocate
this goes.
for trans people, but I don't know them. They're a distant unicorn fairy tale to me. I don't have any of those friends. I'm not in community with that, because that makes
Is that who Anna is though? Like, does Anna really just completely not? I mean, I know obviously, she's worked with a few trans people.
difference. Like something that happened to me yesterday. I was gonna go to Queerpalooza for Pride. And if you are a queer person, a queer, any femme, anybody like that, you should go to Queerpalooza. It's going to be a ball. And I was going to go, and Queerpalooza put out a statement that was like, nah. they're like, if you are not, if you are, a cis straight people, stay out of here. Okay. It's not just space. And I was like, you know what? And I remember I seen it and I sent it to my 2 gay besties, and they were like, yeah, and that is fine. And I'm like, yeah, and that is fine. Whatever your initial to feel excluded, and I was like, as they fucking should exclude me. And that was something me stopping to say, I had my own moment for a split second. It was only a split second, but me being like, well, I can't be there. And then I thought about how I feel when I'm trying to talk to black people directly and white people respond, and I'm like, this isn't about excluding you. This isn't even about you. This is about considering people. And what I realized, the reason why I'm able to do that is because I genuinely am in community with these people, and I hear them, and I can. I think that's something important that we have to go forward with these platforms. Like, it's not enough to make my platform allegedly inclusive in rhetoric, but my platform should be an extension of the life I live, the people that I really do talk to and hear from, because I think that informs who we listen to. Like, this interview is great because I went to my friends. Like, hey, what do you really...
living, and sometimes it's hard to go out and meet people from different communities, and we don't want to have like our token whatever friend, right? It should be about that. But how do we have people around us who are like-minded but diverse in some way? That is like, it's easier in New York, I think it's easier in certain places, but there are parts of the country where folks are just, like racial segregation is still such a huge thing in parts of this country. But being in community makes such a difference, right? If you had it's your trans friend of yours who's like, girl, I love you so much, and I see you, but you were dead wrong on this, and you're dead wrong because of this, right? And that does make a difference when you are in community, and that's a tricky thing, and because you don't want to just go out and find a token, whatever. But yeah, that's so much of the work. But then it's just like, so, but again, it's like the rehumanizing process. Brene Brown uses that term in her book, Brave in the Wilderness, which I think is a must read for these times. She uses the term rehumanizing, that we have to rehumanize ourselves and each other in a cultural and political environment that has us at each other's throats, that seeks to be like, if you're not with us, you're against us, the us versus them stuff that is so dehumanizing. Like, the work is to, if that's what we're interested in. There's so many people just making money, right, off this division, corporations, individuals, and we see it's just a grift for so many folks. But for those of us, and I want to believe in the humanity and the goodness of regular people, right? That we want to be in a space where we are loving, and there's just so much energy to like be in this hateful place, and it's just such negative energy. I'm like, who wants to walk around like that? And it dehumanizes us too. So the work of like, acknowledging my own humanity, and when I say that, and this is me being the artistic part of me as an actor, I have to approach every character I play with empathy. I cannot judge that character, because the second I'm judging a character, I can't be in her shoes. I can't fully play her with the layers and humanity that she needs. And so I try to bring that practice into real life. And then when I say that everybody has a struggle, everybody has been through something, and they've landed where they are because of some reason, some psychological emotional reason. They weren't loved enough as a child, they were abused, they were whatever, that's the human piece. There's certainly, many media figures who are, doing the propaganda and doing all the misinformation stuff, who are not acting in good faith, and it's hard to see those folks as human beings, but they have a story too, and they've maybe chosen this corrupt path out of some scarcity, something or other. And so having compassion for them, even as we, do it from a distance with some boundaries, we don't need to invite these people into our lives. Brene Brown also says the most compassionate people are the most boundaried. So having lovely, healthy boundaries is important, but really being in this space of beyond pundits and politicians and that, everyday people, the people who we see on the street, the people in our lives, how do we humanize them, and walk through the world in my humanity, meaning I don't have the right to judge anybody else because I am fallible. I've made mistakes. I have done some shit that I's not cute at all. And everybody's going through something. So it's I can't judge you because my shit is messy and I'm in process. That's what our shared humanity is, that we're all going through something. And can we acknowledge that we're all going through something at different levels of privilege? And I think being able to acknowledge privilege is important. And it's oh God, the privilege conversation.
And it's something, right?
That's a whole other thing, but
we all have it in different ways, and other ways we don't, right?
And privilege is contextual. It's in one room you might be the most privileged person, and in another room you might be the least.
Exactly.
So anyway.
Exactly. That made me think of, because first of all, you recently celebrated your 51st birthday.
Yes.
I told you happy birthday online on the day of, but I'm telling you it again here. First of all, and also pictures, videos, everything fantastic. Wow, chef's kiss. You didn't miss. No notes. And what I wanted to say is, I wanted to just celebrate.
How do you rehumanize an oath keeper, a proud boy, other potentially violent people who want to oppress you? Honestly, it's dangerous and most likely pointless, definitely one-sided.
That, and also something I feel like is always left out of the conversation. Black trans women are left out of the conversation to me in a way that bothers me in mainstream media. And there's this intentional, just nefarious attempt to dismiss and trivialize trans issues. And I find that what is so startling is the average lifespan that we know of Black trans women, and so I wanted to know, what does that feel for you reaching to 51 in light of all these things which you've been able to accomplish in this world around for your sisters?
It feels like a miracle. A dear friend of mine, it feels like a miracle that I'm alive. In so many ways, I'm not supposed to be here. When you think of the statistics, that stat that the average lifespan of a Black trans woman is 35 years old. It's when you hear that, it's oh my God, it's so deep. I was talking to a dear friend of mine, Honey Dijon. We were talking recently. I need to reach out to her again. She just won her first Grammy for producing 2 tracks on Beyonce's Renaissance album. And I've known Honey for 25 years. And we came up in New York at the same time. She's a Black trans woman living in London now and DJing all over the world and winning Grammys and very successful. And she's just she says the same thing. I'm alive. The thing I'm most proud of is that I'm still here. I'm not even supposed to be here. When you, especially in the 90s, transitioning in the 90s in New York and just walking down the street, walking down, the act of being trans and Black, particularly at that intersection, and having the audacity to walk down the street is and then if you get from point A to point B, without someone physically attacking you, because the verbal attacks were just a part of my day-to-day life. That was just what it was that I got used to, that people are gonna, misgender me and laugh at me when I walk into subways and subway cars. And that was just my life. But just to get home alive was, just felt, I made it, because it was a war, and there are girls still, and I get to get in a car, now. I haven't taken the subway in a minute. So these are levels of privilege that shield me from that. But there are girls still walking around. There are trans girls in the hood right now, not in the hood, who leave their house and it's like, and the girls with the tasers and the box cutters and the hammers and the pepper spray, because stuff might pop off. Like all that stuff is so real that we're living right now. And that's never changed for Black trans women specifically, and for our non-binary siblings as well. The danger, the physical danger of just being trans and particularly femme in public across that femme spectrum, the danger of that, it's just really deep. So I'm grateful to be alive, but again, I think about my siblings who are still in that, like, bracing yourself before you leave the house, and the makeup is armor, or like just being hyper aware, just to walk out of the door, So it's wonderful, and it's a miracle, and it's great. And I want to rejoice and celebrate that. And I don't like to focus on things that are dire, but it's like, it's important to contextualize things too, But then I was also, the both and of it is that, like, yes, I'm a Black trans woman, but my mom was a teacher and she corrected my grammar, and I wanted to go to the Alabama School of Fine Arts to study ballet, and I did in high school, and it was a boarding school, and so I was surrounded by mostly white kids from affluent backgrounds, and that was really challenging and hard. And I didn't realize that one of the skills I was learning, in addition to classical ballet and all my AP classes, is I was also learning how to make white people comfortable. Exactly. I didn't know that was a skill set that I was learning at the Alabama School of Fine Arts that has also served me well in this imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, to quote Bell Hooks. So it's those privileges, right? Like that, yes, I'm a Black trans woman, but those privileges are in part why I've managed to be alive, and I've managed not to do drugs, and I've managed to, like, I think, like, I've never believed that, recreational drug use is something, and I think I'm all about, decriminalizing drugs and all that, but I've believed, and maybe it's a generational thing, that as a working class Black person, that casual drug use is not something I could do. That was not something that I could do and think I would, like, be successful for me personally, because the consequences were different, right? That, like, I don't have, like, somebody to bail me out of jail, or it's just ODing and becoming addicted, and, like, so the desire to, 23 years ago when I went to therapy at Callan Lord, the Callan Lord Community Health Center, when I started getting my gender affirming care there here in New York, they required therapy, and I didn't think I needed therapy. And oh my God, I needed therapy, right? So much of the reason I'm here at 51 is that I've been in therapy for all these years, and I've been committed to personal healing and dealing with my demons and traumas. There's so much trauma from my childhood, but there was also so much resilience too. For a long time, I talked about, like, the trauma in my childhood. There were so many beautiful things, like this mother who was a teacher, and letting me take dance classes, and going to the Alabama School of Fine Arts, and being a straight A student, and figuring out that, like, I was a good public speaker, and, like, summarizing the Sunday school lesson every day in this oppressive religious context. That was also wonderful. So the both and of it is so. That's all of it is why I'm here. Like the challenges and the beautiful resources are why I'm here. And I was thinking too, as an aside, as a Black trans woman, I was thinking about the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing and Bud Light, right? And I was, and obviously she has 10 million followers on TikTok, and TikTok is the thing right now. I have 6.6 million followers on Instagram, and I'm not that big on TikTok. And I had an ad campaign with Smirnoff for 3 years. Obviously this is the anti-trans year, right? This is the year where they're going hard, right? They're going really, really hard. And I noticed that I'm not on the right wing's radar the same way that a Dylan Mulvaney would be. And it's rare that trans people of color, and particularly trans women of color, are on the radar of right wing media in the same way that like a white trans person would be. And I'm grateful for that. I'm sorry?
I think there's a reason for that.
Oh, there's a reason. I'm grateful for it, but it's like, I'm really grateful because I don't want to be in that mess. But I think it's like they can't see, they does not transmit. They can't they can't see the like the racism is so deep, the misogynoir is so deep that they just can't even like comprehend this. They talk about Lizzo, you know, it seems like that's the only black woman they can find, you know, figure out how to talk about.
But you know what I've realized? I've noticed, especially in looking at like black people that are becoming mouthpieces for transphobia, the way that they do it and they are able to justify it to the black community is by selling it as some kind of like as though trans rights is somehow anti-black, like they make it say separated, you know, the need to pretend
make it a
that
white thing. If this is a white thing, this is some
they make it a
whiteness.
white thing. And so by allowing them to, if they focus on the Dylan Mulvaneys, if they focus and they focus on a white trans person that is seemingly to the public doing well because they have millions of followers, whatever it is, it allows them to trivialize trans issues. To go after a black trans woman would have to open up the discourse to issues that affect black trans women, which are by no means trivial. You can't trivialize them once you know them, so they keep them out the conversation.
And they're intersectional. And then arguments fall apart. You know, I have not said this person's name publicly, and I'm gonna do it right now. Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle and his closer thing. Because I didn't want to be in that mess. I don't ever want to be like, because people will have a headline, Laverne Cox calls out blah blah blah, and that's not anything I've ever been interested in. But what's interesting, and I'm not the first person to say this, what's interesting about Dave Chappelle is that never does he talk about black trans folks either.
That's exactly who I was thinking of.
His arguments completely fall apart when you acknowledge that black trans people exist. It's always white. I remember he literally talked about Caitlyn Jenner as like, you know, the epitome of like white privilege, because like, in whatever, I forget the context. And it was just, I was sitting here with my black ass self being like, wait, what?
Right.
So, and then all of the trans people that he cites, all of them, and I know one of them that he talked about in the closer and he completely lied about. Anyway, I should be careful about that because I don't want to.
I got you.
So he lied about some of that stuff, but
you can kind of see that working in the media, you know, literally depending on your name as a brand in order to get you that next project, you know, for your work, right? I get that Laverne is kind of walking a different and more unforgiving line than a lot of us, but you can kind of hear how that is going to keep her from, you know, it's just something like weighing in on, you know, the Dave Chappelle situation, right? It's definitely going to get you the wrong attention and potentially even, get you in conflicts that cause you to lose out on opportunities.
All the arguments fall apart when you acknowledge that black trans people exist.
It's hard to play the victim of someone who has so little privilege as a black trans woman. The right just hasn't figured out how to be aggrieved by black trans women. They're doing this thing too, where they really are trying to isolate trans people. They're trying to, you know, basically, Laverne's saying, you know, within the black community, portray transness as being like, you know, not I mean, it's both sides are portraying it as not a black thing, right? And that's another way that they create like a wedge between two groups that they're oppressing.
All of it sort of falls apart. So it just, It's not, and for the Black community, it's like it's so interesting. That's so much of why I wanted to go on the Breakfast Club, and do the interview there. And I also reached out to Joe Rogan's people, and we have not gotten a response from his people. But that's part of why I wanted to go on the Breakfast Club, to just be myself and just be a human being.
Yeah.
Certainly, they brought up trans issues, and we talked about them, and it was a lovely conversation. And then the Breakfast Club did what the Breakfast Club did, and I have love for them. And they were so lovely to me. I know you've been on the Breakfast Club as well.
Yeah.
They were so lovely to me, and yeah, it's just it's for me. It's just about like, how do I go on and just be human, and have fun and just be myself.
And I want you to know, I have at least I'm going to ask you one more serious question before I pivot to the fun things I have to ask you before I let you get out of here. Something, as somebody I deal with, they come from my head all the time, and something that always makes me really comfortable when people ask me, how do you deal with that, is I really, really remind myself that I am not new. I am not special. Like, anything that I experience, someone has everybody before me has experienced,
Amen.
And I look to like Audre Lorde and hear her say there are no new pains. And so when I heard you tell your story about what it means to transition in the 90s in New York and all of this, I'm like, I know that there's somebody hearing that, experiencing that, or like, wow, you've got from there to there. And like, what would you say to those people? Like, well, if you could talk to yourself at the time, or anybody who's going through that, what would be the advice that you give them, or the words that you think that would really motivate them?
I think that, and I said this like a lot in the first season of my podcast, and I believe this. I think that, like, when I think about myself in the world, I think that that it's important to acknowledge that there are some things that are systemic, right? That racism, transphobia, all these things exist and are going to affect my day-to-day life. But then what is my 50%? What is my 50% in this? Where is the possibility of resistance to all that, right? That to not be in denial of it, but like, what's my 50%? What can I do today to elevate my circumstances and my mental health? I think that there's a mental health component to it, to acknowledging. I think therapy is so important. If you are, and people, places, and things is so important. Like, so trying to surround yourself with people who are going to affirm you. I'm so blessed, and I'm very particular about who I invite into my circle. And and one of my best girlfriends, I could cry right now. One of my best girlfriends, Mila, the Mila Jam, she's a singer and a recording artist and so many other things. I met her in 2005, and she was like, oh, I want to hang out, and I was like, oh, I don't really do that. And in 2005, I didn't have any girlfriends. I didn't have many friends. I was so protective of myself because I just had been so traumatized, and I didn't let people in. And Mila is so amazing. And I remember she was like, oh, we can add at your place. I was like, I don't do that. And at the time, there was also shame around the 315 square foot apartment I lived in. And I didn't, part of the reason I didn't entertain and invite people over is because I was ashamed of my apartment. But it's also like, so that was internalized class shame. But it was also like, I just kept people at a distance. And Mila is just so amazing and wonderful, and we have so much in common. She's from the South. She grew up dancing and performing too. She doesn't do drugs. She's just such a light. She is such a light. She's a Black trans woman too. And like, over the years, like, we started hanging out, and then like, I remember she tells this story and I didn't remember it. She always tells the story. I was like, oh, we were hanging out. I was like, oh, why don't you come up? And she was just like, I'm coming up. I mean, I'm being let in. And it was like, and with her and so many, the group of trans women that like I call my, like, my family. Most of us are artists, and none of us do drugs. And I say the drug thing because there is a culture sometimes and for a lot of young trans women specifically, I'll talk about my experience, where we come out and we're in clubs and we find ourselves and people are doing drugs, and it is what it is. And people do drugs for so many reasons. And I get why people want to numb. There's a lot to numb ourselves from. But I just I can't be close friends with people who are active drug users. It's just not ever been something I could do. And part of it's because I've never done drugs too. So like, it's just, I was talking to a friend the other day about like, when people are on drugs and you're not, there's this weird suspicion thing going on. It's weird, so it's like, and I don't poo-poo anybody doing when I don't count weed as that, just FYI, I don't count weed as in the context of that. I think smoke your weed, honey. I'm not mad at anybody smoking their weed. But it was when Mila and Jocelyn and Peppermint and Trace, the group of women that we sort of have formed, that is like a family and a sisterhood, is like so important to just affirm each other and to be truly seen and known. That is such a, I think like when trying to surround yourself with people who really see you, because I think so often for trans folks, particularly coming from whatever environments, people don't see us, people can't acknowledge us, people like don't. They have all these narratives about who we are. If you can have somebody, one person who sees you and who can mirror back your authentic self to you, that shit is life-saving. It really and truly is. And so, but slowly bringing in the right people into your life and letting go of the energy and the people who aren't going to serve us and who are going to keep us in. Everybody's not excited for our success either. I was talking about this with the girls the other day. There was a trans woman who I was really close to, and then, I kind of blew up, and then...
it's not, unless it's a Jeffrey.
Our relationship shifted, and I was just sort of like... And I didn't take it personally. I don't take things personally, but in retrospect, this was years ago, but it's just like, everybody's not happy for you. And I was like, okay, that's what was going on there. And that's okay. And that person is dealing with what they're dealing with, and I have love for them still. So surrounding yourself with really good energy and really good people, and letting go of those people and those energies that are not serving us, and understanding that you were put here for a purpose and for a reason, and that trans is beautiful, that like wherever you want to go in your transition is fine. But like so much of like, because when you don't have money, and I'm actually really glad I didn't have money early in my transition, because girl, I would have probably had way too much surgery and be looking real crazy right now. So the blessing of not being poor for most of my adult life kept me from like some
cartridge. Oh my gosh, cartridges are so strong though.
Crazy surgery, but like wherever you are in your transition,
fun, but it's like
being able to embrace today that like. The things that...
The first time anybody ever shared a cartridge with me, I had ridden my bike all the way downtown, right? And I was in a park hanging out with my friends. And I was about to go back, and they're like, hey, we're gonna puff. Do you want to join us? And I did. And yeah, the first time I ever saw, a pen that was not a tobacco pen, and oh my god, I had to like lay there in the park under the tree for what seemed like an hour. It's probably only like 20 minutes, but you know how time is. And it just like I just didn't realize how strong like cartridges were, and it totally kicked my butt.
Are beautiful about me. I believe this in my spirit, and I have to remind myself. I started the hashtag Trans is Beautiful in 2015 to remind myself and other trans people that I'm not beautiful despite my big hands, my big feet, my deep voice, my wide shoulders, my height, all the things that make me noticeably trans. I'm beautiful because of those things. I could look at other trans women who were noticeably trans, right, and see their beauty. I really could. And I could at the time. I still can. And they have things that are noticeably trans about them. And I can see their beauty, but I couldn't see it in myself. And now I can. And so that is so much part of the piece too, because this like what really figuring out what self-love is, and like and a practice of self-love, how we treat ourselves. People always talk about self-love, but not in a way that's like an active practice. how we treat ourselves, what we say to ourselves about ourselves, those internalized messages, like unpacking all of that so that we can be good with ourselves. I got to be good with myself first before I can go out into the world and conquer it. I can't, I mean, there are people who don't like themselves who are, you know, doing whatever, but like, interrogating all that and figuring out, getting a practice with therapy, with friends. If you need to be in some kind of 12-step program to get off drugs or alcohol, those meetings are free, and those meetings save people's lives. So like, that's loving yourself, like doing all that work. And then when you can begin, I think the blessing for me, and I didn't.
Oh, like the percentage of, yeah.
I was interviewing Leslie Jones for my show, If We're Being Honest, and she talked about how Cat Williams said, you're gonna break through and you're gonna be famous when you let go of your desperation. And because I always used to see Leslie Jones say, you know, because she would run after Chris Rock, and she knew Chris for years. She's like, when are you gonna put me on? I'm not gonna be famous until somebody puts me on. And Chris said, you're not ready. And I was like, but she would never say why, what he meant by that. And what he meant, it was what Cat Williams said, is that you're leading with your desperation, not your talent. When you let go of your desperation, then it'll happen for you. And that desperation, for me, I was in that space for 20. I mean, I moved to New York in 1993, and Orange is the New Black premiered in 2013. That was literally 20 years later. I was working on my craft. I was prepared when that happened, but there was so much desperation. There was so much not enoughness that I was operating from, and I had to go through a process to let all that go. I actually was going to quit acting. Leslie was going to probably kill herself, and she didn't give a fuck, and she stopped doing her hair. And that's when Chris was like, you're ready. When she was like, I don't think I want to live anymore. So that's we have to let go of so much to step into who we're meant to be, like who we're meant to be in that way. And people criticize Oprah. I live for Oprah, don't come for Oprah. But that person that we are meant to be, that person that God put us here to be, we have to let go of stuff, because we get all the stuff is put on us, right? And imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, we have to let go of so much to get to that pure divine light. If people see a light in me, it is because on a daily basis, I'm working to let go of all this stuff. So the light that God has placed in me, and I'm not a religious person, but I'm a spiritual person, the light that God put in me can shine. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine, so that I'm just letting go of all these things that are going to keep me from the divine that is within me. And so that's what I would say. And then surrounding yourself with the right people, putting yourself in the right situations, doing every single thing you can to let go of shame, of trauma, to heal, to you know. And the thing I will say about the drugs is that it numb, or anything to numb, right? We're addicted to our phones, we're addicted to shopping, we're addicted to me. Let's keep it in the eye. All these things that we use to chronically numb, right? They keep us from, you can't selectively numb feelings. So when we numb the bad stuff, we're numbing the good stuff too. And the good stuff is like, that's the juice. And we got to be able to like get rid of all the mess so we can see the good stuff in us. And then we can see it, then the world can see it.
That is beautiful, Laverne. And speaking of the good stuff, let me make that my last question.
And we can take, if you have a few more questions, I can take a little more time unless you need to go.
Good. No,
I do not long answers, so I'm like,
no, you're my plans, Laverne. Like this, my friend Philip, he said, and he this is his specific question. He worded it like this, and he said, ask it like this. He said, when you go out and you definitely want to show out, what's the most sickening pump you feel the most sexy in?
Oh God. You know, so I really don't wear heels like a lot, like in real life. Like I wear heels for photo shoots, and I wear heels for photo shoots. I went out. I did wear heels. I went to dinner the other night and I wore a little, it was a comfy little booty. To feel sickening. I love like a pant legging right now. I'm really into like pant leggings and like over the knee boots, like a nice, like that just skin tight and a pant legging. Like I just live for that fantasy right now.
Look up.
Yeah,
I'm glad you bring that look up because that brings me to my last question. That will bring me into your trip hop rug because Philip says, he said, you have a vintage and he believes, look how much he in your business. He said, she has a vintage, I believe, black Mugler jacket that's stunning. And in addition to that piece, what's another fave vintage piece that you have? And I know you had a million special pieces in trip opera that I would love you to talk about.
Yeah, I've started, I started collecting vintage Mugler. It's so funny. I didn't even realize I could until like 2019. And I started collecting, just bought my first Mugler jacket and then went down a rabbit hole. I'm like, I can get this. God, my favorites. Some of them are in storage. God, it's mostly Mugler, but I also love Galliano. I love McQueen. I love some Comme des Garçons. What's my favorite? There is this jacket. Is it in the closet now? No, but there's there's a video. I can send you a clip of it. There's a video where I do some of my Mugler collection that's on YouTube. There's a beautiful jacket that is from his Mugler's 1989 Buick Winter collection, Buick Hiver, where he was inspired by cars, and it has this incredible hardware on the side, and actually have the jacket that I wore on the Breakfast Club has the same hardware, the moto jacket, which I'm also obsessed with. It's hard for me to pick a favorite. It's like picking your between your children, but I love that collection so much, and I love that hardware is and that was just kind of a dream for me to own that jacket for a long time. I coveted that jacket, and then to have the moto version of it. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. I'll say that. But there's a lot. There's gonna be a Mugler too. And then in the video, in Summertime at Trip Opera, there's the last outfit that I wear in front of the red curtain is a Mugler piece that I wanted for years. And
that looks so good.
I found the cape. So it's a cape and it's a kind of peplum skirt. And it just wasn't anywhere. I was just searching, and it just came. One day I was on Etsy, and boom, it popped up, and I bought it. It needed just mild alterations, and that piece makes me so happy. And if you're a fashion person, and you go to Vogue Runway, and you can look at Thierry Mugler's show from 1995. It was his 20th anniversary show. That piece is not there. There were 300 pieces in the show, but you have to watch the show. There's a moment when the model slides down a staircase in this look, and then she walks around the perimeter of the runway. These shows were theatrical productions, and she walks around the perimeter of the stage because there's a runway in the center, and then there's a perimeter, and she was walking. So there's a video, and I'll put it in. I'm doing a whole video on the looks from the video, from my music video, and you'll see the look there. And I just am obsessed with that look, partly because I think it's just it's the structure. For me, with Mugler, it's the structure, it's the architecture. I've always loved architectural fashion. There's something, because it feels like art. I grew up, at the end of the day, I'm an art school kid. One of the great things about being at the Alabama School of Fine Arts is I got to any week I could go to a play in the theater department. I could go to an opera recital or a violin recital or play, and just being surrounded by art is just the best thing for me. And so when I look at the best of Mugler, for me, it's in that piece particularly, the architecture of it feels like art. It feels like art to me, and art is the most healing thing in the world for me. And that video too, it's it's been wonderful. We're at over 100,000 views on YouTube, which is crazy, and it's kind of an artsy conceptual idea to have these opera vocals to this kind of trap beat, and I'm calling it trip opera, and it's artsy thing. But I think the fashion piece, I wanted to bring in fashion and some elements from that you might see in a hip hop video, right?
I love it.
That could just these are things I love. A lot of this is about bringing together things. I love opera. I love hip hop. I love, Beyonce. I love fashion. I just bringing all together all these things that I love and have it be an artistic expression. And being an artist for me right now feels like the most healing thing. It's the thing that got me through my childhood. And these are it's one of the most difficult times. I mean, I think one person said that there have been more anti-LGBT bills introduced this year than the entire history of this country combined, all the years that this country has existed. So these are really difficult times. And what got me through my childhood was dancing and having music in my head. And when the kids were bullying me, I would just start dancing everywhere and have music in my head and this dreaming of being creative, you know, and I played dress up as a kid. These are the things that got me through a difficult childhood, and these are the things that still get me through. And so getting to be an artist and getting to, like, you know, I directed this video, I styled myself, I produced it, I basically edited it too. I had editors, but I was like, this is, you know,
that's how I want
these are
it.
the shots.
Trust me, I know. I know.
And even conceiving of the project, you know, going to different, you know, Hector Fonseca, who did the remix the track. I recorded these vocals in 2021, and he kind of hooked me up with different producers and DJs, and all the remixes I'm not feeling, but then this one and then the follow up, it just gave me life, and I was like, this is something. This feels like something special. And so it's just great to be able to be an artist and and express myself. It's deeply healing, and I need that right now. And I think we need to find in these troubling times the things that bring us joy, the things that bring us healing, those things are in place so that we don't get sucked into the mire of the depression of, like, all the things that are going on in the world that could, like, take us out and that are trying to take us out. What brings you joy? What makes you happy? What puts a smile on your face and makes you want to go on? And being an artist and being creative in this way has been so healing and wonderful for me.
Laverne, thank you so much. Like,
thank
you. Listen, you say, oh, I got to New York in 1993, and I was born in 1993. So I want you to know, when you think, oh, it took you 20 years, oh, Orange and New Black. Listen, you have no idea how many people's lives you touch and inspire, and who will never be as lucky as I am in this moment to be able to tell you. But I remember being in Athens, Ohio, being like, wow. And I felt that way every second of your career since, and I am so humbled and glad.
When is your birthday? You were born in 93. What?
July 27th. I will be 30.
You have one coming up. So
your girl.
Is it Cancer still? No.
Leo. A true Leo, Laverne. A true Leo.
Obviously. Yeah. Job. It's so funny. My boyfriend was born in 1994.
Yes, go ahead, 90s babies.
We were talking, and I was just like, I was telling him, like, I was like, I moved to New York in 1993. He's like, yeah, I was like, he was born in 94. But, like, yeah, that's deep. So you're about to be 30.
Yes, I'm about to be 30.
You're not even 30 yet. Can I just tell you how brilliant you are, and what a light you are, and how you break shit down? And there's something so incredible about you that is just, I live, and that's why I'm here. I live for you, and I love new media, but I live for you. I think your voice is so important, your energy, all the aspects of your humanity, that, like, you could be this, you know, well-resourced, sources cited, a movement lawyer, but you're fun, and you're fly, and you don't give a fuck, and it's just, I live, you're just a superstar, and I think that for what I'll say to you at this stage in your life, I don't know if you're having a return to Saturn moment, is that, like, keeping that understanding that you're a superstar, but, like, also, like, don't, just beware of ego. Just beware of ego.
Listen, Laverne, trust me, I am very hyper cognizant of it, because listen, my daddy is gonna watch this, and I love you, daddy, but my daddy, I've had ex-boyfriend said, your daddy made a fine young man in you. And I definitely can have an ego tendency about my spirit, so I try to be hyper cognizant of it, and thank God I have friends that will humble my black ass every
And it's nothing wrong with being confident.
Yes,
confidence
I know.
Is wonderful, and we love that confidence about you. When I say ego, it's like this is something I check in myself, and that's the only reason I'm saying it. It's because I feel like sometimes for me, when there was a moment, and around 2016, and I started feeling myself a little bit. It was like I had a show on CBS. I had a show on Fox. I was feeling myself. I was feeling cute, and the beautiful thing about that is that the world humbled me. Like when you, even in Hollywood, even with all of the, success I've had, like I'm still a black trans woman, and I'm not old money. There's a whole other level of celebrity. Like when you go, there's certain parties you go to or certain people you meet, and there's a whole other level of like fame and celebrity and money that I probably will never fully have access to. And I'm okay with that because that's fair weather shit. That's also like me wanting to like get into those spaces feels like that would be about my ego and not why I'm really here, which is about art, which is about telling stories. It's not about like hobnobbing. I've had for me, my ego is like, oh, I should be hobnobbing. I'm on Instagram. I know this celebrity. She loves me. Why am I not on the yacht with her? And all the girls, kikiing. And that's like about my ego, right? That's some bullshit. That's about my ego. And that's the stuff I have to be aware of right now and let go of and not like, not get caught up. For me, it's like, cause getting caught up and like for me, it's like I'm also able to see it. I think being older too, I see that it's bullshit. I see that people turn on you in a second. These famous people, 100%. Bless their hearts. That girl, you get a scandal, like
they will switch. Hey, listen, I seen it on even just the independent media circuit. Okay, people will switch up. Hey, listen, they will switch up. You will hear a PSA from your boys.
So it's like, just for me, that's what I'm talking about in terms of my ego, that I should be in this space and I should be in that space and I should be hobnobbing with this person. And at the end of I'm not owed anything. I'm not owed, when and I hope he's cool with me saying this. When my documentary Disclosure, streaming on Netflix right now, when we weren't shortlisted for an Oscar and we had done this big campaign and my director was just, he was pissed and he worked so hard on this and for years of his life. And he was so upset. And I was just like, nobody owes us an Oscar. Like nobody owes us a shortlist. I'm proud. The work has to be the reward, and nobody owes me anything, it's just, there's a justice thing, right? And like there's that piece, and it's like, okay, no one owes me anything, but then like, what does justice look like? What do reparations look like? That's a systemic thing, right? So yes, people are owed things systemically, right? I think people are owed healthcare, and people are owed, a living wage, and I think all that. We need unions, and so yes, systemically, people are owed some shit. But like an Oscar or an Emmy or being invited to a party, a friend of mine was like, upset because we were at the Vanity Fair party and like I was going to the gold party, Beyonce and Jay-Z's party, and she didn't get her. She went the previous year and didn't have her invite, and I was just like, I just know I would be like, and I live for Beyonce. If I didn't get that invite, I don't feel entitled to the invite to her party. I live for her. I would have just taken my black ass home and just I would have been like stressing out about not getting the invite. It's like it's not that serious.
I see it a lot, even and it's funny. I see that a lot, like egos, even on just like regular content creators, not famous, not this. And I think, as much as I hate my experience as an immigrant in this country, I'm so grateful for what that has made me and how I see the world. But like, I'm from an island that is 21 by 7 miles long. Like my family, I remember having to convince my parents to let me come to America, and they were not. My daddy was jacking it. No one thought, my family, nobody thought I would. I can't even believe my still being in America is a miracle. My being a lawyer is a miracle, all these different things. And I walk around, I remind myself how blessed I am. Like I live in a neighborhood where I live in a black neighborhood in New York where they over police. And I'll even think I'll walk around acting like the Avenger and getting people out of dynamics. And I think to myself, what kind of privilege that is? You're not from here. You could be in this name that you a lawyer. And so the people that look like you are treated with such a disregard and rights violated that you even have the ability to step in with your privilege to help somebody get what they should just be getting. And I think about all those things and I'm like, you know what? The people that I read from, I'm not a revolutionary. I see myself as a harm reductionist and a black person just doing my part. And I'm reminded that everything that I learn, everything that I espouse, somebody died to say it before. Somebody's a political prisoner somewhere. Somebody is not getting to post a cat being cute on Twitter and, blah, blah, blah. So I keep that with me every single day. And I'm like, you know what? just the fact that you could say it, that it could help anybody, because you don't get to see all the people that you impact, or how somebody, it changes somebody's mindset. Like, you didn't know me before, you didn't, when you reached out to me, and I was like, Laverne, I am a big fan. So you don't even know all the people that you're touching. And so I try to remember that that's the big blessing in it.
And I
that
do
can
want to
do.
say one other thing too. I really appreciate it because I'm a huge fan of Cornel West, and I, not uncritically, but a
Yeah.
huge fan, and he's been a huge inspiration. Justice is what love looks like in public, just like tenderness is what love feels like in private, is a quote of like, that's my shit, and so much of his other work. And I loved the way that you approached that conversation with respect and with reverence. Let's talk about it. Let's be critical. And I think he would even, say that he is not, above being critiqued. I remember a conversation he had with Bell Hooks in the 90s, right after the Million Man March that he participated in. And and I love Bell Hooks. May she rest in peace. Oh, I could. Anyway, I love her so much. I'm so glad I got to know her. Anyway, she was saying in the talk, she was just like, I'm so happy to see you, Cornel, but it's hard for me because I don't agree with you right now in public. I don't agree with you right now, and I don't agree with what's going on, but I still have love with you, we need to be able to talk about what's going on here. She was like, the day she hadn't passed yet, the day I interviewed Cornel West for my podcast, I called her and I said, I'm interviewing Brother West later today. Do you want me to ask him anything or say anything to him? And she said, I love Bell Hooks. She said, tell him I still love him even though he don't treat me right. and then she said, like, and this is, she hadn't been well for a while. She had been struggling with her health. And she said, even in that moment, that like, I really want him to like, I don't think he's really fully interrogated his relationship to patriarchy. That's the key, just he hasn't really done that. And I ask him about that. And so even in these moments when she was struggling and wasn't going to be on the earth that much longer, this was the thing that she had to get out. This is the thing that she had to say to this person that she's loved, deeply loves for over 30 plus years. Let's talk about patriarchy. What is your relationship to patriarchy? Have you really interrogated it and gone there? Yeah. And I just, I love her so much. And it's such a, and she was so criticized. We have an episode of the podcast that we dedicate to Belle. She was so criticized, right? And people have a lot of issues with Belle. And I don't love Bell Hooks uncritically either, but I love her. I love her so much, and she changed my life. And that woman, and she was so kind and loving and generous to me. But that she was in that state, and that's what she had to say. That's my bitch. That's what it's all about.
That's about to be the last word of this interview. That's my bitch, Laverne. I love that. Yeah, Thank you, Laverne. And the minute you said yes,
this is Illuminati. If you are not already following Olayemi's channel, I'm gonna put it in Twitch and in YouTube as well. Yeah, so as you can see, there's like a lot of people not super happy with this game. if you're a Final Fantasy fan, you know, there's a lot of people that feel like, you know, important stuff got kind of left behind. It has found a new audience. It is a different kind of game. The combat system obviously stands out as being different. Also, the character designs and the story are very different. And you know, like I said, because it's pulling in a new audience, like there's this, it's the audience that's like skeptical of anything involving Nomura. They're like, what's this Kingdom Hearts shit? That's exactly what they say. That's exactly what they sound like, yeah. They go, but that's actually what I'm like about Final Fantasy 16. No, I mean, like, I don't know. It is what it is gonna be. I don't know. I didn't really get into 15 that much. The last one I really liked was 13. That is partially because I just have never played 14. Maybe I would like 14. But yeah, 15, like, I don't want to complain too much because I haven't played 15, but '15 strikes me as it like kind of a road trip for the dudes. I don't know, like, so I never thought like it really didn't ever feel like it was for me. And then this next one is definitely not for me. So if you don't know, Final Fantasy 16, like, it's got that thing where they're like, we want to make it super realistic, okay? You want to make Final Fantasy super realistic. Thank you for the follow, Honey Nymph. That is exactly the sound they make. Yeah, you want to make Final Fantasy super real, like, you know what's wrong with this series, the sentence, right? Do you hear what's wrong with this sentence? You want to make Final Fantasy super realistic? It was never supposed to be super realistic. Like, it's Final Fantasy. It's Moogles and Chocobos but what they mean by that, though, is like somehow like true to not just the medieval setting, but the non-representational representation of the medieval setting, right? This idea that, you know, we're gonna make it medieval Europe, and obviously there were, you know, there were no non-European people there. There were, you know, all of the women were subservient and just kind of auxiliary to whatever the men were doing, right? That's kind of how this game, like, anyway, from what I've seen of it, right? I haven't played the game. I've watched a decent amount of gameplay, and like, I don't know, the combat looks fun. It's not very, I don't trace any sort of line between, like, the leveling, I guess you could say. The leveling is the one thing that reminds me of Final Fantasy. But anyway, so yeah, a lot of people had you know, just this game was not for them. A lot of people feel like Square Enix left us behind. There's also these new players, and they play the game, and they're like, oh, this is cool. This is really cool, bro. I'm having fun at a Final Fantasy. Who knew? And then they get to some part where there's like an ass pull, where there's like a strange plot element, where there's a confusing storyline, and they're like, oh, this is that Tetsuya Nomura stuff, right? Oh, quit Kingdom Heartsing up my Final Fantasy, right? And the thing is, Tetsuya Nomura is not involved, so let's take a look at this.
About Kingdom Hearts again, kind of. Square Enix has released a new game, Final Fantasy 16, which has released to great success, already 3 million copies shipped worldwide, which may not sound like a lot to some people compared to other Final Fantasy games, but keep in mind, this game is PS5 exclusive, so that is a pretty big number for an exclusive game. Now, I think the game is fun. The story seems very interesting so far, and I am invested. However, it wouldn't be a Square Enix release if there wasn't discourse. So what are people debating over with Final Fantasy 16? To be honest, I don't really know specifically. It seems like a little bit of everything, but it seems to lean a little bit more towards what this game is at its core. People are still bitter a little bit about Final Fantasy going the action game route. Some people think this game isn't Final Fantasy enough, even in the story. Some people are complaining about side quests, and some think the story is a little bit weird and confusing, which I haven't gotten to that part of the story yet, but people are blaming Nomura for it. Huh? Yeah, people are blaming Nomura for it? The Kingdom Hearts director? Who isn't involved in this game at all? There's this made-up world where if any story is confusing, if people think the plot doesn't make any sense, that Nomura must have worked on it, which is so silly when this is one of the Final Fantasy games, one of the first ones in a while that Nomura had pretty much no involvement in. Usually Nomura does something, character design, directing, producing.
Well,
he's been
here's the thing, the fantasy shouldn't be real, but like there is no like so that's the first thing, is there is no real reality. It's fantasy, right? It's what, and that's what the cool thing about Final Fantasy. You could have medieval stuff, you know, knights in armor, and you could have an airship, and you could have a futuristic space plane, right? You can have all that stuff. That's what the great thing about Final Fantasy is it's not like Lord of the Rings fantasy where it could be whatever, but like regardless of that, it's just such a weird thing. What they're doing is they're like, give us that old shit. You know, that shit where there were only white dudes. Take us back to that. And that is not medieval times. That is like early nerd culture or something, right? This idea of this pristine, untouched by representation, untouched by anybody but, you know, the gamer demographic. Like, that's what it is. It's literally gamers, right? Not gamers, not like people who play games, but gamers, like seeing themselves reflected in the games that they're playing. And it's like, it's kind of, it feels like, I don't know how much this is true, but it feels like it's just Final Fantasy kind of like giving in to like anti-wokeness or something like that, right? And there was nothing particularly really woke about their stories to begin with, right? They just, I mean, they were never like the pinnacle of representation. There's problematic characters in the Final Fantasy series, right? For sure. But I don't know. This is, it's just wild that this is what the discourse is. Not what I'm talking about, right? Instead, the discourse is it a little bit too Kingdom Hearts? Okay.
Heavily involved in Final Fantasy over the last decade, and even before that to a degree. A lot of the famous Final Fantasy characters you guys know and love were probably designed by Nomura. But this is a rare instance where Nomura has not touched this game. From what was said by co-director Tayasu, the Kingdom Hearts team only touched the combat of Final Fantasy 16. So even if Nomura was involved on the combat end of the game, we have no reason to believe he had any sort of say or involvement in the story. And for the most part, a lot of teams were involved.
Okay, so that's like actual Kingdom Hearts.
Involved in the combat, were involved in the making of Final Fantasy 16. Yoshi P did a little developer world tour where he went around to all these different studios, all these different teams to get their
with a lot of Final Fantasy characters mixed in.
Input to make this game even better and make this game even just as great as it is. So I'm assuming the story was majority done by Yoshi P. This has actually led to a massive defense wave of Kingdom Hearts, however, because a lot of people know Nomura had nothing to do with this game's story, and people are blaming anything confusing, anything slightly weird on him, which definitely comes from people who don't even want to try and comprehend the Kingdom Hearts series. And I don't even mean it in like a super mean way, just I feel like Kingdom Hearts and it being confusing is a little bit overblown. I get it to a certain degree because I'm not gonna lie, there is a lot of stories, a lot of lore in this series, there's a lot of games, so it's intimidating to anyone, right, to try and get into the story. And eventually that intimidation turns into frustration, and that's how some people end up getting the confusing story thing. Or maybe some people play the series out of order, grew up playing the series when they were kids. They try to play the series during the time where not every Kingdom Hearts game was accessible, so if you missed one or two Kingdom Hearts games, all of a sudden you have these weird random characters characters popping up. I don't know, there's justifiable reasons for some people saying Kingdom Hearts is confusing, but I do still think it's overblown and it's just not logical. Like, it feels like a lot of the time when people are slandering the game for being confusing, having a weird story, blaming Nomura for it, it feels like a hate bandwagon almost. Like it's something cool to hate. But fans who actually play the series, people who have gone through the whole marathon of playing the Kingdom Hearts games, a lot of them, the story, if you just take it game by game, it's not that confusing. It's not that bad. There's definitely certain plot points that are a little like out there, and a lot of KH fans will admit that, but I do not think it's the most confusing story in gaming. I don't think it's even close. I really don't. But let me stop rambling about that. People right now though are uplifting Kingdom Hearts in a way to kind of balance out some of the criticism, and are talking about how good some of the games are and what they've done and how just good the story is and what it's done for them. And I really love reading through some of these tweets because I mean, I just like seeing people like Kingdom Hearts. It's nice. You have people praising the Xemnas fight from Kingdom Hearts 2, talking about how Square Enix's quest to merge their action RPG cinematic design goals into one game, and basically they've done it in the Xemnas boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 2. A lot of people are uplifting Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 2 just being one of people's favorite games. If you ask anyone who's played Kingdom Hearts 2 where it stands for them, a lot of them might say top 3, top 5, maybe number 1. It's that game for some people. You also have this really interesting thread from a technical writer from Epic Games talking about why not that many companies borrow from Kingdom Hearts' design, at least not like one-to-one, maybe taking inspiration, but why Kingdom Hearts boss design or Kingdom Hearts combats is kind of hard to implement. And it's a really long thread, but I would highly recommend you guys read it. It's pretty insightful and provides an interesting perspective from the developer standpoint a little bit about just what makes Kingdom Hearts combat so good, or what makes it Kingdom Hearts. Just kind of reinforcing what makes Kingdom Hearts so unique and why it's that game again. Regarding Final Fantasy going the action game route and people being kind of critical of it, I partially feel like people are missing the point of what makes Final Fantasy Final Fantasy. I don't think Final Fantasy specifically needs to be a certain genre of game. It doesn't specifically need to be a turn-based RPG. It doesn't specifically need to be an action game. Whatever route they end up going, Final Fantasy is simply just a franchise of stories that are sometimes connected, but usually new and different. And every time a Final Fantasy game releases, it's like a statement like among RPGs. It doesn't really need to fall in line with a specific type of role-playing game. It kind of just does what it wants. That's how I've always viewed Final Fantasy, at least. But I do understand if you grew up playing a bunch of Final Fantasy games and are very used to them being turn-based, that, you know, you may want another turn-based mainline Final Fantasy game. But I think Final Fantasy, even beyond that, doesn't need to be held down to a specific style of genre. That's just me, though. I can't fully talk or criticize a lot of some of these things people are saying or complaining about with the story elements. For me, the combat so far is really fun. I like the vibe the game is going for. I know a lot of people like to complain about little things when it comes to Square Enix games. Some people don't like that it's a little bit more of a linear open world rather than kind of just being a straight up open world. People comparing it to like Zelda, Breath of the Wild, these games that have been kind of pushing open world a lot. And it's, I don't know, there's discourse within discourse with some of these things. And a lot of it definitely is just normal for Square Enix, especially over the past couple of years. There's a lot of games that just spark discourse. Even if the games are amazing, even if the games are close to flawless, there's something people will find that they will make a discussion about. And frankly, Square Enix fans just love picking each other's brains about what they thought about this game, what they thought about the story, how they think about this action game. They love debating over video games because Square Enix just makes a lot of games that hit people kind of like in their soul, in their heart, you know? It's hard to play a lot of Square Enix games and not have one of them in your top 3 or just one of them being your favorite, period. They know how to tell stories and they know how to make a game that brings emotion out of you. That's definitely something I feel with Kingdom Hearts, at least. But I feel like sometimes the picking at each other's brains, trying to figure out what everyone's thinking or everyone falls in line with something, it sometimes gets overblown and ends up turning into needless debates and arguments. And I'm not gonna sit here and say like, like all this debate isn't worth it or anything necessarily. I will say the Nomura part is probably the weirdest part and the part that does not make any sense, but everything else I can't fully comment on. But I do think there is such a thing where you can become a little too critical of something, too critical to the point where you have to question, is me viewing a game this way just affecting my experience with games as a whole? I hate to be the consume product person, but sometimes it is just fun to just try and enjoy something. If you do hate something, it's cool. Go ahead, hate it, like trash it, do whatever. But I don't think every tiny thing is really worth debating over, worth like arguing about. Because there's things in games that are overwhelming positives, things that are so good, I don't really care if this thing isn't the best it could have been. But that will about do it for me for today's video. I just wanted to talk about this. I thought it was interesting. It was interesting seeing people argue and somehow drag Kingdom Hearts into it, drag Nomura into it, which was really weird. But let me know what you think down below. How are you enjoying Final Fantasy 16? If you are playing, are you waiting to play it? Do you not have a PS5? Let me know down below. But if you enjoyed today's video, you already know what to do. Leave a like, share it with a friend or family member.
Okay, so easiest call ever. Yeah, Nomura, didn't even have anything to do with this game. It's just like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like what exactly, like there almost feels like there is like it almost feels like there's an aspect of like something else to this. Like, what is it about, Kingdom Hearts that the new fans of Final Fantasy 16 like distrust, or like it's gonna make it, I don't know. All right, so if you haven't noticed, I am playing, this is Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, playing it in the background. I am just looking at, there are so many outfits, and some of them cost money, but most of them are not. Okay, that's the one. Oh, is this like the color of your clothes? No, wait, that's... Wait, what does that do? Wait, how is this different? How is it like different between sets and clothes? Yeah, this is a pretty serious character builder. I wasn't exactly prepared for this. I mean, this is good as it is, though. I'm trying to play the game. Oh, you can have multiple outfits? Oh, no way. Wait, okay, so, and then, okay, so we got the name of player. Oh my god. Should I make an organization 13 name? Like, so you take your name and all the letters of it, and you like move them around and you add an X. So like, my name could be like, Xaren X. Oh my god, it's hard to do it with Irene, like, right? This is like not Zyrene. Oh my god, wait, that's just like X in front of Irene. Zyrene. I'm so creative. Ziren, Z. Rakes. Rickson. Okay, sure. There we go. So you gotta have like an organization 13 name. That's when you like that's when you get your heart taken away and you have to spawn as a nobody, and then you know, get a new name, and you're like, oh my god, I'm Irene. I totally forgot about that because I'm a nobody. And you dress up in an organization 13 cloak and you sneak around. What union am I in? Okay. Oh yeah, definitely Ava's union. All the way, baby. All the way. Okay. Can we change our Keyblade? Yeah, maybe. Treasure Trove, Lady Luck, Three Wishes, Olympia, Divine Rose, Moogle of Glory, Sleeping... Oh, that's like a Final Fantasy VIII one. Stroke of Midnight, Fenrir, Missing Egg, Fairy Dust, Diamond Dust, Fairy Stars, Diamond Dust, Bad Guy Breaker. Wait, Keyblade 4. Oh, so they all have like different forms? Or is this like if you advance it or something? Okay, so Starlight seems like a kind of basic one. You can advance, you can make it like that. Treasure Trove. You add treasure to your trove. That's pretty cool. Lady Luck. Three Wishes, Olympia. Divine Rose, Moogle of Glory, Sleeping Lion, Counterpoint? It's gonna have to be Stroke of Midnight, yeah. Look at that. That's a cool Keyblade. I got a cool Keyblade. What does titles mean? Title A, Title B? Oh, okay, what? Well, I think that this is less important because, I have no idea what that does. But like, anyway, this game used to be a multiplayer game, and now it is like it was an event, you know, like, right? It was a revelation. Like, you'd get more and more story, but it's like, you know, it's not like an active game. Theater. Wait, what is theater? Back here, Classic Kingdom? What? I don't know why these are my options. Oh, wait, is this just like... Are these like cutscenes? Okay, so there we go. Cutscene. Oh wait, let's like make the volume happen. Okay, so question. Is this music coming through like kind of not great? Can you hear that? Does the music sound normal or does it sound... Wait, you... Oh, but like I picked a Keyblade and it's not that one. It sounds like it's coming from heaven, but it's not like scratchy, rinksy. That's cute. Okay, the power of light, the power of friendship. It's Ava! You've managed to tap into the power of the Keyblade. Yeah, I mean, I always had it in me. Lesser Heartless won't stand a chance. But in order to defeat stronger foes... Yo, Ava's like the best teacher ever. Oh no, it's one of those dudes. It's a dark side. It's a dark side. What do I have to do? You must combine your strength with those who share your purpose and aspirations. The power of friendship, yes! And they've all got shittier Keyblades than me. Your friends will become your power. Okay, wait, no, we wanna... What? No, this is a cutscene. I wanna play the game. Don't tell me this is all cutscenes now. There are others who collect the light, but not all of them share the same goal of bringing peace to the world. You must discover who amongst us walks the path of darkness. Wait, so there's like different... What do these menus represent? Like maybe different worlds in the game? There's Wreck-It Ralph. Okay, seriously though. Menu. Okay, wait a minute. I really thought this, like, I mean, this gives you the lore, and I mean, that's mainly what you're here for, right? This is like... Wait, what are these buttons? Does this do anything? Kupo Kupo! Kupo! I smell a moneymaker, Kupo. Okay, so... Picking up the shapes. Ah, Phooey. How did this happen? I don't know, Donald. It's like the whole thing just fell apart. Oh no, who is that? It's Donald and Goofy! Gorsh, is that what I think it is? I can't do the Donald voice. Keyblade? Oh no! Yeah, we can fight! Can we actually fight these? No! Oh my god! That is so frustrating! Like, really, you couldn't, like, just maintain some version of the game? Oh wait, this is the Keyblade War stuff. It's, like, it seems, okay. Am I wrong about this? I was so excited about this. But I mean, this is cute. This is really cute, but it seems like it's just a lore repository. like you can see where you would be like playing. And yeah, I get that this was a online game. Okay, so there's a Chirithy, right? This is a Chirithy, also known as a Dream Eater. And they're cool. They're your friends. Every Keyblade wielder has a Chirithy. And if your Chirithy ever becomes a nightmare or a dream... Wait. A Chirithy is a Dream Eater, but a nightmare is bad. It's like gremlins, right? If your little cute, like, gremlin becomes a mean, nasty gremlin, that means you've been messing with darkness and, you're sussy baka. I heard that people are designed to shove all their sad memories deep down inside in order to protect their hearts. If that's true, was it really necessary to overwrite the memories of all these people? Oh no, is this like... This seems like late game stuff. Memories shouldn't be forgotten, even the sad ones. Maybe that's easy to say when you don't belong to me, when they don't belong to me. Okay. But while they can stay hidden deep inside, the wounds and scars remain. Forgetting doesn't mean it never happened. Yo, this is like trauma or something. Your memory was overwritten with the rest of them. Your sad memories forgotten, but your heart still bears the scars. If the time comes when you need to remember, I'll be right here by your side to help you. Oh my god, chat. This means that if I'm gonna play a Kingdom Hearts game, I've gotta actually buy Kingdom Hearts. And it's like... It is on PC, but it is like $50 a game. He bestowed names of the 6 apprentices and passed down the Book of Prophecies to the 5 who became known as the Foretellers. Wait, there's 5 of them, but they're Foretellers. Wait, that's... The 5 read the manuscript. And we're shocked by the final entry. On that fated land, a great war shall transpire. Darkness will prevail and light expire. And that's really pretty bad because they're the foretellers. They're the 5 union leaders of all the Keyblade wielders whose mission it is to recapture the Lux from the Heartless. And so the power to the other worlds. I know this is overwhelming, but darkness waits for no one. In fact, it's found its way to a bunch of other worlds, which need your help. I know a way to these places. Are you ready? Oh, it's a door to darkness. It's a portal. Yo, we're going into the darkness? Or are we just like... Wait, aren't we supposed to have like a cloak on for that? Okay. So yeah, I guess a lot of the cute scenes happen by the fountain. You're making amazing progress, Kupo. Oh, no, you're not a Kupo. It's a Chirithy. It's a Chirithy. I could tell you had potential from day one. But what if I told you I had something to make you even stronger? Is it steroids? Is it steroids? Chirithy. They can't be cheating. Dun da da. Check out this power bangle. Oh my god, it kind of is. This is like the Final Fantasy version of performance enhancing drugs. Yep, looks great. Moving on. It's just so weird that I guess they have to. So, like, they literally have to have character creation, because every cutscene, instead of being like, you know, a Final Fantasy cutscene where it's standardized, right? It's more, yeah, it's kind of like a Final Fantasy 14 cutscene where your character is part of the cutscene. So it's got, you know, it requires like, what does your character look like? Even though this is just a repository, you can boost each medal a different amount. Try it out, have fun with it. It sounds like a lot of fun. Too bad I won't be able to do it. Don't look at me like that. Come on. Give it a shot. It won't be so bad. And the best part is, it's a gift. The bangle is yours to keep for a limited time only. If you click on my affiliate link now, if you really want to do something in return, then just keep it equipped and continue to do what you're doing. I hope it'll motivate you to get out there and do even better. Slay even more Heartless. I knew I could count on you. Good luck. Okay. There's another Chirithy. Huh? Wait a minute, was that not our Chirithy? Oh, chat, are we getting tricked? Are we getting played by the Chirithys? Okay, Chirithy's story. Let's see what the story of the Chirithy is. The world was pure darkness. And then there was Chirithy. And then there was Chirithy. Oh my god, okay. What's the story of the Chirithy? But I was born into a radiant world enveloped in a brilliant light. Oh my gosh, it looks like a potion bottle. From within that light, my master gazed upon me and smiled. Okay, short little story here with the foretellers. Well, we already found out there's 5. Shouldn't they be called the 5-tellers? They're called the foretellers, but there's 5 of them. That doesn't make sense. Looks like you're getting the hang of that thing. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, you kind of look the part too. Oh yeah, for real. No, you know what I look like? I look like a, if I only had a blue version of this, I'd be like a Persona 2 Velvet Room attendant. Keyblade wielder. That would be wild if they, yeah, like... They do like to cross-pollinate the Persona games, but now I'm just imagining if somehow Square and Atlas had a game that brought together Kingdom Hearts and Persona. That just... Elizabeth, you're a Keyblade wielder now? That's right, Igor! Oh my god. So good. Oh, here's the 5-tellers again. I mean the 4-tellers. Before he disappeared, the one who made me bestowed names on his 6 apprentices and passed down the book of prophecies to 5 who came to be known as the foretellers. 5 are the foretellers. Great. Open that book and see what's in there. The 5 read the manuscript and were shocked by the final entry. Wait, what? Okay, I feel like we kind of read this. The fated land will be the battleground for a great war. Light will see defeat and expire, while darkness prevails evermore. Like it's not exactly the same, but it's the same idea. It's a different rhyme. It's a remix. They decided to draw on the powers of the book to prevent that from happening. Wait, the book says that it's going to be like this, but you're going to draw upon the power of the book to make it not be like that? The metals you're using are the ones of those powers. They harness unimaginable forces from the future to protect light. Of course, always protect light. Keep the world safe from inevitable darkness. Ooh. As for the foretellers, you should know that they share the same goal, but they don't follow the same path. No, they don't. Don't lose sight of yours, okay? Yeah, Ava's awesome. Ava's the fox lady. Another world. What's up? Ooh, look, another backdrop. About time. I looked into our little situation. You remember the Dark Ball Heartless? I would if I had gotten to fight it. Well, it's just as I thought. They came from another world. That means there's another world out there that's been invaded by darkness. I feel like Chirithy is, I don't know. I feel a little bit like Chirithy is like, well, okay, so in Birth by Sleep, it was like a bad idea to go into other worlds without permission. I guess we're like literally supposed to do that here, though. We can deal with them, right? Easy as pie. Because we don't have Master Ericus, we have Master Ava. That's the spirit. A new world means the power of a new Keyblade, which is exciting, right? Things will definitely be getting rough, so you'll need all the help you can get. Ready? Now hold out your Keyblade. And away to a new world. Wait, is this the thing where we, no, we just open a door. Oh, we're like unlocking, yeah. This is a... Okay. Fellow Keyblade wielders. Is this like our dorm? Well, well. Another wielder. Wait, are they gonna bully us? I just came here to be cool and... Have you heard? A new breed of Heartless has been spotted all over town. It sounds like they're a handful. We're thinking of splitting up and thinning them out. That sounds like a bad idea. Here to help. We're all meeting back here when we're done with our share. See, the splitting up part sounds bad. Good luck out there. Okay, wow. I still feel like they're like not quite giving us enough story. So Daybreak Town. Wait, it doesn't say what that one is. Dwarfen Woodlands, Wonderland, Agrabah, Coliseum, Beast's Castle, Castle of Dreams, Enchanted Dominion, Enchanted Dominion, Game Central Station, Niceland? Oh, is that Wreck-It Ralph? Yeah. Cybug Sector. And Candy Kingdom. Candy Kingdom, okay. Chirithy and Chirithy. What's up with this? Okay. There's two Chirithys. Hi, Chirithy. Hi, Chirithy. How's your wielder? Indifferent. Oh? I don't think they understand what's going on. They'll learn, they have to. You're right. There are only 5 unions. And we can't afford to lose any of them. Which is why we need to trust. Our wielders will flourish. Okay, I'm like seriously though. Like, what is this? Wait, these are like games, it appears. Fish and Frenzy. Barnyard Battle. Carnival Kid. Okay. But no, here's the problem though. These look like mini games, and If you know Kingdom Hearts, you know that the worst thing in Kingdom Hearts is the mini-games. The mini-games are terrible. You never want to get stuck playing the mini-games. They're so bad. Is this like literally trying to look like, wait, what is it? It's like Fallout. This is literally like trying to look like Fallout. I don't understand. Okay. Okay, can we go back at all? Oh my god, there... Can't scroll, can't scroll. Okay, what happens if we try Dark Road? Okay. This better let us play. At least it's starting with a proper cutscene. It does suck though, because like, okay, so if the way that Union Cross works is there's two parts to it, and the other part is the like older part, so it's like it's kind of like there's some lore in there that yo. Can anybody identify this Kingdom Hearts character for me? That dream again. I've been having the same dream over and over again for as long as I can remember. An unfamiliar world filled with unfamiliar faces and unfamiliar goodbyes. As if I'm experiencing life that belonged to someone else. This island, surrounded by smaller, desolate islands. A vast ocean, a never-ending sky. This is my entire world. But maybe there's something beyond these waters? Maybe there are worlds like the ones that I dream of. I mean, if I could get to the outside world, would I be able to meet my friends from my dreams? I can't get the thought out of my head as I lie on the sand like a starfish, day after day, feeling like I'm falling through the sky. Thank you, Elon Musk, for preserving freedom of speech by limiting your tweets. Awesome. This is the Libertarian Wonderland, isn't it? 10 subs. Wait, what are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, like, look, let's see if this might be a real game still. I feel like they did this to 358 out of 2 days. If you play the version that's like on consoles, you don't actually get to play it. The world from your dreams, it does indeed exist. This is nothing but a prison surrounded by ocean. There is nothing for you here. Is this where you wish to carry out your life? Who are you? I am your waypoint. As you are mine, What do you mean? Who are you? How did you get here? Answers are meaningless if you lack the knowledge to understand them. Here, there is only so much you can learn. You must explore the world outside. Huh? Oh, that is convenient. It's easier than you think. You just have to use the darkness. No problem. Just a little darkness. Never hurt anyone in Kingdom Hearts. One step forward is all it takes. But if you lack the courage and strength, your dreams will remain dreams forever. Yo. Xehanort. Where have I heard that name before? Wait, who are they saying? Who's Xehanort? Where's Xehanort? It's almost time for class. I know. They're so excited for class. Wait. Aren't you going? Eventually. Always doing things in your own time. It's gonna take a while for the others to show up anyway. That's true. Chat, do you see who we're playing as? Like, what's it like out there? Huh? What's it like on the other side of the ocean? Must be nice to know. Beats me. This is where they found you, right? Yeah, I was lying here unconscious, but what does that prove? The nearest towns we can see are all abandoned. That means you had to have come from somewhere farther away. Or maybe I fell from the sky. Well, that's new. What you can see is only part of the picture. Not only that, the things you got used to seeing can fade into the background. So you're sticking with the I fell from the sky? Keep an open mind, Ericus. Maybe then you'll actually beat me. Wait. You've been talking about chess this whole time? Come on. We need to get to class. Okay, so literally, the outside world, huh? If you don't follow Kingdom Hearts, right? You don't know any of the names that I'm saying. This is literally like a chapter of the game that we are playing as the villain of the game, the veritable Dio Brando. What I wouldn't give. This is where Xehanort went to school. Yeah, so Ericus and Xehanort are both characters from Birth by Sea, the Scala ad Kylum, right? This is the this is where the Keyblade masters of yore were trained, I guess, after Daybreak Town. Which was the game that was just lore. That was Daybreak Town. And so the question is, like, how do we become Xehanort, right? Because in Daybreak Town, we're like a different character. Thought we'd be the last ones here. Is that school? Me too. Wait, that's like being late and running away is what you do best? That's right. Don't you forget it. Just call me Tardy Fleetfoot. Baldur's not here yet. Nope. And the Master? Not here either. Well, that's a first. I wonder what's going on. This was a pretty short notice. We're not here for class? Master Odin. So we got some names from Norse mythology. Odin, Master Odin the teacher, showing one eye out from under his wizard hat. And Balder. I did not gather you here for usual class. The day I met the man in the robe, my world turned upside down. But I got used to it eventually. Your world can change in an instant. Sometimes all it takes is a single step. Wait, what? Was that his dream or something? Kingdom Hearts, Dark Road. Episode 1, Unexpected Departure. I'm afraid I bear bad news. The 7 upperclassmen have gone missing during their training for the Mark of Mastery exam. Training? What kind of training? As you know, there are many worlds outside of Scala ad Kylum. Before the Keyblade War, all the worlds were joined together, but the war forced them apart, and now their residents know not of the other's existence. To maintain this order, meddling with other worlds is strictly forbidden. However, in preparation for the Mark of Mastery exam, Keyblade wielders are given permission to journey to these worlds to broaden their horizons. How does one get to those worlds? There are several ways. Ways that you can't share with us lower classmen? Don't be like that, Eriquus. You're right. They are taught only to upperclassmen. But today is an exception, really? You're going to tell us? I can't believe this. I would like to use this knowledge to find the missing wielders. Yes! You don't have to sound so excited. Yeah, people are missing, you know. Right, sorry. Guys, we're gonna get to go to outside worlds. This is huge. The situation is worrying. Just why I'd rather be part of the search party than sit here and do nothing. Guys, aren't you forgetting someone? What about Balder? Is he still in his room? Yeah, I was saying there should be 7. I'll get him. Yeah, like, so the numbers that are significant in Kingdom Hearts are 7 and 13 and 3, right? 3 is usually the number of people in your party. There's always like 3 best friends in these stories. And then 7, there's like 7 lights, there's 7 princesses, and then 13 darknesses, right? So 13 bad, 7 good, pretty simple, pretty easy to remember. I have given Balder a different task today. He will not be joining us today. What? Oh? What's he doing? As you all know, his sister is one of the missing upperclassmen. I have yet to tell him the news to avoid any unnecessary concern. You're not going to tell him? Oh my god. In the meantime, I would like you to search for the missing students. Ordinarily, there is much to learn before going to the outside worlds, but we're just literally going to throw you out into this mess that the senior students just got lost in. That sounds irresponsible. So how should we do this? Well, the master wants us to split up into 2 groups. How do we decide? Oh, that's going to be uneven, right? No, it's not. It's going to be 3 and 3. Theodore, any ideas? Rock, paper, scissors? About? Well, we've all studied the other worlds, but you're the only one of us who's been out there. The upperclassmen disappearing. Our mission. What do you think is going on? Well, regardless of my past, one thing's for sure. The connection between worlds is unstable. According to the Master, the Keyblade War engulfed the world in darkness. When it was over, all the worlds began being rebuilt into what they are now. But time flows differently in each one, depending on when and how quickly they're restored. Some of the worlds are already complete, and their time has begun to flow, but others are not, and for them time stands still. The different worlds are all moving forward at different speeds and from different starting lines. Let's say the worlds are like people. Some are babies that crawl, some are toddlers that have just started walking, and others born yesterday are already adults and know how to run, right? Yeah, something like that. What I'm saying is that we need to be careful about what we say and do while we're out there. Right. So it's like the Prime Directive, right? Wherever we go, we have to make sure we don't say anything about the other worlds. Yeah, exactly. We need to respect their order. If rules and orders are already established in that world, yes. But what if you're in a world that's the equivalent of a newborn? Then the rules can be changed? But why would anyone do that? Even if it is possible. Do you think anyone else out there knows about this? Hold up, let's go back to what Xehanort said. I think the point was that the instability of the worlds could have something to do with why they all disappeared. Right? Right. So some worlds have been completely restored, while others haven't. Exactly. There's no way of knowing how far along a world is unless you actually go there, right? Yeah. That's kind of scary. This is gonna be a tough mission, isn't it? Probably. The 7 wielders each left there on their own, but the Master wants us in groups of 3. This won't be easy. Guys, enough talk. So how should we do this? Oh my god, I get to pick a party? Okay, so oh, I see. So we're already, like, Xehanort and Ericus are friends, right? So they're going for sure. But the question is, who do we bring with us? There's Vor, there's Braggy, there's Hermod, there's Erd. We're gonna bring Vor. Power Rangers. Mount up. There are several ways to travel between worlds. To ensure safety, you will be donning armor to ward off darkness. That's always good. And your Keyblade will be a vehicle for travel. Yeah, you ride on it. It's so Super Sentai. Okay, so we landed. Did we make it? Guess where we are. Looks like it. If you have played this game, you recognize this music. I guess I was wrong. You just got here. You've got to be heartless. Choose and flick 3 cards. You can change the top from options. Enemies attack every few seconds. Act quick to gain the upper hand. When you're out of cards, you can tap reload timer repeatedly to reload your deck fast. When the yellow gauge is behind your deck fills up, it's bonus time. You receive max power boost from the color of your cards. Okay. Uh-oh, what do I do? Oh well, that's auto. Oh my god, it's auto doing it. Oh wow, okay, I see. Three enemies defeated. Not bad for our first battle. Yeah, but we need to stay sharp. I'm still not sure what you do besides try to throw 3 of the same color. Hope the others are okay. I'm sure they're fine for now. Let's focus on finding some clues. New world unlocked. Okay, so there's like our... Theater shop, home, album, stats, crafting. See, there's like, oh my god, what? Not enough mats? Oh my god, they need to... Okay, so maybe they do explain this game better. Stats. Okay, we're getting stuff. We're getting more hit points. So I think we already saw that. You unleash the ability of your first card. Play the cards in the same color. Okay, so you can rewatch any of the, we can rewatch anything that we've, like, watched. Okay, so we can buy more cards, maybe? So there's materials, and then there's BP. There we go, quests. Okay, so. Yo! Wait, are we not strong enough for quests or something? Wait, is there like no way to heal? Let's just do auto, okay. Okay, I don't know, maybe quest is not what we're supposed to do? Like, we got auto on. Let's see if auto does better. Maybe I can, like, learn. So we're getting hit pretty hard. I don't know if there's a way to survive this. See, look. One more hit. Wait, did somebody heal us? Okay, what in the world? Rank. Do we need to like buy better stuff? We can't afford. Some of this stuff is like really expensive. There's like all these cards that we can buy. They have different like emblems. Like there's the sword ones, magic ones, shield ones. Okay, this seems familiar. Attack, magic, defense kind of thing. I just don't know what to buy to like actually be able to win, because like it. And also the idea that like your second battle, you're getting your ass kicked. That seems kind of weird. That's not like a normal game thing. Which makes me think that we're like proceeding in the wrong way. There's our album, okay. So those are the 3 keys that we have. Would buying different cards really make like a huge difference? And if so, there's different colors of playing cards. I don't know what the colors mean. Okay, I got 3 potions. That's probably more than I should have. Okay, let's try it now. Let's see if this changes anything. We got new items. I don't know if this is making me kick butt though. Did I have to like actually set that up? Yeah. Oh my god, already. Oh my god, we're screwed. That's album. Okay, so something happened. You obtained a passive effect? Oh my god. Okay, maybe that's good? I don't know. Let's try this quest again. Let's see if this changes anything. Are we doing more damage? Like, not that much. I feel like we need, like, magic attacks against this dude. Still getting just slammed. Yeah, there's no way. I'm gonna have to look this up. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Hey, what's up, Rhodes Pepier? I am still live indeed. Yeah, we're still trying to beat this game. Anyway, I am going to go to sleep now. It is super late at night. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you.